Hello, and welcome to my YouTube channel. This is Binding 13 by Chloe Walsh, Part 2. Hope you enjoy.
Chapter 21. Closure. Shannon. When I arrived at school, the anger hadn't dissipated 1 inch. I was so furious I could practically taste it, and in a messed up way, I welcomed the emotion. It was better than the usual desperation and fear that rattled through me. The anger made me brave, and it gave me the Dutch courage I needed to do what had to be done. Regardless of how much my brain told me this was a bad idea, I knew I had to do it. I would straighten a few things up with Johnny Kavanagh, and then I would walk away with my heart intact and a clear conscience because I could not, in good faith, ignore what my mother had said. Fueled by the adrenaline still coursing through my veins from my earlier argument with my mother and the disaster that was last night, I inhaled a steadying breath and marched down the corridor towards the fifth-year locker area. When I spotted Johnny, leaning against the lockers at the end of the fifth-year hallway, talking to a couple of older-looking boys, I blew out a ragged breath. Invisibility was both a beautiful thing and a necessary survival tool sought out by people such as myself. Associating with a future Irish rugby star was like throwing a 6 feet 3 inch spanner in the works. Calling on every ounce of bravery inside of my body, I walked right up to him, relying on the adrenaline pumping through my veins to push my feet towards him. His head snapped up as I approached, his sharp gaze honing in on me, blue eyes heated and wary. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. "I need to talk to you," I announced when I reached him, shaking from head to toe as the weight of what felt like 1,000 pairs of eyes landed on my body. I expected two things to happen in this moment. Either Johnny sent me packing, or he agreed to go somewhere quiet to speak with me. When Johnny tipped his chin up and uttered the word, "Leave," I realized I'd been right about scenario number 1. My adrenaline and bravery abandoned me in a rush, and my shoulders sagged. Nodding, I turned to leave, feeling thoroughly deflated only to have a warm hand wrap around my wrist and pull me back to his side. "Not you," Johnny whispered in my ear, settling me in front of him. "Them." His blue-eyed gaze darted to the two older boys watching us with curious expressions, and in a tone that left no room for discussion, he said, "Go." I watched in a sort of semi-awed amazement as the two lads he'd been talking to, along with the 7 or so students loitering in the corridor, simply turned round and left. "Whoa," I breathed when we were alone in the hallway. "You really do have some serious pull at school." I turned round to face him, and had to, once again, crane my head back to see his face. That was kind of epic. Johnny rewarded me with a boyish smirk that quickly morphed into a frown as he looked at my face. "What happened?" he demanded, glaring down at me. "What the fuck made you cry?" "What?" I breathed, shaking my head. "I'm not crying." "Your eyes are red and swollen," he deadpanned. "You've been crying." His eyes moved to my cheek. "The fuck happened to your face?" "What?" "Your face," he bit out. "Your cheek is red." "I'm fine," I choked out, taking a safe step back from his overly observant eyes. It was only then that I noticed he was still holding my wrist. Johnny obviously noticed it too, because he quickly dropped my hand and took a step back himself, then ran a hand through his mussed-up hair. "What happened to your face?" My father beat me with a newspaper. "Oh, don't worry about it," I muttered, wiping my cheeks with the back of my hand to erase any residual evidence of tears. "Give me a name," Johnny growled, dropping his hands to his hips, "and I'll take care of it." "What? No, I'm grand," I quickly replied. "I have allergies." "Me too. To assholes and bullshit," Johnny snarled. "Now, tell me who made you cry and I'll fix it." For a split second, I debated naming my father just to see if Johnny would follow through on his word and take care of him. He looked like he could. He was certainly big enough. Shaking my head to clear my ridiculous thoughts, I looked up at him and said, "I need to tell you something." Yeah, you do, he shot back. A name. What? No, just stop for a sec. Shaking my head, I held a hand up. I have something important to say, and you're distracting me. Johnny opened his mouth to respond, but quickly snapped it shut. With a vein ticking in his neck, he nodded stiffly and said, I'm listening. Here we go. Apparently, you're not supposed to talk to me, I started off by saying, keeping my tone low and hushed. At least, that's what my mother says, that you were warned to stay away from me? Anyway, I am sorry about that, I hurried to say. My mother, you being treated like that, I had no idea about any of it. I think the words steer clear were your mother's choice of words, Johnny quipped, shoving his hands into his pockets. And don't worry about it, Shannon. Frowning, he added, I'm a big boy. I'm well able to take care of myself. But you did anyway, I questioned, stunning myself with how upfront I could be with this boy who, for all intents and purposes, was a stranger to me. I mean, you didn't steer clear. He nodded slowly, eyes wary and uncertain. I blew out a breath. Well, I wanted to let you know that she won't be causing any trouble for you. I've set her straight about you. That's what you want to talk about? Johnny eyed me with caution. Your ma? I nodded. That, and I'll be making it clear to Mr. Toomey that there is no issue between us. I exhaled a heavy breath and forced out the words, I also want to apologize for the way I left things last night. Johnny's shoulders stiffened for a brief moment, and then I heard his heavy exhale of breath. You were right, he finally replied. I overreacted and handled it badly. Maybe so, I offered, my voice little more than a whisper, but I didn't know what playing rugby meant to you then. And you do now? He asked, voice low, tone gruff. Now you think you get it? No, not really. I chewed on my lip before adding, but I understand fear, which makes it easier for me to understand why you would feel the need to play through the pain. The stiffness in his shoulders returned, and he was quiet for so long that I gave up on waiting for a response. Well, that's all I needed to say, I whispered. Bye, Johnny. And then I turned around and walked away. Like I promised myself, I didn't seek Johnny Kavanagh out after that. I cleared the air and I walked away. All day I steered clear of the hallways I knew he travelled through between classes, the ones I'd mapped out in the previous weeks, and I avoided the lunch hall at Big Break. He sat with a huge crowd of rugby players right by the entrance, so it wasn't a matter of being able to ignore him in there. It was an unnecessary avoidance on my behalf, because on the few occasions our paths had crossed during the day, Johnny had dutifully ignored me. No smiles, no eye contact, and I, in turn, had pretended like I didn't care. I shouldn't. I knew that. I still did, though. Like the masochist I was, I gave in to curiosity about him and did my research during computer class that afternoon. Internet searches in the computer room, not to mention the word of mouth from my friends, had only solidified what Joey had told me. Johnny Kavanagh was a big deal. Throwing myself into my schoolwork, I attempted to block out all thoughts of him. But it was a hard thing to do, but with him being the topic on the tips of most people's tongues around school, I couldn't seem to escape him. When I confessed to Claire that Johnny had dropped me home during lunch, her pupils had dilated so much I thought she was about to have a stroke. It was a confession I instantly regretted, considering she hadn't let the matter drop. If she wasn't asking me questions about what we talked about, none of which I divulged, she was pointing them out in the halls or doodling SL hearts JK in our homework journals. Fortunately for me, I was gifted at diversion and denial, and after a few hours of not taking the bait, she'd given up on getting any more information out of me. I was glad because I didn't want anyone knowing how much of a mess I was on the inside. She knew I liked him, and that was bad enough. The only bright side to the whole ordeal was the fact that Ronan McGarry hadn't so much as glanced in my direction all day. During French, instead of sitting behind me, he sat on the other side of the classroom and dutifully ignored me like I didn't exist. It suited me perfectly. I didn't want attention from anyone, much less him. I didn't miss the fresh bruising under his left eye, or the busted lip he was sporting, though. A busted lip, I knew in my heart, had been provided by Johnny. Leaving my coat at home felt like a stupid idea on the walk to the bus stop after school, especially since every stitch of clothing I had on was soaked right through. Nope. I shook my head. On second thought, I'd rather drown. It was better than taking my mother's pathetic peace offering, which had come in the form of my coat. Other days it was chocolate or a cup of tea or a new pair of hair ties or some other form of bribery given with the intention of shutting me up. I knew full well that the text message I'd received from her at small break saying, "I won't make trouble for the boy," had been sent with the hopes of receiving a reciprocating text message from me saying the same. I didn't reply for 2 reasons. 1, I didn't have credit. 2, she didn't deserve to be put at ease. Why should she, when I spent my entire life in a state of constant unease? I'd thrown her by threatening to tell the principal. She wasn't the only one thrown by my erratic reaction. I had felt like a caged animal, cornered. I had never struck back like that before. I'd never felt so strongly about something. My small act of defiance was a futile one, because I would be the one who would most likely end up getting sick. But honestly, had I taken my coat this morning, it would have been the same as turning a blind eye to what had happened, and I refused to do that. When I walked through the front door, I dutifully ignored my father, who was banging around in the kitchen, and headed straight for my bedroom, knowing that I would rather starve to death than set foot in that kitchen and face him. Sober this evening or not, I loathed him with every fibre of my being. Back in the house of pain, I closed my bedroom door and then quickly stripped out of my wet clothes before throwing on my pajamas. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed an envelope on my bed with the Thomond College crest etched on the front. Reaching over, I snatched the envelope and ripped it open. My eyes widened as I stared down at the permission slip. My mother had signed it. With the permission slip gripped tightly in my hand, I flopped back on my bed and released a ragged breath. I was going to Donegal.
Chapter 22. Borrowed Time. Johnny. Every Saturday from the age of 6, I spent my day on a field with a rugby ball in my hands and vivid dreams flashing in front of my eyes. As I grew up, those Saturdays evolved from throwing a ball around my father to playing with the minis, to drills and matches with my club, to training at the National Rugby Institute of Further Progression, aka the Academy, when I turned 14. The routine changed, the pitches varied, but the dream stayed the same. The goal was always the same: play for my country and be the best. This Saturday was different, because I was in trouble. Because I messed up at the academy training. I showed my weakness, and they were on to me. I was slow and distracted, screwing up left, right and centre all morning until Coach hauled my ass off the pitch and into the office. He demanded to know what was wrong with me. My problem was simple. I couldn't move right. My body was falling apart, and my head was stuck on a gear. Lying through my teeth, I managed to talk my way out of the danger zone and avoid more scans and tests, but still ended up being dismissed from training early and told to come back next week with a clear head. Unfucking likely. Depressed and demoralised, I drove around for hours trying to get a handle on my head. My body I could do nothing about, but my head, I needed to get my head in the game. Problem was, I left it with Shannon Lynch. All my great plans of forgetting about her flew clean out the window the minute she marched her tiny arse up to me at school last Wednesday and demanded to talk. So fucking bowled over. I could do nothing but stand there, gaping like an idiot at the pint-sized girl pulling on every single one of my strings. If it wasn't bad enough, she went and blew my goddamn mind to pieces by apologising to me. I wasn't expecting it, and I didn't deserve it. I wasn't thick. I knew I handled it badly with her. I knew I overreacted. If she'd given me half a minute to work through my thoughts, I would have put her straight, but she didn't. Instead, she walked away from me again and hadn't looked in my direction at school since. A part of me thought it might be for the best. If she kept avoiding me like I knew I needed to avoid her, then maybe I could make it through this weird phase and forget about her. But then I was hit with the stinging pang of bitter regret in my chest when she brushed past me in the hallway without a second glance. Her coconut-scented shampoo hitting my senses like a wrecking ball, and I knew that wasn't going to work for me. There was nothing forgettable about that girl, and I found myself gravitating towards her. Wanted to find her looking at me, and then growing frustrated when she didn't. Knowing that I would listen to whatever she had to say, whenever she wanted to say it, regardless of time or inconvenience, was a frightening concept. All week I found myself moping around the place, not listening to a single word any of my teachers spouted. Couldn't concentrate on a damn thing. That it was all her fault. Furious at myself for being so stupid and letting a virtual stranger screw me up like this. I forced her to the back of my mind, blasted my car stereo to the maximum, and tried to drown her out. When I arrived home after training, Gibbsy was sitting on the back porch waiting for me, and I immediately regretted texting him that 4-page rant about mine fucking girls last night. "We're going out on the lash," he announced the minute I stepped out of the car. "No," shaking off his hand when I reached the back door. I pushed it open and stepped aside for him to pass. "We're not." "Yes," he argued, sauntering into my house. "We fucking are." Holding the back door open, I let out a whistle and waited for my girl to come running. Waddling out of the garage, Suki hurried towards me. "Good girl," I cooed, encouraging her to hurry her arse up before the other two noticed. Reaching down, I helped her up the step before quickly closing the door again. "I'm really not up for it tonight," I explained, walking through the kitchen to the hallway with Suki at my legs. "You go ahead, though. I'll hang here." "You're not spending our Saturday night alone in the manor," Gibbsy argued, following after me. "You're coming out with me." Gibbsy referred to my house as the manor. Had done since our fucked friendship had formed in 6 classes of primary school, and I brought the idiot home to play PlayStation. He knew it annoyed the shite out of me, so he kept it going. It was a large 8-bedroom property in the countryside with lawns and gardens spanning out the course of several acres, all of which were enclosed with fencing, so the family dog could roam freely without restraints. The previous owners used to operate an equine centre from the property, that was filled with unused housing stalls and sheds, and the only access to the property was through the electronically gated entrance at the front. Mum often talked about buying a horse for the stables, but thankfully my father talked her down from that particular ledge. She was hopeless when it came to animals. Problem was, she travelled a lot, so it wasn't practical or fair. 3 dogs were where my father drew the line. My folks had converted one of the garages into a home gym for the workouts. They supported my lifestyle and encouraged my dreams, even if they didn't always agree with my methods of pursuing them. We also had a separate outhouse built several years ago that contained a jacuzzi and sauna. It was a lifesaver after matches. Our closest neighbours lived a mile and a half down the road, so it was fairly secluded. And the house was south-facing, so it constantly captured the sun. Even though I missed the noise and bustle of Dublin and spent a solid 2 years trying to get used to the quiet, I couldn't deny that where we lived now was fucking beautiful. Not the manor, just a nice place to live in. Come on, Johnny, Gibbsy pleaded. You've been in a horrible mood for weeks. I wonder why, I grumbled. Listen, lad, I know you mean well. I paused to grit my teeth when a nerve pain shot up my leg. But I'm not going out tonight. Because of Bella? Gibbsy asked, leaning against the banister. Or because of Shannon? Because of me, I snapped, bristling. Because I'm dead on my feet. Forcing myself not to limp, I made it to the staircase, inhaled a steadying breath, and pushed my legs to comply and not let me down, like they did earlier. You're limping, Johnny, Gibbsy acknowledged in a quiet tone as he followed me down to my room. Keep your fucking voice down, I hissed, pushing my bedroom door open. My ma's in her office. Well, you are, he countered in an oddly serious tone. Are you okay? Took a spill at training. I paused to lift Suki onto my bed. Nothing the night's sleep won't fix. Are you sure that's all it is? Gibbsy asked, sinking down on one of the bean bags by the TV. His bean bag. If you don't want your mother knowing, I can drive you to the hospital to get it checked out. I'm fine. Walking over to the bean bag next to his, I sank down beside him, only to hiss when a sharp pain rocketed up my pelvis. Absolutely fine. Gibbsy shook his head and reached for the remote control, thankfully keeping his thoughts to himself for once. Flicking on the television, he began to channel surf. Well, what do you want to watch? You can go out, I told him, stretching my legs out in front of me. I'm not holding you back. Nah. Standing up, he walked over to the ps2 and switched it on before settling back down beside me. I was only trying to get you out of the house. Appreciate it, I muttered, taking the controller that he held out for me. But not tonight. You're going to make that team, Johnny, he mumbled as he set up a game on FIFA 05. You know that, right? Exhaling a steady breath, I forced a panic threatening to engulf me back down and concentrated on the screen in front of me. You will, he added quietly. I hope so, I bit out, focusing way too hard on the controller in my hand. I really fucking do, Gibbs. Otherwise, I was going to lose my mind. Do you want to get drunk? He offered then. Here, with your dad's whiskey, and no clingers following you around and tormenting you. I thought about it for a minute and exhaled a heavy sigh. Yeah, lad, I replied with a nod. I really fucking do. Chapter 23. Exes and hell knows. Johnny. I saw her again today. We passed each other no less than 5 times in the hallway, and every single time she put her head down and walked past me without so much as a backward glance. This wasn't a new thing, of course. Shannon had been brushing me off like I was invisible for over a week now. 9 days, to be precise. Being ignored didn't sit well with me. It was unfamiliar territory to me, and I was quickly learning that I didn't like it one bit, especially when the person ignoring me was the very same one who was tormenting my every waking thought, my dreams too. That's right, I was actually fucking dreaming about the girl now. How messed up's that? Last night, for instance, I dreamt that Shannon was watching me play, except instead of being on the school pitch, we were at the Aviva Stadium in Dublin, and instead of wearing Tommen's black and white, I was wearing the green and white. Shannon had on the matching Irish jersey, with my name and number on the back, and she was cheering for me in the stands. I was throwing the ball, but when I caught it, Shannon began to cry. For real. Her face was contorted in pain, and she was pointing at me. That's when it got really disturbing, because when I looked down, my legs were gone. In their place were 2 stumps. Then I began to shrink away, shriveling up like the creepy guy in the Harry Potter books. Shannon's distraught face was the last thing I saw before I jerked awake. It was fucking horrendous. I woke up in a bog of sweat and had spent a solid 5 minutes patting my legs to assure my panicked mind that they were still there. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was a warning sign. Of what, I had no idea, but I had this god-awful feeling of dread in the pit of my stomach that wouldn't go away. That feeling had stuck with me all day. I couldn't seem to shake it off. I couldn't shake her off. None of this made any sense to me, and I had no goddamn clue why she was the person I wanted to go to. Not Gibbs, not me ma, not my coaches. I was freaking the fuck out inside, worrying myself half to death over the summer campaign, and it was a girl I barely knew with soul-deep eyes that I wanted to confide in, because something told me I could. Because somewhere deep down inside of me, I felt like she knew me. Like she could save me. Jesus, what? I was losing my bleeding mind. After a disastrous last class on Friday, where I'd retained not one iota of what the teacher had been prattling on about, I was heading out of the main building towards the PE hall to catch up with the coach, when I heard a familiar voice calling out my name. For a split second, I debated pretending I hadn't heard her and walking out the door, but then she grabbed my hand and tugged me backwards, and managed one out. Inhaling a steady breath, I mentally reminded myself to be nice before turning round to face her. "Bella," I acknowledged with a curt nod. She looked just as good as she always did, with her black hair styled into a bob and a full face of makeup. She was tall and curved and filled her school uniform in all the right places. Fortunately, I was completely unaffected. "Hey, Johnny," Bella replied with a massive smile. She was tall, 5'11", but she still had to crane her head up to look at me. "How are you?" The words, "like you give a shit," were on the tip of my tongue, but I toned my impatience down and went with the "What's up?" instead. "Oh, you know, the usual," she replied, tucking her dark hair behind her ears. Actually, I didn't know. I didn't know anything about her, and she knew even less about me. We didn't talk, we fucked. And that had been her decision more than it had been mine. "I was coming out of the office and saw you walking outside," Bella continued to say, trailing her thumb over my wrist. "So I thought I'd come and say hi." Freeing my hand from hers, I shoved my hands into my pockets and rocked back on my heels. "Hi." "I felt like we haven't talked in so long." she added. I glared at her. We talked a few weeks ago. And you were trying to force yourself on me. And let's not forget about the million fucking messages and voicemails you've left me. We did. I narrowed my eyes. Yeah, Bella, we did. Oh, God, she giggled, acting all coy. I was completely wasted that night, she added. I hardly remember a thing. She took a step closer. I definitely don't remember seeing you that night. I stepped back. Well, you did. I wasn't buying this convenient lack of memory bullshit. You played that card too many times with me. Anyway, that's not what I meant. She tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled up at me. I was talking about the last time we met up. It has to have been before Christmas, right? More like Halloween, I thought to myself. But I was eager to get away, so I didn't object to her dates. Instead, I nodded and said, Yeah, that sounds a bit right. While wishing I knew the appropriate etiquette to use when dealing with vindictive girls I'd been foolish enough to stick my dick inside. So, she said in a breathy tone, how have you been? You already asked me that, I replied evenly, trying to mask my impatience at the pointless chit-chat. I'm fine. Oh yeah, well, I'm fine too, Bella replied, exhaling a loud sigh. I mean, I guess I'm a little bored. Yeah, well, I was bored too, with this conversation. You know how it is, she said for a second time, and for the second time I stared blankly at her. Nope. I'd no clue what the fuck she was talking about. Oh my God, she blurted, then clutching my hand once more. I totally forgot to ask. How's your leg? Bella didn't know the ins and outs of my surgery, only that I'd a procedure done at Christmas. When I told her that I would be out of action for a while, her biggest concern had been how soon I'd be back on the pitch, whether or not I'd still get to play for Ireland in the summer, and when did I want to fuck again. Besides all that, I didn't trust her in that way. Having sex with her was one thing, but confiding in her was quite another. Better, I replied in a flat tone before reclaiming my hand. That's fantastic news, babe, she replied, smiling widely. I've been really worried about you. No, she bleeding well hadn't been. If at any point Bella had been truly worried about me, she would have asked me something other than, Are you ready to meet up? Or, Hurry up, I'm horny, in a bazillion texts she sent me. She wouldn't have fucked me over like she had with one of my teammates. I bet, I drawled, hearing the sarcasm in my voice. Now, I got that at no point during the time Bella and I had been messing around had we ever been anything remotely serious, but I still felt betrayed by Cormac thing. In my eyes, it was as shady as fuck on both their parts, and I'd never go off with one of her friends. I had enough respect for her to show her that decency. Obviously, Bella didn't have the same level of respect for me. I glanced over her shoulder towards the door, and then at my watch before asking, Did you need anything else? I have to talk to the coach about the game. Oh, yeah, she sighed. You have the playoff match coming up, don't you? I nodded, stiffly. Unfortunately, because we had lost a couple of matches earlier in the season, and Royce College from Dublin had won their game last week, it brought them level in points with us, and put us in joint second place in the league behind Levet. It was an unexpected turn of events, and a pain in my arse because Royce should have lost their last game, which would have made life easier for us, considering the final had already been organised between Levet and Thomond. Their win had thrown a spanner in the works for Thomond because Royce were an awkward fucking bunch and were refusing to allow the playoff to be held in Cork. We travelled for the last 3 league games, So it was in our turn to play at home, but they weren't having it. Already they'd pulled out of 2 other proposed dates for the playoff, one in Cork and one in Dublin. It was a mind-fucking stunt they were pulling, in the hopes of tripping us up and clashing with match schedules. They were contesting everything from the time of the kick-off to the day of the week the match should be held, to the colour of the away jerseys. Switching days, pulling matches forward, and clashing venues was all within Royce's right, but it was a scummy thing to do, and few schools ever behaved that way. The coach at Royce was being difficult, arguing on where the match should be held, and cribbing and grousing over the fairness of Tommen's team having an international player on the squad. The Egypt was clutching at straws because I was fair game. Tommen was my school, and coach was well within his rights to play me. I would have been Royce's international player had my folks stayed in Dublin, and that was a real issue here. It was because of that coach wanted to talk to me pronto. He wanted to go through my up-and-coming schedule because he needed to agree a date. We're breaking up from school next Friday for Easter holidays, so this needed to happen sooner rather than later. I had a summer campaign to focus on and scouts to impress, so April and May wouldn't work for me. Royce's coach knew this too, which was why we were at a standstill. I might find the school league boring and unchallenging, but I fucking hate sore losers. It was with that in mind that I had plans on burying Royce's college at the earliest convenience. When are you guys playing them? Bella asked. As soon as possible. You're going to be playing against your old teammates and friends, aren't you? She asked. You were supposed to go to Royce, weren't you? I'm here now, aren't I? I drawled. Are you worried about playing your old friends? Yes. No. So you're ready for it? I stared blankly at her. I'm always ready. I know you are, she purred, tone flirtatious. Ugh. Shaking my head. I turned to leave, but she spoke again. I wanted to talk to you about something else, she added, taking a step closer. Oh? I stepped back. What's that? Us, Johnny, she poured, batting her big blue eyes up at me. There is no us, Bella, I replied, frowning. There never was. Then what the fuck were we doing for the past year, Johnny? She spat, the innocent schoolgirl mask slipping. That was cool. I knew what was underneath anyway. She didn't need to put on a performance in front of me. I was well aware of her true colours. I don't know, Bella, I replied in a flat tone. But whatever it was, it's in the past. Are you fucking with me? She demanded, planting her hands on her hips. I'm trying to sort things out here. Was she fucking with me? You ended it. I deadpanned. You are fucking my teammate, Bella. You told me so yourself. With great detail in a text message. You got with him at Biddy's right in front of me. You sat with him at lunch. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing to sort out between us. It's not serious. I don't care. I thought we were taking a break. We are, I confirmed. A permanent one. I don't have to be with him, she offered, batting her long eyelashes at me. We could sort things out. No thanks, I replied in a flat tone. Oh, come on, Johnny, she moaned. We had a good time together. Yeah, we did, I agreed. Half of which you spent running around behind my back with my fucking winger. Her mouth fell open. What are you talking about? Cormac. I'm with him now, she huffed. Not then. Don't bother lying, I told her. I already know You were riding him when you were with me." "That's a lie," she countered. "Who told you that?" "Everyone knows, Bella," I replied, then released a weary sigh. "I've known for a while. I just chose to block it out." "And you were hardly discreet." I decided to throw that out there because, quite frankly, I wanted to. "Well, I wasn't your girlfriend, Johnny. We weren't exclusive." She defended her actions by saying, "And you completely dropped off the map. You never wanted to go out to meet up." "Because I was recovering from surgery," I bit out. "For months?" she demanded, tone accusing. "Yeah, right, Johnny." "I was," I barked. "I still am." "And before that?" she demanded. "What about the other 6 long weeks before the surgery, when you refused to meet up with me? When you ignored me? What's your excuse for that?" "I wasn't ignoring you." "Yes, you were." "No, I fucking wasn't. I just couldn't get—" Snapping my mouth shut, I shook my head and forced myself to hold my tongue. "Do not fight with girls," I reminded myself. "You'll never win. They'll twist your words." "You weren't giving me what I wanted," she continued to torment me by saying. "You weren't giving me enough attention. All those awards ceremonies and balls in Dublin last year, and you never once did you invite me to go," she hissed. "You never wanted me there." "Because you were never my girlfriend," I countered, throwing her earlier words back at her. "Because you never asked me to be your girlfriend, Johnny." She spat. "No, Bella. Because you never wanted me," I shot back. "You only wanted the shiny part of my life, the fame. You were never interested in the real part, the real me." "That's not true," she argued. "Why don't you just tell it straight, Bella?" I hissed, losing control of my temper. "You fucked off with Ryan because you thought I wasn't going to be match fit. You saw I was out on injury. You thought I wouldn't make it back in time for the summer campaign, so you went after the next best thing, just to be safe." She blushed. "I knew it." "Ask me now," she urged, closing the space between us. "Ask me to do all those things, and I will." "I don't want to ask you," I bit out, unhooking her arms from around my neck. "Johnny, come on," she sighed. "Don't be like this." "Go on back to Cormac," I deadpanned, thoroughly disgusted. "And pray he makes it up the ranks in the academy, so he can take you to all those fancy award parties you want to attend. He's your only shot at getting there now, Bella, because we're done." "I was hurt, Johnny," she strangled out. "I got with Cormac because I wanted to hurt you back." "Hurt me back?" I balked. "For what, exactly? Getting injured? Being stuck on my back for weeks while you rode my friend behind my back? Messing up your chances of fancy fucking dinner parties?" I shook my head and sneered at her, forgetting touching her every fibre of my being. "Jesus, I'm an awful inconsiderate bastard." "For ignoring me?" she hissed, cheeks turning pink. "For using me?" "Me? Using you?" I balked. "Yeah, because that's what was happening." "That's how you made me feel, Johnny?" "Then I'm sorry," I snapped back, striving for patience in the eye of this girl's induced mind-fucking shitstorm. "You have to have feelings to be sorry, Johnny," she retorted. "And you are heartless." Keep the head, take it on the chin, and then get the hell away from her. Inhaling a calming breath, I exhaled slowly before saying, "Bella, I am sorry if at any point I made you feel ignored or used. That was not my intention. I sincerely apologise for my lack of heart and feelings and wish you nothing but the best for all your future endeavours with my teammate. Now, if you don't mind, I am tired of going round in circles with you and have actual shit to do. I moved for the door, but she grabbed my hand again, pulling me back. Wait, are you with someone else? She demanded, squeezing my hand. Is that what your problem is? Her eyes widened. Oh my God, she exclaimed. You are, aren't you? Jesus. What the hell had I been thinking, messing around with this girl? No, Bella, I'm not with anyone else. Yanking my hand free, I shook my head and released a frustrated sigh. But I'm not with you either, and I won't ever be with you again. I've heard rumours, Johnny, Bella pressed, ignoring my words, about you and the new girl in the third year. I heard you beat Rona McGarry because of her, and I saw that picture of you with her in the paper. That's none of your business, I bit out through clenched teeth as I struggled to rein in my temper. Come on, Johnny, she challenged. You never had me in any pictures with you for the media, and I'm the longest girl you've ever been with. What's the story with her? None of your bleeding business, I spat, fresh out of patience. Christ! Why were you fighting with McGarry over her? He demanded. Why did Cormac tell me you warned all the team off her? I'm not doing this with you, I warned, shaking my head. Not anymore. Stop dodging the question, Johnny, she hissed. If you're with another girl, then I have the right to know. I already gave you a fucking answer, I snapped. Done with this bullshit. You're the one who can't seem to listen. You're lying. I can see it in your eyes, she screamed, loud enough to waken the dead. It's written all over your face, Johnny. Something is going on with that girl. You need to get a handle to yourself, I said, tone laced with disgust. This is pathetic. Fine, Bella sneered, looking wholly enraged. If you won't tell me, I'll ask her. Smiling darkly, she added. Shannon, that's her name, right? Yeah, fuck that. You'll stay the hell away from her, I hissed, aware that we were within hearing range of the office, while Dee wouldn't cause any trouble for me. I didn't fancy my chances if Mr. Toomey came out and saw I was having problems with another girl. Whatever shite that's going on between us has nothing to do with Shannon. What's the matter? He taunted, pushing every one of my buttons. Afraid I'll find something you don't want me to? I mean it, Bella, I snarled, feeling a surge of anger rise up inside of me. I'm not fucking around here. Keep your distance from her. Well, she mused, eyes narrowed. Look who's showing emotion now. She was absolutely right. I was showing emotion because I cared. I cared a great deal more about a girl I barely knew than I ever did Bella. It was warped and confusing and completely fucked up, but I did. Instead of admitting this terrifying new development, I said, leave her alone. And then I did what I should have done the first time I laid eyes on her. I walked away from Bella Wilkinson. I'm going to make you sorry for walking away from me, she called after me. Believe me, I'm already sorry, I called back. Sorry I ever went there in the first place. Furious, I stormed away from the girl that seemed to be hell-bent on making my life a living hell. Loaded with bitter regrets and burning anger, I rounded the corner of the main building, feeling like I was 2 seconds away from breaking something. Unfortunately for me, that something turned out to be a girl. Not just any girl. Shannon.
Chapter 24. I'm taking you home. Shannon. I always knew when there was a storm brewing at home. I could always sense it. It was like a sixth sense of some kind, warning me and alerting my body to danger and pain. All day during school on Friday, I had the most gut-wrenching feeling of dread lodged in the pit of my stomach. That sensation of dread followed me all day long, and no amount of deep breathing or calming exercises could shift it from my heart. It was so severe, so potent and transparent, that I was actually afraid to go home. Wednesday night's antics hadn't helped matters. It was a night that consisted of my parents screaming at each other so loudly that the Gardaí came to the door, having received an anonymous call about a disturbance of the peace. My peace. Because I made the call. Because I was afraid he would hurt her. Furious with my mother or not, I couldn't bear the thought of him knocking her round downstairs while I hid in my bedroom like the coward I was. Joey was once again staying with Aoife, and I wasn't nearly big enough or brave enough to save her myself. Thankfully, my father hadn't laid a finger on Mam, and once he had convinced the guards that his wife was having a pregnancy-related tantrum, he left for the night. Of course, he returned yesterday morning with a bunch of flowers and a promise to never do whatever the hell he had done this time again. It worked. She hugged him and kissed him, and I was fairly sure that if she wasn't already pregnant, she would have been after spending the morning locked in their bedroom with him. I hated her. Sometimes more than I hated him. Yesterday was one of those times. When I returned to school Friday morning, it was with a sore neck and a serious lack of hope. Oh yeah, because even though Dad and Mam were all loved up again, I was still his favourite target. Apparently, he still wasn't over that picture of me with Johnny. Something I was reminded of late last night when I foolishly made a food run to the kitchen and got tangled up in his whiskey tantrum. He added fresh bruises to old bruises, and I'd spent a good portion of the night contemplating the worst possible thoughts. By the time last class of the day finished, my body was so tightly coiled with tension that I could hardly make my feet walk a straight line from the science building to the main building where I needed to get to. I knew I had to get back there, and the thought was crippling me. I didn't want the weekend to come, and now it was here staring me in the face. It was a terrifying prospect. I had a horrible, niggling pain in my stomach all day that was bordering on unbearable. My mind was in such overload, running through list after list of potential problems I might face when I walked through the front door, that I wasn't paying attention to the rain belting down on me or the students whizzing past. I wasn't paying attention to anything, because I knew. I just knew deep down in my heart and soul that danger was coming. I didn't know where, or when, or how it might unfold, but I knew it was coming. However, the danger I was predicting arrived prematurely when I rounded the corner of the main building and collided with a solid male chest. I was so unprepared for the contact, so deeply caught up in my own thoughts that I didn't have the time to steady myself or break my fall. I folded like a deck of cards, no match for the person I'd smashed into, and collapsed on my arse on the cold, wet ground. "Ah, shit, I'm so sorry," a deep, familiar voice said from above me. I didn't need to look up to know who I bumped into, though. I would recognize his voice anywhere. "Shannon, are you okay?" Johnny asked as he dropped his school bag on the ground and reached down to help me up. "I'm okay," I mumbled, batting his hand away. I didn't need him touching me. I was already too affected by him. Keeping my eyes trained on the concrete, I twisted onto my hands and knees and pulled myself up. "I'm so sorry," he continued to say. "It's okay," I whispered, brushing my skirt down. "I'm okay." "Are you?" I nodded, but kept my gaze down. I couldn't look at him. I didn't want him to see me. Not like this. "Shannon." "I need to go," I croaked out, and then stepped around him, moving for the main building. With my head down, I hurried into the main building and straight to the third-year locker area. Breathe. Stop panicking. Just breathe. When I reached the third-year locker area, which was thankfully empty, I let my school bag fall from my shoulders and pressed my forehead against the cool, hard metal, inhaling sharp, audible breaths. Trembling, I leaned my forearms against the locker and just held my head, desperately trying to get a handle on this ridiculous terror threatening to possess me and stop my body from going into vomit mode. My legs were shaking so bad, I knew I wouldn't make it to the bathroom in time, so my only hope was to calm myself down before I threw up. Too late, I thought to myself just as my legs buckled beneath me. I dropped to the floor on my hands and knees as my stomach emptied itself right there in the middle of school. I didn't have much in my stomach to begin with. I never usually had, but the water and half-bar of chocolate I had at lunch made a reappearance in glorious fashion. The sound of footsteps pounding down the corridor filled my ears, and I groaned to myself, knowing that I would never in a million years live this one down. Moments later, I felt a hand on my back as someone knelt down beside me and pulled my hair back from my face. "It's okay." Johnny's voice filled my ears as he rubbed soothing circles over my spine with his big hand. "Shh, you're okay." Oh God, no. Why did he do that? Why did he follow me? He wasn't supposed to talk to me. That was the plan. I dry heaved for a solid 2 minutes longer before my stomach finally settled, and all the while he knelt beside me, holding my hair out of my vomit and rubbing my back. "Are you okay?" Johnny asked when I was breathing again and not gawking. I nodded weakly and then felt his hand still on my back. I coiled tight on instinct. "What's this?" I heard him ask moments before his fingertips grazed my neck, right above the collar of my school shirt. "Your neck is bruised." Panic seized my heart as I felt him shift more of my hair aside and touch my neck again. "Shannon?" Johnny repeated. "How'd you get this?" "It's old," I croaked out, still gasping for air. "Doesn't look old," he replied, touching my neck. "Well, it is," I strangled out, shaking off his touch. Thankfully, he complied and shifted away from me. Weak and mortified, I remained exactly where I was on my hands and knees, just staring at the floor as a wave of utter humiliation washed through me. "Shannon," he said in a soft tone, hand on my back once more. "Are you okay?" Nodding weakly, I pulled back to a kneeling position, hands on my lap, gaze cast downwards. "Wait here, okay?" Johnny ordered as he pulled himself up to a standing position. "I'll go get the caretaker." "No, no," I strangled out, mortified. "I'll clean it." "No, you won't," he argued. "It's okay. Just wait here for me and I'll be right back." The moment I heard his footsteps retreating, I scrambled to my feet, grabbed my school bag and bolted into the nearest bathroom on this wing of the school. Hurrying inside, I went straight to the sink, unzipped the front pocket of my school bag, and retrieved the travel-sized toothbrush and paste I religiously carried around with me. I was an anxious person, and my anxiety made me sick. It happened in the most inappropriate and inconvenient places, usually at school like today, so I was always prepared. Trembling from head to toe, and with tears burning my eyes, I quickly brushed my teeth, gagging when the brush poked the back of my throat. When I was finished cleaning my mouth, I rinsed off the toothbrush and tucked it back inside the small Ziploc bag with the paste before packing it back into my school bag. "You're okay," I mentally coaxed as I washed my hands and splashed water on my face. "Everything is going to be okay." I knew I wasn't, though. No matter how much I tried to lie to myself, nothing was okay about my life. Sniffling, I strapped my school bag to my back, pushed open one of the toilet cubicle doors, and grabbed a bottle of disinfectant tucked away behind the cistern. Walking back to the sink, I pulled a couple dozen paper towels out of the dispenser and headed back to the crime scene. But it was gone. erased by the caretaker wandering back down the hall with the mop and bucket trailing after him. "I told you to wait for me," a familiar voice came from close by. Swinging round, I found Johnny leaning against the lockers. "I had to brush my teeth," I blurted out, sniffling. He arched a brow. "At school?" "It happens a lot," I strangled out. He frowned, watching me with those intense blue eyes. "Are you feeling better now?" I nodded, mortified. "I'm okay." "Good." Pushing off the lockers, Johnny walked over to where I was standing and took the disinfectant and paper towels out of my hands. Reeling, I watched as he opened the girls' bathroom door and tossed the disinfectant and paper towels back inside. "I'm taking you home now," he said as he slid my school bag off my shoulders and slung it over his left shoulder. My eyes widened. No, you don't have—" "I'm taking you home," he repeated, blue eyes locked on mine. "Let's go." "Why?" I croaked out. Johnny frowned. "Why what?" "Why are you helping me?" He stared at me for the longest moment before exhaling a heavy sigh. "'Cause I want to." "You do?" He nodded. "Do you have a coat?" "A coat?" I croaked out, feeling helpless as I stared up at this beautiful boy. "Yeah, it's hammering down with rain outside." I pressed my hand to my forehead, striving to gather my thoughts. "It's on the coat hook," I finally managed to say, "in the science building." With wide eyes, I watched as Johnny unzipped the black coat he was wearing and draped it over my shoulders. "Come on," he said in a coaxing tone as he wrapped an arm around my shoulders, tucked me into his side, and led me out of school. "I'll take care of you."
Chapter 25. Trouble. Johnny. I unintentionally hurt Shannon Lynch. Again. I knocked her on her ass at school. Again. And then she went and almost gave me a bleeding heart attack. Honest to God, I never felt fear like I had when I saw her collapse on the floor next to a locker. I knew it was a stupid idea to follow her back to school, but I needed to check on her. To be honest, I was afraid of Bella intercepting her. Finding her on the floor like that was beyond terrifying. My heart literally seized in my chest when I saw her, and only kick-started back up when I got to her and realised that she was okay. She was mortified, but she was okay. I didn't care about puke. Everyone puked, even girls. Apparently this girl did it a lot. I remembered exactly what was written in her file. She threw up a lot. That worried me. More than it should. What worried me further was why this happened. Shannon was clearly an anxiety puker, and it was good as written in her school file. For Christ's sakes. She brought a toothbrush to school with her. I was burning with my own form of anxiety from the need to know what had upset her. I didn't want to push my luck though, or make the situation worse, so I kept my mouth shut. Putting her in my car probably wasn't the best idea, given the fact that she didn't seem to want to speak to me ever again. But I wasn't leaving her to take any shitty bus. She didn't speak a single word to me the entire drive to her house, with the exception of apologising a million fucking times for something she obviously couldn't control. I didn't know what to do or say to put her at ease. I kept telling her it was okay, but she wasn't hearing me. It wasn't like she was stuck in her own head, worrying herself to death over something I couldn't see. I felt helpless. I wanted to help her, but it was an impossible thing to do when I couldn't see who she was up against. "I'm sorry," Sharon told me when I pulled up outside her house. after spending a solid 5 minutes trying to coax her into telling me which one hers was. I really am so. You've nothing to apologise for, I told her before cutting the engine and turning to look at her. Jesus Christ. What was wrong? Had someone given her shit at school? Was someone giving her hassle again? She looked terrified. Johnny, Her words trailed off as she flicked her gaze towards the small terraced house at the end of the street, and then back to me. Please, don't tell, she finally said, voice small, eyes wide and full of unshed tears. I frowned, feeling my heart race. Tell what, Shannon? She tucked her hair behind her ears and exhaled a shaky breath. What I did at school. My hands twitched on the wheel as I fought the urge to pull her onto my lap and hug her. I'm not going to tell anyone anything, I said, as gentle a tone I could muster. You promise? She croaked out. I nodded. I promise. Shannon exhaled another ragged breath. Sorry, it happens when I get scared. My blood ran cold. What are you scared of, Shannon? I surprised myself by how calm I sounded when I was 2 seconds away from losing my shit right here in this car. Did something happen? Happen? She whispered, biting on her bottom lip. At school? I nodded slowly. Was someone giving you hassle? She closed her eyes and bit down even harder on her lip, so hard I raced over and pulled it free from her teeth. Don't, I coaxed. Her eyes popped open. Huh? You'll hurt yourself, I told her, retracting my hand even though it was the last thing I wanted to do. I'm sorry, she whispered. You don't need to be sorry, I replied in a thick tone. Shannon dropped her gaze to stare at the clasped hands, and after an achingly long pause of silence, she nodded to herself. I better go inside now, she finally said, voice small. Thanks for the spin. I watched as she unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the door, and panic flared to life inside my stomach, which made no sense because I didn't know what the fuck I was worried about. You tell me, right? I called after her when she was out of my car. If something was happening to you. I leaned over the passenger seat to look at her, knowing I was making a hash of this, but needing to say it anyway. You tell me if someone was giving you trouble at school. Shannon stood with her hand gripping my car door for the longest moment, big blue eyes locked in mine. Finally, she nodded. I felt my body sag in relief. Bye, Johnny, she whispered, and then she closed the door. Bye, Shannon, I muttered to myself as I turned the key in the engine. I needed to get out of here before I did something really stupid, like to put her back in my car and take her home with me. But a fucked up glitch in my brain told me to do just that. Leaving her felt all wrong. Drive away, Johnny. Turn the car around and leave. She's fine. She's perfectly fine. Concentrate on the game, Cav. You have training. You do not need to be losing your head over a girl. Shaking my head, I switched the car into gear and forced myself to get a bleeding grip on myself and just drive. It didn't work. Because I couldn't go. Throwing the car into neutral, I shoved open my car door and climbed out. Wait! Shannon spun round and stared at me with wide eyes. Huh? What are you doing, Cav? What the fuck are you doing? Come with me. The words were out of my mouth before I had a chance to stop myself or take them back. "Come where with you?" Shannon whispered, gaze flicking from me to the house down the street. "I don't know, Shannon. I don't fucking know. I've no bleeding clue what's happening to me. I just know that my gut is telling me not to leave you right now." "Anywhere," I offered, and then cleared my throat before adding, "We could go for a drive, or get something to eat." Jesus, what was wrong with me? I saw something flash across her eyes then, something that looked an awful lot like relief. "You want me to?" Shannon asked in a small voice. "Come with you?" I nodded uncertainly. "Yeah, Shannon." My voice was thick. "I want you to come with me."
Chapter 26. The Boy's a Hero. Shannon. I was back in his car. I had no idea where we were going or why Johnny had asked me to come with him in the first place after driving me all the way home, but in this moment I didn't care. I didn't care that he'd hurt my feelings last week, and I didn't care that I could get into trouble for being with them. When he opened the passenger door of his car and offered me a temporary escape from the hell that was my home, I took it. I more than took it. I practically dove into that seat. 45 minutes later, I found myself sitting across from him at this bar in town called Biddy's, with a half-eaten bowl of soup in front of me, a bottle of Coke, and a racing heart. The moment we stepped through the door at the bustling pub, everyone inside had turned around and honed in on Johnny. It was incredibly intimidating just watching him try to deal with the attention thrown at him. I was overwhelmed, so I couldn't imagine what it must be like for Johnny. He was only 17. Just like that day on the pitch with the reporters, Johnny was nothing but professional, accepting handshakes and claps on the shoulder while we waited at the bar for one of the waitresses. I was so distracted by the attention he received and the handicap to my lower back as he spoke that I just nodded when he leaned into my ear and asked me if I was hungry. It took a further 5 minutes of talking to random people before we finally sat down at the only empty table in the bar. I felt absolutely mortified that he had bought me food, and I would have protested and offered to pay, but I didn't have any money. I didn't have anything to offer this boy. Nothing at all. "How are you feeling now?" Johnny asked, stirring me from my thoughts. My head snapped up from where I'd been staring at my hands, and I found him watching me from across the small round table. That familiar burn ignited inside of my tummy as I forced myself to meet his gaze. I had his coat wrapped tightly around me, but that didn't stop me from shivering. I'm feeling a lot better now," I replied, blushing from the weight of his stare. "Thanks." "Good." Johnny leaned back in his chair, eyes still locked on me, and tapped a beer mat on the table absent-mindedly. "I'm glad." "Thanks for dinner," I added, feeling shy and awkward and a million other emotions. I really appreciate it. For some reason my words drew a huge smile from Johnny. "You consider a bowl of soup to be dinner?" he asked, grinning so wide his dimples appeared. "Well, it was a huge bowl," I offered with a shrug, "so, yeah, I would consider it dinner." "It's soup, Shannon," Johnny chuckled. "It's practically water." "Why?" I eyed the empty plate and bowl in front of him. "Are you still hungry?" "Couldn't be. I just watched him inhale a gigantic bowl of soup before following it up with a mountain of veg and chicken. It was physically impossible to be hungry after consuming that volume of food." Johnny snorted. "This was a snack." "A snack?" I rested my elbows on the table and asked, "You're planning on having another dinner when you get home?" "I'll probably eat at least 4 more times before I go to bed," he told me. My mouth fell open. "But it's 5 o'clock." "I know." He shook his head, smiling ruefully. You should see what I put away on a daily basis. It'll probably shock you. Well, you're not fat for a guy who eats so much. I blurted out and immediately regretted my words. Johnny laughed softly. No, I'm not. I turned the colour of crimson. I'm so sorry, I choked out. I didn't mean to call you. Don't apologise. He told me, still laughing. I train. Hard. I need the fuel to pump my body. Because of the rugby? I asked, tucking my rain-damp hair behind my ears. Johnny nodded. I need to consume 4,500 calories daily when I'm in training. My jaw dropped again. How is that humanly possible? Johnny smirked. I make it work. How? I asked, thoroughly intrigued now. By spacing out my meals, he explained. Eat the right stuff at the right time. He shrugged before adding, I usually eat every 2 or 3 hours. My nutritionist says that's the best fit for my body. So you're on a feeding schedule? Snickering, I added, like a baby? Johnny flashed me an indulgent smile and took a deep swig of his diluted orange. Ignoring the loud group of girls at a nearby table, I concentrated on the boy in front of me. So you can't have anything nice? Define nice. Coke, chocolate, ice cream, crisps. I reeled off a short list of my favourite treats. Fizzy jellies, Cocoa Pops, pizza, cheeseburgers, chips, Chinese food, donuts. I'm in the middle of a season, Johnny interrupted, giving me an affronted look. The only thing that goes into my body is organic, unprocessed, and loaded with protein. I gaped at him. Not even a rich tea biscuit? Johnny shook his head. Why? Oh my God, is it because you would get into trouble with those rugby academy people? My eyes widened at the injustice. My brother Joey told me about how they groom young boys like puppies. Horrified, I asked, do they give you a list of banned foods and then punish you if you eat them? No, Johnny drawled slowly, frowning now. The fuck kind of place do you think the academy is? If you're not allowed to eat treats, then it's a terrible place, I answered solemnly. Eating clean is my choice, he explained, watching me with a bemused expression. I'm not forced to do anything. My life is on my terms, and not stuffing my face with processed, sugar-loaded shite is called being healthy and exercising self-control. But all the time? I questioned. Like 24/7? I have an all-or-nothing attitude, he replied. I'm either all in with something or I'm not wasting my time. There's no point doing something half-arsed. Well, I'm sad for you, I announced. You don't know what you're missing. Slipping my hand into my skirt pocket, I dragged out the half-eaten chocolate bar, my favourite brand, took a quick peek to check the waitress wasn't watching me bring food on the premises before dangling it in front of his face. The smell is the best part, I told him, and you get endorphins from these too. His lips twitched. I train 6 hours a day, Shannon. I don't need to supplement endorphins with a chocolate bar. Ripping off the wrapping, I held it in front of his nose for a few moments. Sniff it, I encouraged, feeling oddly at ease with him. Go on. Get out of it, Johnny laughed, gently batting my hand away. Your loss, I said with a shrug, then bit off a square of chocolate, moaning when the delicious chocolatey goodness hit my tongue. Your gain, he scoffed as he swirled a clunk of ice around in his glass. Wow, I snorted, slipping the chocolate back into my pocket. If I was a bigger girl, could have seriously hurt my feelings. What? Panic flashed across his face. Fuck no, it was a joke. He leaned forward in his seat. I didn't mean... I wasn't calling you fat. You're the tiniest thing I've ever... The shite, you're so small I could... Relax, I snickered. I'm not offended. Johnny stared at me for a long beat and then released a heavy breath. Jesus Christ, I almost had a heart attack there. Rubbing his chest, he smiled impishly. I know how mental most girls can get over their weight. Well, I'm not like most girls, I replied with a grimace and gestured to myself. As you can see. No, Johnny confirmed quietly, eyes following my hand movements. No, you're not. There was a long, uncomfortable pause where we both stared at each other. The silence was disconcerting, but not nearly as unnerving as the intensity in his blue eyes. They were too sharp, too all-seeing, too much. Do you want another Coke? Johnny asked, breaking the tension. I glanced at my watch and then back to him. I don't know. Johnny frowned. You don't know? Yes. No. Go home before your father finds out you're in a pub and kills you. No, stay here with him. God. I shrugged helplessly. Well, are you thirsty? He asked. Do you think you would like another drink? I glanced around nervously, only to find dozens of pairs of eyes trained on our table. My heartbeat skyrocketed. I did not like this. Not one bit. Shannon, Johnny said, capturing my attention once more. He was looking at me expectantly, wallet in hand. Will I get you another drink? Scooting closer, I leaned over the table and gestured for Johnny to come closer. Frowning, he did. Johnny, I whispered in his ear, I feel like we're being watched. Pulling back, I looked around again and noticed the table of teenage girls had somehow pushed closer to ours. My eyes flicked to his, and I nodded vigorously. People are definitely watching us, Johnny. Johnny looked incredibly irritated when he exhaled heavily and ran a hand through his hair. I'm sorry about this. Is it because of the rugby? He gave me a resigned-looking nod. I'm sorry. Just ignore them. How? I croaked out, feeling very exposed in this moment. Johnny stared at me for a long moment, unspeaking before pushing back his chair and standing up. Come on, he announced, holding his hand out for me. I'll get you another drink and we'll sit in the lounge. The lounge? It's quieter. He looked around and muttered, Maybe we'll get some peace and fucking quiet, under his breath. He didn't like this either. He might act like it didn't bother him, but this wasn't something he was comfortable with. But it was with this realization that I found myself taking his outstretched hand. Overwhelmed, I followed Johnny to the bar where he ordered us more drinks, before walking through a door at the side of the bar and into a dimly lit room. This room had more of a youthful feel to it, with pool tables and dartboards on the walls and a jukebox playing in the corner. I noticed several teenagers sporting a range of different school uniforms from the local district lounging around. Like when we walked into the main bar, everyone turned to look at him, but after a few head nods and "How's it going, Cav?" they turned back to their company. Johnny led me over to a table in the far corner of the lounge, but this time, instead of taking one of the bar stools on the other side of the table, he set our drinks down and sat down on the leather bench beside me. From here, we had a perfect view of the rest of the room, with the perk of being slightly tucked out of the way. You should go home, Shannon, my common sense commanded. You should not be here. Better? Johnny asked, settling down beside me. I nodded and reached for my Coke, my eyes locked on the goings-on around me. I could see several boys at the far side of the lounge wearing BCS uniforms, and that made me want to crawl under the table and hide. I was so nervous that I had to use both hands to stop the bottle from shaking. Seeing Ciara Maloney, my greatest tormentor from my old school, and the giver of my eyelid scar, sitting amongst them made my entire body coil up with dread. Like she could sense me watching her, Ciara turned her face in my direction. Great. Just bloody great. The moment she recognized me, that familiar glint of malicious intent flashed in her eyes for about 2 seconds before her gaze moved to Johnny, who was sitting beside me. Her mouth visibly fell open, and she began to nudge the girl sitting beside her, Hannah Daly, her best friend and another one of my bullies. We were being watched again. But now it had more to do with me being hated than him being the local celebrity. Panicked, I dropped my gaze to the glass bottle clasped between my hands. Breathe, Shannon. Just breathe. You're a lying little whore, Kira snarled as she pinned me to the wall behind the school and glared down at me. You were looking at him. Knowing it was safer to say nothing, I kept my mouth shut and mentally prepared myself for the beating I knew I would receive. Answer me, bitch! She snarled, slamming my shoulders into the concrete, causing the air to expel from my lungs in a loud, pained groan. Several of the girls standing around us all laughed and sneered when a whimper tore from my throat. I was already aching in more ways than any of these girls could comprehend. My father's latest whiskey tantrum the cause of my pain, and they were enjoying my obvious discomfort. It wasn't anything new to me. I was used to being laughed at. I was used to being the punching bag. And I hated myself for accepting it. When Kira shoved me into the wall again, I forced myself to swallow down the sob that was threatening to erupt from my throat, forcing the words, "I didn't look at your boyfriend," out instead. He looked at me. That was the truth. Her boyfriend had a horrible habit of staring at me. My explanation earned me a slap across the face and a fistful of my hair to be yanked so roughly that I staggered forward feeling weak and powerless. "I'm going to fucking destroy you," she hissed in my ear before tearing her nails down the side of my cheek. Go for it, I thought to myself. You can't destroy what's already broken. Relax, Johnny whispered in my ear, distracting me from my memories. You're safe with me. His words threw me, and I turned my face to look at him. God, he was so beautiful. It was painful. Everything about Johnny Kavanagh was pure perfection. He was big and strong, and his face, oh God, his face was the best face I'd ever laid eyes on. Why wouldn't I be safe? It was a defensive question asked out of desperation because this boy was throwing me like no one had before. I couldn't figure any of this out, and my poor heart was working in overdrive to keep up with the feelings bombarding my body because of his close proximity. Fear, uncertainty, lust, and panic were all kicking my ass. I'm just letting you know that you are, he replied, blue eyes locked on mine. Okay? Exhaling a ragged breath, I nodded and shifted closer to him. If I could, I would climb on his lap and bury my face in his chest in this moment. But he was a virtual stranger to me, and that would be socially frowned upon, so I settled for sidling up to him. I knew he probably thought I was crazy, but I was 2 seconds away from having a full-blown panic attack, and his presence was grounding me. Johnny looked at me with curious eyes before turning his attention to the table of sixth years from BCS. I saw it then. A spark of recognition lit up Johnny's eyes before his face took on a hardened expression. Can we go now? I whispered, heart beating rapidly as I resisted the urge to burrow into his side. Please? We'll go when we're ready to go, he said in a voice so low and soft that it was barely audible. Put your head up, Shannon, like the river. Moments later, he draped his arm over my shoulder and pulled me into his side. No one's going to hurt you. Relieved, I moved closer, too close for strangers to sit, but I didn't care. He was big and strong, and I had the distinct feeling that he was telling me the truth. I believed him when he told me I was safe with him. Those girls? He asked, tilting his face down to look at me as he spoke. What's the story? There's no story, I croaked out, clutching my bottle with a death grip. Why do I find that hard to believe? I shrugged and ducked my chin, letting my hair fall forward, wishing I had Harry Potter's invisibility cloak draped around my body, so I could escape this situation without more pain. I couldn't take any more. Look at me. I didn't. Look at me, he repeated, tone calm and coaxing. I couldn't. I felt him shift beside me, and then his fingers were on my chin, tipping my face up to his. You're safe, he whispered, cupping my cheek in his hand, eyes boring holes straight through my soul. I promise. That word, God, that one word broke me. It was all too much. My life, those girls, my father, and in the middle of it all, I could only see him. This boy.
Chapter 27. Keep the head. Johnny. What possessed me to bring Shannon the biddies? I would never fully understand, but she was here now, and looking more upset than when I found her throwing her guts up at school an hour ago. So was I. I was trying to mask my fury, but I swear to God I was close to killing someone. Genuinely, truly, abso-fucking-lutely. Shannon was petrified of these girls. Her body was shaking, which is why she was currently tucked into my side with my arm wrapped tightly around her frail shoulders. I knew I was stepping over a serious line here, but I refused to let her run from these fuckers. I knew I shouldn't be touching her, but how the hell could I not? How could I just leave her sitting here, looking so frightened and unsure? I couldn't. To be honest, it was a good thing she was touching me, because I was about 2 seconds away from blowing my gasket and getting my ass thrown into the barracks. This wasn't me. I wasn't a reactor. I thought shit through. Not when it comes to this girl. The blonde in the BCS uniform across the lounge caught my eye again and smiled. I met her smile with a cold, hard glare, and revelled in a sick sort of pleasure when her smile slipped away and fear filled her eyes. Be fucking frightened, I thought to myself. You have no idea who you're messing with. I could ruin these people. I wanted to. Every cell in my brain was projecting nothing but rage and vengeance, demanding I take back what they took from Shannon. Take their pride like they took hers. Scare them like they scared her. Inflict pain on them like they tortured her. I could taste my anger. It was fucking potent. Damn it. I knew to get a handle on myself. But every time I tried, I just kept thinking about her file. Or one of these bitches, the one that cut off her ponytail. I had a bad feeling about the blonde. Another issue I was having that was going to make me lose my fucking mind was the way these pricks were eyeing her up, longingly. They needed to avert their bleeding eyes from this girl because I couldn't handle it. They didn't need to be looking in her direction, ever. I had my arm round her, for Christ's sake. Take a bleeding hint. No wonder the blonde was pissed, I thought to myself. The dark-haired gimp was clearly going out with her, and yet he was staring at Shannon like she was dinner. My dinner, prick. I wanted to roar. I am ready to go now, Shannon said, dragging me from my thoughts, and I stared down with the dark-haired prick gawking at her from across the lounge. She set her empty bottle on the table and looked up at me with those big blue eyes. If that's okay. Settle down, heart. Settle the fuck down. I forced a smile. Yeah, Shannon, that's okay. For obvious reasons, I kept my arm around her as we walked past the table of assholes from her old school. I didn't miss the way her fingers knotted in my jumper. or how her whole body stiffened when one of the girls made some backhanded comment about whores chasing rich dick. Keeping my head, I walked her out of the lounge, then pulled her to stop at the bar. Can you do me a favour? Shannon looked up at me with wide eyes, nodding. Yeah, of course. I pulled my wallet and my keys out of my pocket and handed them to her. Can you settle up with the barmaid and go and wait in the car for me? Her face paled. Why? I need to talk to one of my friends. I lied, smiling down at her. I'll be right out. She eyed me wearily for a long moment before blowing out a breath. Sure, he finally said, sounding relieved. I can do that. Thanks, I replied. I waited until Shannon had moved to the bar before spinning on my heels and stalking back into the lounge, not stopping until I was standing in front of the table of assholes. Now, I sneered, glaring down at their faces. Who wants to call my girlfriend a whore to my face? I threw in the girlfriend word for maximum effort to align with the maximum damage I was about to cause. Several heads turned my way. I did not give one iota of a fuck. Someone was going to pay for her pain. Well? I demanded, glaring at the blonde. You? I asked before flicking my gaze to the redhead sitting beside her. Or is it you? Listen, I don't know what she said to you, the blonde began to say, but I cut her off with a shake of my head. Is this your fella? I asked, inclining my head to the dark-haired prick who was ogling Shannon less than 5 minutes ago, yet had turned conveniently quiet now. Is he? The blonde's face reddened as she nodded. That's good to know, I mused, and then I reached over the table, fisted his school jumper, and slammed my fist into his face. What the fuck you doing? The lad snarled, doubling over. I'm playing by the rules, asshole. I spat as I dragged him out over the table and hit him again. Both girls started screaming and flailing around. One of his friends made a move towards me. I fucking dare ya, I snarled, as I continued to smack the shit out of his buddy. He took a safe step back and held his hands up. I rolled my eyes. Fucking coward. I lost count of the number of brawls Gibbs had jumped into on my behalf down through the years, and vice versa. This prick needed to get better friends. Stop, the blonde cried when I continued to slam my fist into her boyfriend's face. You're hurting him. Oh, you realise that, do you? I spat. So you are capable of knowing right from wrong. What's your problem? She cried. We didn't do anything to you. You sure as shit did something to her, I snarled. And when you fuck with her, you fuck with me. The blonde paled, and I released her boyfriend. He sank down on the floor, cupping his face and groaning like a pussy. She moved straight to him. Did you like that? I asked, glaring at the prick whose face I'd just rearranged. Was that nice? Jesus, lad. The lad groaned, holding his nose to stem the blood. I didn't do anything to you. No, I seethed. And my girl? I pointed to the lounge door. Didn't do anything to your girl, but that didn't stop her from terrorising her. I glared at the blonde, from cutting her hair and beating the shit out of her. The blonde's face turned scarlet. I knew it. Oh, for Christ's sakes, Kira! Dark-haired guy groaned as he shook off the blonde's hand. Oh, what did you do to her now? Nothing, Kira argued. I haven't even seen her since Christmas, babe. Do you like being terrorised? I asked him, taking a step closer. How does it feel to have no power? I get it, lad. the lad groaned, waving a hand in front of me. Loud and clear. Make sure your girlfriend gets it, I hissed, glowering down at him, because if she doesn't. I paused to point at both the blonde and the redhead before continuing. If she or any of your whore friends ever look at my girlfriend again, I'm coming for you. I stood there for a long ass minute, giving every one of those BCS scum a glare, and waiting for a response. And I didn't get one, like I knew I wouldn't. I turned round and walked away, only to halt at the door. Call it childish, but I couldn't stop myself from stalking back to their table and tossing it on its side, feeling ridiculously satisfied when their drinks all spilled and smashed to the floor. I spun on my heels and stalked out. Johnny, the owner barked as he rounded the main bar. What the fuck you playing at, kid? Fuck's sake. Inhaling a calm breath, I turned to face him. I'm sorry for the trouble in your bar. It won't happen again. Trouble? He arched a brow. I saw you on the cameras. You could have killed that little kid. Agitated, I ran a hand through my hair. Those pricks are giving my girlfriend a hard time, I bit out. Now I'm sorry that I resolved the issue in your bar, and I'll pay for any broken glasses or damage I caused, but this will be my last time putting money behind your bar. Liam balked. Jesus Christ, relax, Johnny. I'm not borrowing you. I don't associate with scum, Liam, I told him in a tight tone. Pointing to the lounge door, I added, those fuckers are about the scummiest you can get. So you go ahead and keep serving them, and I'll go ahead and find a new watering hole for my team. Oh, Johnny lad, hold up. No, I don't think so, I hissed, brushing his arm off as I stalked for the door. I have a reputation to uphold, and I can't do that in a place that serves scumbags. This'll be the last time here, Liam called after me. I'll have the usual ready for you tomorrow. I stopped at the door and turned back. I'll be back when the clientele doesn't consist of vicious fucking bullies. And then I turned round and stalked out. Shannon was sitting in the passenger seat of my car when I climbed inside. I'm sorry about that, I told her as I closed the door and pulled on my seatbelt. I got caught up talking. No, Shannon hurried to say in that small voice of hers. It's absolutely fine. You don't have to apologize to me. Yeah, I did. I left her in the freezing cold car for half an hour. It wasn't good enough, not for her. You good? I asked, turning to look at her. Yes, and thanks so much for paying, she said, and I watched as her cheeks turned a bright shade of pink. I really appreciate it. Was she serious? Was she really thanking me for that? Christ, this girl was unlike any of the others. That's not a problem, Shannon, I replied, eyeing her with burning curiosity. It was just a couple of bottles of Coke and a bowl of soup. Well, it means a lot to me, so thank you, she whispered, tucking that fucking beautiful hair of hers behind her ear. Her eyes burned holes in me so deep that I had to look away before completely losing myself in the gear. It was too much. She was too fucking much. Here's your stuff, she said, gently placing my keys and wallet on my left thigh. My good thigh, I realised. Shit, this girl was too much. You can count it here if you want, Shannon added. Your wallet, I mean. She tucked another strand of hair behind her ear. I won't be insulted. The fuck? I stared at her. What? Shannon blushed. Well, I thought you might. I trust you, I told her. I'm not counting anything. Never even crossed my mind, okay? Are you sure? She whispered, killing me with those big eyes. I nodded, and resisted the urge to lean across and kiss the shite out of those swollen lips. I'm absolutely sure. The smile that lit up her face then was so striking that it made my heart race recklessly. I just stared at her for the longest moment, wondering how the hell I got here, how the hell I was going to get out. "I'd better take you home," I finally said as I shoved my key in the ignition and cranked the engine. "Of course," Shannon replied, still smiling at me. I had to look away. I couldn't risk another glance at her. Not tonight. "Get your ass away from this girl before you do something stupid like lose your heart as well as your head," my brain hissed as I tore out of the car park, nerves shot to hell. "Too late, asshole," my heart taunted. Or, I heard myself say, giving in to the urgent need I had inside of me to keep this girl right here with me. Shannon looked at me with bright eyes. Or, "Don't do it, Johnny. Don't put yourself in temptation's way." "Will you go see a film?" I offered, knowing I was screwed the minute the words came out of my mouth. A film?" Shannon squeezed out. Jesus. I nodded uncertainly. "If you want." "At the cinema?" she asked, cheeks flushing. I shrugged. "Or my house?" "You stupid fucker. I'm not exactly—" She paused, tucked her hair behind her ears before saying, "allowed to go." "You're not allowed to go where?" I asked, feeling a huge pang of disappointment settle in my stomach. Anywhere," she offered with a hopeless shrug. "My parents are kind of protective." Understandable. If I was in their shoes, I'd be protective of her too. Given what Shannon had been through at her old school, hell, I was protective now. "But I want to," she added, smiling shyly at me. "I'd love to, actually. If you want to, that is." Well, shit. Balls. What the hell was I supposed to do now? My mother was at home, so that was out. Forcing myself to concentrate on the road in front of me and not the girl sitting beside me, I flicked on my indicator and pulled onto the slip road for the city. "Cinema it is," I replied in as breezy a tone as I could muster, while on the inside I was burning the hell up.
Chapter 28. Substitute Parents. Shannon. I spent all of Saturday babysitting my youngest brother Sean, which was the norm whenever Nanny decided to take a trip to Beara to visit Auntie Alice and her family, and Mam was working. The difference this weekend was that our father was gone and our mother was missing. I knew a storm had been brewing. My gut was always right. After Johnny dropped me home last night, there was a blazing row that resulted in my father beating the living shit out of me, mostly over that stupid newspaper clipping that he still wouldn't let drop. Mam dragged him off me, earning herself a slap in the face for her troubles. She ordered him to leave and never come back. Dad proceeded to fill the family car with everything he owned, called both me and Mom a pack of whores, and sped off steaming drunk. Mam had hurried out of the house an hour later with an overnight bag, climbed into a taxi, and hadn't been seen since. It wasn't uncommon for our mother to storm off after an argument. However, it was rare for her not to come back. I knew she would come back. It was just a matter of when. I also knew my father would be back. It gave me no comfort watching him leave last night. That wasn't the first time he had been told to go, and it wasn't the first time he had beaten me to a pulp. Sooner or later he would be back, promising heaven and delivering hell. Nothing would change. It never did. Tig, Ollie, and Sean might believe he was gone for good, but Joey and I knew better. Without our parents' presence, it was down to Joey and me to fend for our younger siblings. When there was no sign of either of our parents this morning, Joey sacrificed his own training session with the Cork team so he could take Tig and Ollie to a football blitz they were both playing in. I was left with Sean, who had spent the best part of the day screaming for Mam. It was a disaster. Countless phone calls to our mother had gone unanswered, so I'd given up trying to get a hold of her. Setting to work on the bottomless list of jobs allocated to me on a weekly basis, I cleaned the house from top to bottom, washing down skirting boards and changing all the bedsheets as I went. By 8 o'clock Saturday evening, I had gone through 4 loads of laundry, cooked both lunch and dinner for my brothers, bathed and dressed Sean for bed, and had cleaned the house to within an inch of my life. It hadn't lasted, of course. As soon as the boys had stomped through the front door, the chaos and mess had resumed. Balancing a bowl of Cocoa Puffs in one hand and a bottle of milk in the other, I used my hip to push the sitting room door open and stepped inside. "Here you go, Sean." Setting the bowl and sippy cup down on the coffee table in front of my baby brother, I ruffled his curly blonde locks, then stood up and stretched my back. "Eat it all up before bed," I added, groaning in relief when I felt the muscles in my back click back into place. I was in so much pain it was hard to walk a straight line. "I want Mammy," Sean replied, pouting at his cereal. "Mammy's gone." "Mammy's at work, Sean." I repeated the same sentence I told him 50 times today. Striving for patience, I added, "She'll be home soon," and then hurried out of the room before he had a chance to ask when. I didn't have an answer for him, and I hated lying to him. The truth was, I didn't know when Mom would be back. Shoulders slumped, I padded back into the kitchen and moved for the kettle. I needed tea. Lots of tea.
Chapter 29. Shifting jackets. Johnny. My training day at the academy on Saturday went down like a lead balloon. I was weak, and it showed on the pitch. I was called into the coach's office midway through the morning, where I received something I would consider to be similar to the Spanish fucking Inquisition from Coach Dennehy. Afterwards, I was sent straight to the team doctor for yet another examination, followed by a check-up with Janice, the physio. Like my coach had predicted, I failed both the fitness and medical tests doled out to me. Sore and demoralised, I was given a stern talking to about dangers of the non-disclosure of pain before being sent home with another goddamn prescription, and a formal letter stating that I was temporarily excused from all academy training and duties until my next fitness test in 3 weeks' time. If I failed my next round of tests, I'd be back under the knife and out of action for a further 4 to 6 weeks. This meant it would be early to mid-May before I'd see a pitch again. That meant I'd lose my slot. There was no way I'd be match fit in 2 to 4 weeks to make the squad at the under-20s level. So yeah, it was safe to say that I was royally screwed. My only consolation was that I could still participate in light training with my school and club. There wasn't a fucking thing they could do to stop that, but it wasn't much to cling to in my way of hope. Not when it was a guarantee that both my coaches at Ballylagan RFC and Tommen would receive the same letter. There was little chance of me getting any match time now with the club. There was no way Coach Mulcahy would bench me. He couldn't afford to. But that was just schoolboy shite. Furious at being written out of the up-and-coming youth games, I was simmering with tension by the time I made it home this afternoon to a thankfully empty house. Mam was going to Dublin to spend the weekend with my father, so I didn't have to face the parental third degree for a few days. I wanted to cry. I wouldn't, but I fucking wanted to. I should have worked through the pain. I should never have taken that fucking surgery. If I hadn't, I'd still be in with a chance of making the starting team for the under-20s European campaign in June. Under-20s was a big jump from the under-18s, and I was on a goddamn track to make the jump. Not now. If I couldn't get my shit together, nobody would want me. Not with a broken body. I spent the rest of the afternoon in my home gym, working my body to the bone, desperate to erase the god-awful feeling of despair that was threatening to take a hold of me. This last setback was a cherry on top of the year from hell. To be honest, I was regretting coming back to school after Christmas break. I should have stayed in my goddamn bed and had my mother write 3 months' worth of sick notes or some shite. Everything had gone to hell for me since then. My body, my brain, my train of thought. I was all over the place. In the middle of my personal breakdown, my mind continued to focus on one person I needed not to think about. Shannon like the river with those midnight blue eyes. "You've got the problem, Kavanagh, and I'm staging an intervention." Gibbs's voice perforated my thoughts, causing me to momentarily lose focus and almost poleaxe myself with a 280-pound barbell. "Christ!" I strangled out, locking my muscles into place just in time to save myself from certain choking. "Don't sneak up on me like that, you bleeding idiot." I looked up from my perch to find my best friend standing in the doorway of my garage. I could have killed myself. "Yeah, you could have." Unfolding his arms, Gibbsy walked over to where I was and grabbed the bar. Setting it down, he reached for a towel on the stand and dropped it on my chest before saying, "Don't do this alone again." He pointed to the stacked barbell, expression disapproving. "It's highly irresponsible." Sagging, I dropped my head back down on the bench and dragged a few ragged breaths before attempting to speak. "You're giving me a lecture on responsibility?" Exhaling a breathless laugh, I grabbed the towel off my chest and patted myself down. "Jesus, the hypocrite in you is ripe today, lad." "Don't try to throw me off my mission with your shite banter," he shot back. "I've got plans for you." "Don't know what you're going on about, Gibbs." Pulling myself into a sitting position, I took another few steadying breaths before climbing to my feet. "But whatever it is, I'm not in the farm." "Be that as it may," Gibbsy countered, happily. "We're still going out." He followed me over to the fridge in the corner of my home gym and swiped a can of Coke. "So, go take a shit, a shower, and have a shave because the lads are meeting us in Biddy's at 8:30. Uncorking the lid of the bottle of water, I drained the contents before replying. "No," I breathed, drenched in sweat and feeling like shite. "Where not?" Liam had phoned me no less than 3 times yesterday to try and smooth me over, so that wasn't the reason I didn't want to go out. My issue was that I was close to my breaking point. I was one conversation away from losing my goddamn mind. "We fucking are," Gibbsy countered. "I got your text about your coaching sending you home today, and I had to be honest with you, lad. I'm relieved that you're starting to see through your bullshit." "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt, charade." "Whoa!" I arched a brow. "Thanks a lot, friend." "Now don't give me that shit," Gibbsy shot back. "You know I want you to get on the team in June more than anyone, but not at the risk of your permanent damage." He shook his head. "It's too high a price to pay." "You don't get it," I mumbled, regretting the venting text I sent to him earlier. "No, in all honesty, I probably don't get it," Gibbsy replied. "I've never been invested in anything like you are with rugby, but I see what you're doing to yourself. I see that, Johnny." "Yeah, well," I grumbled, "unless I can pull off a miracle and get my shit together, it's all in the can." "Which is exactly why you're coming out with me," he argued. "You need to kick back and take your mind off rugby." Grinning, he pointed to himself and said, "And what better man to help you do that?" "I don't know, Gibbs." Tossing the empty bottle in a nearby bin, I ran my hand through my hair and sighed. "I'm fairly wrecked." That was the truth. Exhaustion was a norm for me, and especially lately. I was sore as shit, and this wasn't helping my bad mood. "I'm just probably going to pass out in front of the telly for the night." You're a fucking robot is what you are, Gibbsy retorted. Well, not tonight. Clamping my hand on my shoulder, he nudged me towards the opening garage door. You have no early morning sessions tomorrow, or any of that academy bullshit, to stop you from enjoying an out with your buddies. I allowed him to walk me outside for one singular reason. I was too tired to dig my heels in. Tonight we're going on the piss, lad. He squeezed my shoulder for emphasis and steered me in the direction of my house. You're going to be human. Tomorrow you can go right back to your old robotic, dull as dishwater self. I'm too sore, I grumbled. Of course you are, he shot back. You're not giving your body time to repair itself. You never bloody rest, and you haven't had pussy in months. Winking, he added, It's time to take your balls off ice and put your shifting jacket on. My shifting jacket? A smile cracked through my bad mood. What are we, 13 again, and heading to the underage disco? I'm wearing my shifting t-shirt, he replied proudly, flexing his biceps for emphasis. It has 100% success rate. I cocked a brow. Probably because the tag on the back of it says it's for ages 12 to 13. Here now, Gibbsy grinned widely. Don't be jealous of my spectacular form. Your spectacular bullshit, more like. Shaking off his hand when we reached the back door, I pushed it open and stepped aside for him to pass, and then headed for my favourite part of the house, the fridge. That's the plan, Gibbsy stated, trespassing through my kitchen like it was his own, and it might as well have been for the amount of time he spent there. He strolled over to the cupboards and grabbed a slice of pan and a knife from the drawer before pulling a stool out from the centre aisle and sinking down. And you're not giving me any bullshit excuses tonight. Who's going? Hughie and Kate are meeting us below. He paused and then said, And Pierce and Feely might show their faces. Are any of the girls from school going? Katie, Gibbsy shot back in a duh tone of voice. Aside from Katie, I snapped. Katie was a given. Hughie rarely left the girl's side. No, Gibbsy frowned at me. Why would there be? I levelled him with the what the fuck expression. Because they always fucking show up. Doesn't matter if they show up. I'm not in the mood to be dealing with them. You mean you're not in the mood to be dealing with the crazy one? Gibbsy corrected with a grimace. No, I'm not, I replied, rummaging in the fridge. I'm not dealing with her this weekend. With my arms laden down with sandwich supplies, I walked over to the island and tossed them down on the black marble countertop. I need a break, Gibbs. Gibbsy shook his head and reached for the bread. What happened? Snatching up a knife and the packet of cooked ham, he asked. Is she contacting you again? When isn't she contacting me? I bit out as I slowly chopped a tomato. It's a constant stream of texts and phone calls, all the damn time. I stopped reading Bella's messages a week ago, but it still drove me batshit whenever the phone lit up because 9 times out of 10 it was her on the other line. You must be fucking amazing in bed, Gibbsy mused, if she's haunting you down like this. Not the point, Gibbs, I growled. No means no, lad. You can change your number, he offered. What's the point? I grumbled. She'll just find a way to get my new one. I know I'm always saying it, but I really have to say it one more time, lad. Slathering 2 slices of bread with butter. Gibbsy layered on the cheese, dumped half a dozen slices of meat on top, and then proceeded to fold his sandwich in half and stuff it in his mouth before continuing. I do not know how you ever put your dick inside that girl. I lost my bleeding mind, I bit out, focusing way too hard on spreading the butter evenly on my slice. That's how. You can say that again, Gibbsy shot back, making himself another sandwich. You were blinded by the big tits, he added, between huge mouthfuls of ham and cheese. And posh pussy? Yeah. Tossing the knife down on the counter, I layered my bread evenly with slices of tomato, and then added some fresh chicken pieces before folding it over. Well, I'm not blinded anymore. Picked up my sandwich, took a huge bite, chewing and swallowing before adding. I'm seeing everything clearly now. You need to get yourself a girlfriend, lad, Gibbsy declared. It's the only way you're going to shake Bella off. I don't want to get a girlfriend, I bit out. I'm too fucking busy for a girlfriend, Gibbsy. You know this. Even little Shannon? He tossed out with a grin. My heart leapt in my chest at the sound of her name. Christ. What did I tell you about her? I snapped, tossing the remainder of my sandwich on the plate. Appetite gone. What in the bleeding hell have I been saying to you for the last 2 months? It's not what you're saying, he replied with a snicker. It's how you're acting. I'm not going there, I growled. I've said it 100 fucking times. And you can say it 100 more, Gibbsy shot back with a laugh. And I still won't believe you. Jesus Christ. You like the girl? He continued to taunt. Maybe you even love. If I agree to go to Biddy's, will you stop talking about it? I asked, desperate to stop him before he went into full-fledged Gibbsy mode and drove me insane. Will you let this drop? My best friend nodded, eagerly. Absolutely. Fine. I sighed in defeat and moved for the door. I'll grab a shower. Good man, Gibbsy called after me. I'll phone for a taxi for us. I swung back to face him. I can drive us. No, you can't, Gibbsy interrupted, holding his phone to his ear. We're going on the lash, both of us. Shoulders sagging, I turned and made my way to my room. Fucking Gibbsy.
Chapter 30. We'll manage. Shannon. How's the face, Shan? Joey asked when I walked into the kitchen a little after midnight. He and Aoife were sitting at the table with coffee mugs in front of them and wore matching looks of concern. Jesus, he muttered, flinching at the sight of me. I'm okay, Joe. I forced a smile to comfort him. It looks worse than it feels. That was a lie. My face was killing me. Every inch of my body was in agony. I was black and blue from head to toe. Thankfully, the only visible evidence of last night was a small shiner on my cheekbone. It was the rest of my body that had taken the brunt of his fury. My only saving grace was it was cold out, and I could hide my bruises with baggy sweatpants and long-sleeved shirts. My lie didn't seem to comfort my brother, though. He just stared back at me, looking broken and defeated. I'm so fucking sorry, Shan, my brother choked out, dropping his head in his hands. I should have been here. Joey had gone to the cinema with Aoife last night, and I was glad. Had he been here, I knew in my heart that someone would have left this house in a body bag. It's not your fault, I told him sharply. None of what happened last night was your fault. You're entitled to have a life, Joey. Did you manage to get Sean to go to sleep? Aoife asked, smiling sadly at me as she thankfully changed the subject. Finally, I sighed heavily. Tig and Ollie are out to the count. But Sean, God, he's in an awful way over Mam. I tucked my frazzled hair behind my ears and leaned against the kitchen counter. He was sobbing his heart out for hours. He ended up crying himself to sleep. Fucking cunts, Joey muttered beneath his breath. Joey, Aoife coaxed. Don't say that. Say what, babe? He countered hotly. The truth? Because that's what they are, a pack of fucking cunts. She's still your mother, Aoife replied sadly. And she's worse than him, my brother shot back, leaving those kids here on their own. He ran a hand through his blonde hair and growled. She could pick up the phone and talk to the boys, but no. Like always, she runs and buries her head in the sand. Unlike Aoife, I didn't flinch at my brother's words. They might be hard to hear, but they held nothing but the truth. Joey's girlfriend was absolutely stunning, with an envious figure, long blonde hair, and a beautiful face, but tonight she looked shook. Aoife was in love with my brother, so I guess that explains the horrified look on her face and the way she constantly stroked her fingers over the back of his hand. "Let's see what we're dealing with," Joey said with a sigh. Reaching into his jeans pocket, he pulled out his wallet, tossed it on the table, and then went back for the loose change rattling around in his jeans. "I don't get paid again until next Thursday," he muttered more to himself than us as he tipped the contents of his wallet on the table and began to count, "which leaves us with exactly—" He paused to stack a few coins. €87.30 for the next 6 days.
"That's good, right?"
Aoife offered with forced optimism. Joey nodded cautiously. "It should work."
"You know, I'd help if I could,"
I croaked out, feeling like a dead weight around my brother's neck.
"But he won't let me get a job."
"Stop," Joey commanded. "Don't even think about taking on blame for this, Shan." But I did. I felt incredibly guilty. There was something about me that caused all this pain. If I wasn't in this house, I was fairly sure my family wouldn't have half the problems they had. Mam took a beating from my father because of me. Because he hated me. I was the problem. Joey exhaled heavily. "Check the fridge for me." Reluctantly, I did as I was told. Yanking the fridge open, I held the door out for Joey to see for himself. "Fucking cunts!" he growled once more, taking in the sight of the almost bare shelves inside the fridge. "The cupboards are the same," I decided to fill in before he asked me to open those too. "Mam usually does the shopping on a Saturday." "Usually," Joey tossed out bitterly. "She wouldn't leave like this, Joe," I whispered. "She'd never leave us without the shopping." "Well, she did," he snapped. "And it's grand, Shan. We'll manage." "Okay," I croaked out. Running a hand through his hair, Joey dropped his elbows on the table and muttered a few incoherent curse words to himself before saying, "I'll give Mark a buzz in the morning. He has a conservatory job lined up in the city next week. I'll ask if he needs a labourer."
"No way, Joey, you cannot miss school," Aoife admonished. "It's the leaving cert."
"No, babe," Joey replied wearily. "I can't let the kids go hungry, and God only knows when that bitch will come back." "I can help you with—"
I am not taking your money, Aoife," Joey cut her off by saying, "so please don't offer." "Joey, I want to help you,
and I love you for that, but I'm not taking handouts from my girlfriend."
"Do you know where she is?"
Aoife asked then, directing the question at me. She was clearly desperate to comfort him and didn't know how. I wanted to tell her she couldn't. We were too damaged, but I held my tongue and addressed her question instead. "I presume she's gone to find him." It was a depressing thought, but more than likely the truth.
"Guys," Aoife said in a nervous tone, "don't bite my head off for this, but you should think about calling the authorities."
Joey gaped at her like she had grown 3 heads. Panic flared up inside of my chest. Aoife, noticing our reactions, turned bright red.
"He can't keep doing this to you," she quickly explained, "and you're both here alone looking after 3 small children. It's not right or fair on any of you."
"No, it's not right or fair on us," Joey snapped. "But Shannon and I have been down that road before, and there's no fucking way we're going back there." "Joey!" I hissed, shaking my head. "Look at us, Shan!" he groaned. "She can already see how fucked up we are." I knew that, but I continued to shake my head. Ignoring my silent protests, Joey went into a full-on rant, revealing our biggest fear, the one that kept us silent for most of our lives. "When we were small, before the boys were born, when it was just Darren, Shannon, and myself, the 3 of us were put into care for 6 months. Aoife's eyes widened, and I smothered a groan.
"You never told me that."
"It's not something I go around talking about, babe," he replied gruffly. "Besides, I was only 6 at the time." He inclined his head towards me and said, "Shan was only 3. Mam placed us in voluntary care, said she was too sick to care for us at the time. Dropped us off, and walked the fuck away. Shannon and I got lucky. We were placed together with a nice family. Exhaling heavily, he added, Darren was 11 at the time. I wasn't so lucky. Tears filled my eyes because I knew what Joey was going to say next. Joey, please don't, I begged. He was sent to a care home where things happened to him. Joey choked out. Things that aren't supposed to happen to children. Aoife clasped her hand over her mouth. Are you saying... Joey nodded stiffly. Tears filled her eyes. Oh, baby. Don't, he whispered, shaking his head. It didn't happen to me. I know, Aoife choked out, reaching for his hand. It's awful. Anyway, when Mam's health improved, she went to court and managed to get us back. He quickly hurried on. It all came out in court about what happened in that care home, and because she'd voluntarily given us up because of health problems, she was somehow rewarded custody. Joey stared down at their joined hands for a long moment before continuing. Darren was never the same again, and neither was our father. Sighing wearily, he added, He actually wasn't too bad a guy before that. But after it all came out about Darren, the old man lost his fucking mind. He couldn't get over it and turned to the drink. Got this ridiculous fucking notion in his head that what had happened to Darren had somehow turned him. Joey shook his head and released a frustrated breath. Had he paid an ounce of fucking attention to us growing up, he would have known better. I don't know what to say, Aoife whispered, gaze flickering from me to Joey. It's not right what happens in this house, but it's better than what's out there in some of those homes, Joey stated. There's no fucking way I'm letting my sister and brothers go into care, babe. No goddamn way. At least when they're here, they're all in one place and I can keep them somewhat safe. Do you guys have someone you can call? She asked, eyes laced with concern. A relative or a family friend? Nanny is 81, I whispered, wiping my tears away. She's too old and fragile to... Myself and Shannon have each other. Joey interrupted, gesturing a finger between us. That's it. Not anymore, Aoife told my brother. You have me. Reaching across the table, she covered his hand with hers and smiled weakly. All of you? Joey's shoulders visibly sagged as she snatched her hand up and pressed his lips to her knuckles. Christ, I love you, he told her, voice low and gruff. I turned away because it was too hard to watch. I loved Aoife Malloy. I truly loved the girl as a sister. But I also resented her, because I knew exactly how appealing unconditional love, affection, and security was to someone like Joey. It was the same for me. And because I knew in my heart and soul exactly how this would pan out. From her, Joey was receiving a form of love he'd been denied his whole life. And if that girl jumped, he would jump right along with her. I wouldn't blame him. Given the chance, I would jump too. But knowing that his time in this house was coming to an end made it hard for me to breathe. I could feel it coming down the tracks like a freight train. Our father would come back. He always came back. And I honestly couldn't see my brother sticking around once he did. He'd taken 18 years of beatings and abuse. I wasn't sure if he could take much more. Okay. Aoife clapped her hands together and stood up. Sniffling, she wiped the tears from her cheeks away and forced a bright smile. I am starving, and I know you both must be too. So, I'm going to make food run to the chipper, and it will be my treat. Joey shook his head. Aoife, I told you, my treat, babe, she interrupted, giving my brother a hard look. Now, are you coming with me? Yeah, I'll come, Joey muttered, climbing to his feet. You're not driving around the town in the middle of the night by yourself. Will you be okay on your own, Shan? Aoife asked, smiling sadly. I nodded. I'll be okay. What would you like to eat? Oh, nothing, thanks, I replied, forcing down a yawn. I'm going to head up to bed.
Don't tell me you're as stubborn as your brother and won't take a bloody bag of chips. Aoife frowned. You're too skinny, girl, she added, concern laced in her eyes again. We need to put some meat on those bones. I smiled at her flustered expression. I'm honestly too tired to eat. If you're sure. She didn't sound convinced. I am. We won't be long, Shan, Joey called over his shoulder as he led Aoife out of the kitchen. Take your time, I called back. The boys are fine and I'll be in bed. I waited until I heard the key turn in the lock before tiptoeing up to bed. Slipping inside my bedroom, I didn't bother switching on the light. I wasn't lying when I said I was tired. Crawling up my bed, I shuffled under the duvet and snuggled up, knowing that I would sleep better tonight now that my parents were gone than I had in months. That's how messed up my life was.
Chapter 31. Bitchy girls and burger breath. Johnny. The minute I stepped foot inside Biddy's, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. Scratch that. The minute I let Gibbsy open that bottle of my dad's whiskey, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. After my shower, I tried to persuade him to have a few drinks at home with me instead of going out, but whiskey made me compliant. It turned me into a agreeable bleeding idiot, which was exactly how Gibbsy had managed to coax me out of my bad mood into what he called my shifting jacket, and into the passenger seat of his car. I should have known better when he wasn't drinking with me. Fucker. Drip feeding me Jamesons was the reason I was currently standing in the doorway at Biddy's bar, 3 drinks past tipsy, and wishing I was anywhere but this goddamn pub. Not only were half the girls from 6th year there, but so was Bella. The minute Bella noticed us, she caught a hold of a nervous-looking Cormac and welded her face to his. Whatever semblance of enthusiasm I had churning up for tonight, being a bit of crack, had flown out the window at the sight of her. Not so much because she was scoring with Cormac in front of me, though that didn't help, but because I was still peppering with anger over the way she carried on at school yesterday. All I wanted her to do was go away. Just go away and leave me alone. In all honesty, I didn't think that was too much to ask for. Ignore them, Gibbsy muttered in my ear. Kinda hard, all things considered, I shot back, gesturing to where my former, whatever the hell she was, mauled the face off my winger less than 10 feet from me. I instantly felt my brain kick to life and start the sobering up process, because I knew exactly how dangerous this girl was, and damn it, I needed to be in my full senses to defend myself. Understandable, Gibbs said in agreement. At least you know the show's for your benefit. I don't want it to be for my benefit. I want her to fuck off, I growled, repressing a shudder at the sight. Please tell me that I never carried on like that with her. Well, I don't know how you carried on behind closed doors, Gibbs replied. But you never let yourself down like that in public. Thank Christ, I muttered. Come on, Johnny. Clamping my hand on my shoulder, Gibbsy steered me towards the table we usually sat at. Sit down. I'll get around the pints in. Vodka, Gibbs, I corrected, knowing I was going to need something a hell of a lot stronger than the beer that was on tap to get through the night. A double vodka and Red Bull, and a shitload of shots. Fuck getting sober. I was going all out. Gibbsy could take care of me for once. I'm on it, buddy. Gibbsy chuckled before disappearing into the crowd. Ignoring the table of girls from school who had conveniently positioned themselves at the table next to ours, a table that included Bella and Cormac, I slumped down beside Hughie and his girlfriend Katie Wilmot Hughie, I muttered, by way of acknowledgement. I eyed the bottle of 7-Up with a straw sticking out the rim that Hughie's girlfriend was clutching, and my lips twitched. "All right, Cap," Hughie acknowledged with a loose smile. "How was training?" I grunted a response, too sore and uncomfortable to make an effort to lie. It was shite. Everything was shite. My world was going to shite. And tonight's spectacle was the cherry to top it all off. "Healy coming tonight?" Hughie shook his head. "Nah, lad. Something came up." "No surprise there," I replied knowingly. "You're telling me," Hughie replied with a weary sigh. Patrick was a quiet fish, even though we'd been friends for the bones of 7 years. I didn't know a great deal about him, aside from the fact that he was evasive, quiet, and had a tendency to back out of plans at the last minute. After catching up with Hughie, I inclined my head to the pretty little redhead tucked into his side. "Katie?" "Hi, Johnny," Katie said with a shy smile as she huddled under Hughie's arm. "No fucking wonder you're huddling," I thought to myself. I'd huddle too if I was a shy 16-year-old girl being subjected to a horrendous mouth fucking at the other table. Katie was too young to be in a bar. We all were, but kudos to my friend for having the decency to not fill her up with booze. Not that I thought for 1 minute that he would. For some unknown reason, Hughie was obsessed with the tiny redhead under his arm. Had been since she walked through the doors of Tommen as a fresh-faced first year. We had been in second year when Hughie threw his cards in with Katie Wilmot. At the time, I, along with every other one of our friends and teammates, had thought Hughie was a lunatic and had voiced my thoughts aloud regularly. But now that I had aged and experience on my side, I had to admit that his situation seemed a hell of a lot more appealing than mine. Devotion had to feel better than being used did. "You're looking well tonight, Katie," I told her, because it was the truth, and she was insecure. I knew this tidbit of information because her boyfriend often confided in me about their relationship. I probably knew far more about their relationship than Katie would be comfortable with, but I'd take those details to the grave. Katie smiled shyly and snuggled closer into Hughie's side. "Thanks." Hughie shot me a grateful look. He didn't need to thank me for shit. His girlfriend was beautiful. Gibbsy rounded the table a few moments later, distracting me with a tray of laden down with glasses. "Bottoms up, Cap," he announced, slapping the tray down in front of me. "Cheers." Not bothering to ask what was on offer tonight, knowing I'd drink petrol with the mood I was in, I grabbed 2 shots off the tray and tossed them back, and then, for good measure, I threw back another 4 shots before settling my vodka and Red Bull. I needed it, because watching the floor show occurring at the table next to ours wasn't fun. From where I was sitting, I had the perfect view of Bella straddling Cormac. He had his hands under her skirt, and her legs were wrapped round his waist. They might as well have been naked and shagging, there being that bleeding obvious. Propping himself on the stool in front of me, Gibbs thankfully blocked my view. "I'm prettier to look at," he announced with a wink, and then proceeded to toss back shots like they were going out of fashion. I could always depend on this fucker. Hail, rain, or snow, Gibbsy had my back. That was a comforting notion. "Ryan's a clown," Hughie, reading my thoughts, stated aloud. "He's doing this on purpose, to get her eyes out of you. And he's letting her use him to do it." "You had a lucky escape, Johnny," Katie agreed with a sympathetic smile. I shrugged and reached for another shot. She can do whatever she wants. Pressing the glass to my lips, I tossed the drink back and swallowed quickly, They both can. I meant it. I didn't want her back. I would never go back there. But that didn't mean that it was easy to watch, because it wasn't. It was an intentional attack, and it stung, mostly because Cormac was going along with it. Yeah, but rub it into your face like this is disgusting, Katy replied, frowning at the pair. If the shoe was on the other foot, and you did that with one of Bella's friends right in front of her, she'd lose it. True. Both Gibbs and Hughie agreed in unison. For the next couple of hours I ignored Bella and Cormac, focusing my attention on my friends and the live band playing in the corner of the bar. I tried to relax and let loose by joining in on the conversation while necking back drink after drink. But it wasn't coming easy to me. I was too stressed. When I wasn't actively trying to avoid Bella and Cormac, my mind wandered back to the niggling concern that I tried so hard not to dwell on. My health. Problem was, the alcohol flushing through my veins was making it impossible for me to block out my fears. What if I couldn't get my shit together? What if my body didn't heal? What the fuck was I supposed to do with my life? Every theoretical egg I had ever possessed was firmly nestled in the basket labelled Career in Rugby. Right now, that basket was toppling, and I was powerless to stop it. In other words, I was completely helpless and utterly screwed. Okay, folks, this next song is from Reckless Kelly, the lead singer announced over the microphone. Distracting me from my drunken thoughts, he strummed on his guitar and then added, Wicked Twisted Road. Leaning forward, I placed my elbows on the table and strained to hear the lyrics over the noise of the crowd. One verse in, and I was hooked. Drunk as I was, I knew I needed to remember it. I needed to hear it again. The words were shouting straight through me. I felt them hard and deep, relating something fierce to every line of every verse. Unsurprising, but still completely messed up. It was Shannon's face that flirted through my mind as the lyrics forced their way into my sluggish brain. Shannon with lonesome eyes, a lifetime of striving to be the best, the fear of not being good enough, and the constant sinking feeling of dread in the pit of my stomach. Dragging my phone out of my jeans pocket, I tapped out a quick text, hoping I was typing the name of the song properly before exiting my messages, leaving the text in my drafts. With my phone in my hands, I pondered about what I would do if I had Shannon's phone number. It was good that I didn't have it. Never in my life had I been partial to drunk dialing, but right now I had a burning urge to dial her absent number. Would she pick up the phone? If she did, what would I say? Would she talk to me? Fuck, I wanted to hear her voice on the other side of the line. This girl is different. My stupid fucking brain chanted. This one is for keeps. I wanted to be back in my room, with my phone pressed to my ear, listening to her stumble over her words as she told me every one of her thoughts. I wanted to be back here with her, watching her blush and smile and peek up at me through those long, thick lashes. I wanted to be sitting in a dark cinema with her, not paying an ounce of attention to the film showing, while I stole the secret glances at her, and burned in heat when I found her eyes on me. I just wanted her. You could love this girl your whole life. The crazy thought persisted inside my brain over and over. If you just let yourself. A sharp elbow to my ribs had my head snapping up. The fuck? I turned my glare on Hughie, annoyed to be distracted from my happy place. What was that made of? We have company, he muttered, inclining his head. Oh God, here we go. Katy mumbled under her breath. Bleary-eyed, I followed his move, my gaze landing on Cormac Ryan, just as he rounded our table, face flushed and lipstick smeared across his mouth. Hot on his heels was a smug-looking Bella. "All right, lads," Cormac acknowledged, shoving his hand into his pockets. "Hey, how's it going?" Leaning back in my seat, I gave them both an impassive look. Hughie gave Cormac a stiff nod, but made no move to enter into small talk with him. Katy didn't even look at him. Gibbsy was looking at him, a murderous expression replacing his usual lopsided grin. "Johnny," Cormac's weary gaze landed on me. "Can I have a word, lad?" I took my time, looking him up and down before settling on him. "If that's what you want to talk to me about," I gestured to Bella, who was standing behind him with a smirk on her face, "then there's no need. Your actions spoke clearly for you tonight." "Listen, Johnny, I don't want any trouble," Cormac replied, running his frustrated hand through his black hair. "All I want to do is clear the air and make sure there's no hard feelings between us." Shrugging, he added, "We had to play together, and I don't want any bad blood." "The window of time to talk to me about this was months ago," I replied in a flat tone. "And considering we were playing together when you decided to fuck me over, I find that hard to believe." "It wasn't like that, lad," Cormac countered, flustered. "I thought you two were off at the time." "I honestly don't care," I told him. "As far as I'm concerned, she's your problem now." "Johnny, come on." "Now, off you go," I interrupted, waving him off. "And good luck with that." I shot Bella a scathing look. "Because you're going to need it." "That?" Bella spat. "Who the hell do you think you are talking about, Johnny Kavanagh?" "I'm talking about you," I shot back with a sneer. "And I'm wondering what the hell possessed me to ever put my dick inside something so fucking poisonous." A chorus of snickering erupted around the table next to us. Gibbsy laughed loudly. So did Hughie and Katy. I would have felt bad for the moment, but the alcohol flushing through my veins was like truth potion. "Yeah, well, you were total shit," Bella screamed at me. "And I'll never touch you again." "Praise fucking Jesus," I shot back sarcastically. "That's the best news I've heard all year." "Hey, don't be like that," Cormac warned, taking a protective stance in front of her. "Bella's my girlfriend now, and I won't have you talking to her like that." I arched a brow. "Your girlfriend?" "That's right," Bella hissed, smirking. "I'm his girlfriend." "Oh, Christ." I rubbed a hand over my face and groaned. "I almost felt sorry for you, Ryan, because you clearly have no idea of who you're dealing with." "I know exactly who you are, Kavanagh," he snarled. "I know all about you." "Not me, asshole," I growled. "Whore." Cormac glared at me, face turning bright red. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means keep an eye on your teammates, lad," I shot back, "because that one's not girlfriend material." His eyes narrowed. "Well, come outside and say that to my face." "I'm saying it right here." I deadpanned. "To your face." "With a table in front of you, and your friends at your side?" he taunted. "Big man, you are. Come outside and talk shit about her to my face." "No," Gibbsy replied for me, reaching for another shot glass. "Not happening. So you can keep walking, turncoat, because he's not biting." "Shag off, Gibbs." Cormac glared down at him. "I wasn't talking to you." "Maybe not," Gibbs replied, tossing his drink back. "But I'm sure as hell talking to you." Shoving his stool back, he jerked to his feet and squared to Cormac. "Now turn your ass round and take your little girlfriend back to the hole you both crawled out from." "Or what?" Cormac growled, pressing his forehead against Gibbsy's. bad fucking move on Ryan's part. There's no contract hanging over my head like there is his, asshole, Gibbsy seethed, pushing back with his forehead. I have no fucking problem stepping in on Kavanagh's behalf and kicking the ever-loving shite out of your turncoat ass. At 6 feet, both lads were evenly matched in height, but Gibbsy outweighed Cormac by a good 30 pounds because on the pitch, Cormac was a skilled runner and Gibbs was a highly charged battering ram. Oh, for fuck's sake, Hughie groaned, voicing my thoughts aloud. He had to push it. Yep, Katie agreed glumly. He sure did. Gibbsy had an easy-going nature, but give him a few drinks and a reason to fight, and he went all in. I've got no problem with you, Gibbsy, Cormac barked. My issues with Kavanagh. But that's too bad, 'cause I have a huge fucking problem with you, Gibbsy snarled. Who the fuck do you think you are? Coming over here, with her, trying to cause drama? I was trying to clear the air, Gibbsy bit out, jaw clenched. No, you were trying to get a rise out of him, Gibbsy corrected, snarling. You were trying to fuck up a season. He shoved Cormac in the chest and claimed the space when he staggered backwards. Because you're jealous, little prick, and the Academy doesn't want you. Push me one more time, and I'll break your legs, Cormac snarled, shoving Gibbsy right back. Unfazed by the threat, Gibbsy continued on his rampage. You and that bitch were trying to get one over on him because he doesn't want her, and you can't do it where it counts. Pressing his forehead to Cormac's, he hissed, On the pitch. We don't want any trouble in here tonight, boys. The barmaid called out over the crowd. Pack it in. Trouble? Gibbsy laughed humorously, and he swung his fist, catching Cormac straight in the jaw. I'm going to rip this fucker's head off, he roared, barreling into him. Several high-pitched screams erupted from the girls around us as both lads landed on a nearby table, sending chairs flying and glasses crashing to the floor. I was out of my seat, closing in on my friend in seconds. Gibbs, I roared, dragging him off Cormac, who was getting a few punches of his own in. Walk away, lad, I commanded in a low tone as I clamped a hand on his shoulder and pulled him back to me. This isn't your fight. Like hell it's not, he snarled, lunging forward so hard that I had to double my efforts to keep him at bay. You're my best friend, and this prick has been disrespecting you for months. Let them, I replied calmly, catching Hughie's eye and gesturing for him to get his arse over here pronto. I don't care, and neither do you. Oh, I care, Gibbsy snarled, his eyes locked on Cormac. Get this mental case away from me. I'll kill him. Cormac seethed, wiping a trail of blood from his mouth. You're a fucking lunatic, Jared Gibson. He'll do nothing, I snarled, glaring at Cormac as I took a protective stance in front of Gibbsy. Bella, who'd been screaming her head off to the side, decided this was the perfect time to slip round me and get in Gibbsy's face. You prick, she screamed, slapping him across the face. Don't you dare touch him. Get out of his face, I warned her, shoving my best friend behind me. Now. Or what? She hissed, slapping me across the face. You'll set your guard dog on me too. Did you enjoy that? I seethed, not even flinching. 'Cause that's the only way you'll put your hands on me again. She reared back and slapped me again. I laughed into her face. Go on, go right ahead. Hit me all night. It won't change a thing. Stop, Cormac commanded, pushing her behind his back. And don't hit him. He deserves it, she screamed. Because I don't want you. I tossed back and laughed. Oh yeah, because that's how life works. Don't make me call the guard on you, the older woman behind the bar screeched. Pack it in, you little gobshites. No need for that, Mags, Hughie announced, scrambling to intercept Gibbsy's swinging fist with his hand. Get him out of here, I ordered, dragging Gibbsy back once more. Your place? Hughie asked. anywhere. I ran a hand through my hair in exasperation. Just keep him safe. Hughie nodded and turned his attention to Gibbsy. Let's go, Rocky Balboa, he said brightly, before you get us all thrown in the barrack for the night. He asked for it, Gibbsy slared. Piece of shit. I know, lad, Hughie coaxed. Come on. Wrapping his body around Gibbsy, he forcefully walked him backwards out of the bar. You coming, Johnny? Katie asked, glancing nervously between me and Cormac. I'll be grand, I told her, and turned my attention to Cormac. Are you sure? Katie persisted. You should come with us. Go ahead, Katie, I ordered, swinging round to catch her eye. I'll make my own way home. Well, if you're sure. I am. I waited until Katie had followed Hughie and Gibbsy out of the bar before turning my attention back to Cormac. You want to talk to me? I snarled, gesturing towards the door. Then let's go. Not waiting for a response, I pushed my way through the crowded bar towards the exit, receiving several claps on the shoulders and "Great match, Johnny," and "Looking forward to seeing you in the green in June" spiels as I tried my best to walk straight line. Doubtful, I thought to myself. Very fucking doubtful. When I reached the pub door and stepped outside in the street, I was relieved to not find the lads outside waiting for me. A few minutes later, the door swung open and Cormac walked out. Not whore, I barked, pointing a finger at Bella, who filed outside after him. She stays the fuck away from me. It's a free country, Bella countered, glaring daggers at me. I can go where the hell I want. Either she goes or I go, I growled, addressing Cormac. Your choice. Bella opened her mouth to say something else, something spiteful no doubt, but Cormac spoke first. Go back inside, he ordered her. I won't be long. But I need to talk to him, Cormac pressed. Go inside. With what looked like great reluctance, Bella went back inside, leaving me alone on the street with Cormac. Right, he growled, rolling out his shoulders. Let's do this, Kavanagh. I arched a brow, amused at the fighting stance Ryan had taken. If he thought I was going to throw my career away for a punch-up over Bella, he was seriously mistaken. Shannon, absolutely, but Bella, not a chance. Put your fists away, you bleeding idiot, I barked. I'm not going to touch you. He watched me for several moments, eyes full of mistrust, clearing, waiting for me to pounce. It was almost comical. Almost. Believe it or not, Johnny, he finally broke the tension by saying, I was genuinely trying to clear the air between us. When we were both full drunk. Fair enough, he conceded. But I didn't mean for that to happen. You didn't mean for what to happen exactly? I asked, leaning my shoulder against the wall of the pub for balance. You didn't mean to fuck me over? Or you didn't mean to hit my best friend and your teammate? The night air had hit me like a fucking wrecking ball, and I knew full well that without the wall for support, I'd be swaying like the Tower of Pisa. And Gibbs hit first, Cormac snapped, and then threw his hands up. He was in my face. Because you were in mine, I replied calmly. Because you were told to leave and you wouldn't. And because I'm his captain, and that means something to him. Cormac grimaced at my words. Good. Fucker needed to feel them. And I didn't mean to fuck you over, he added, cheeks reddening. I thought you two were off. I really fucking like the girl, Johnny. I always have. Then all you had to do was pick up the phone, I countered, words slurring, desperate for my best efforts. And hear it from the horse's mouth. I should have, he finally admitted. You know what the messed up thing is? I mused, voicing my thoughts aloud. It's that if you told me you liked her, I would have stepped back. Folding my arms across my chest, I glared at him. I would have respected the shite out of you for being a man about it, and I'd have walked away. Bella and I were never serious. I didn't have a relationship with her, but I had one with you, and you betrayed me. Cap, no. Shut up, and let me say this. Exhaling heavily, I said, it's not that she went behind my back with my teammate. It's that my teammate went behind my back with her. Cormac groaned loudly. Johnny, lad, I didn't mean for it to. I held my hand up, warding him off with his bullshit. Don't feed me that you didn't mean for it to happen line. I've had sex, Cormac, many times. We both know that when you put your dick inside a girl, you always fucking mean it. It doesn't just slip in unannounced to you. You're right, he admitted after a long pause. Shit, lad. You're right. I know I am, I replied, tone clipped. And you're really done? He watched me with a weary expression. You don't want her back? I shook my head and expelled a frustrated breath. I don't know how many ways I can say it, Roy. I don't want a bleeding thing to do with that girl. So you go right ahead and do whatever the hell you want with her. Just keep her the fuck away from me. Keep your PDAs out of my face, and we'll be golden. Are you saying that to save face? He pushed. I think you know me by now that I'm a straight talker. I growled. When I tell you I'm done, I mean it. So that's it? Yep. I nodded. That's it. Why aren't you more pissed at me? He asked, giving me a mistrusting look. Because I feel sorry for you, I told him, and surprisingly, it was the truth. I was feeling sorry for Cormac. I was so disappointed in him. I was a lot of things, but pissed wasn't one of them. Not right now, at least. He was a pawn in one of Bella's games, and even though I was drunk, I could see that as clear as day. Listen to me, I began, striving not to slur my words as I tried to give him some hard-learned home truths. I've been in this game a long fucking time, and I know what's happening here. Bella's using you to get at me, and you're letting her make an idiot out of you. Only God himself knew why I was giving him advice after stabbing me in the back, but I continued. She can't have me any more, and you're the next best thing. I slurred. It's the money for that one, Ryan. Money and status. Shaking my head, I added, fighting with your teammate over a fucking girl is the beginning of the end. Go down that path, and it's over for you before it's even started. Even in my drunken state, I knew I was making a hypocritical fucking statement. I justified my reasons with the knowledge that Shannon was worth it. Bella was not. Cormac glowered at me. You think you're better than me? He was serious. Was that all he took from my effort of helping him? I am better than you, I snapped, frustrated that he wasn't listening to me. If you want to be at my level, then step it up in the pitch, work harder, train harder, be fucking better, and open your goddamn eyes to danger, because that so-called girlfriend of yours will bleed you dry, lad. She is my girlfriend, he snarled. So don't talk to her about like that. God, give me strength. Fine. I threw my hands up. Keep your girlfriend away from mine, and we be rosy. You don't have a girlfriend, he replied slowly, expression laced with confusion. Me, I corrected, flustered at the word spell. Keep her away from me, and we won't have a problem. So what happens now? Cormac asked, face contorted in a pained grimace. Are we going to have a problem playing together after this? No. No? His brow shot up. Why not? Because I'm not thick enough to let a girl like that fuck with my head. I bit out. You're a decent winger, and the team needs you. I'd be selfish bastard if I allowed personal issues to impact the squad. And Bella? Cormac asked after a long pause. Are you going to cause problems for her? Because you're with her? No, I told him. If she fucks with Shannon, absolutely. Shannon? Yes, Shannon. I bit out, tone harsh now. Cormac stared blankly. Who's Shannon? Shannon is the reason you're going to end up with a broken jaw. The hell? Bella was threatening to go after her. I snarled. If that happens, I will fuck you up. He blanched. Why me? Can't hit a girl, which means I'll be coming for the next best thing, I explained. So bear in mind that every single time your Bella decides to make a threat, spread a nasty rumour, or fuck with my Shannon, I return the favour on your face every single goddamn time. Cormac visibly paled, and the visual, although slightly hazy, was extremely satisfying. Good, I grunted, pulling my phone out of my pocket to call a taxi. Glad we understand each other. Shaking my head, I blinked a couple of times to clear my vision as I pulled up my phone book and dialed a number labelled Fat Paddy. Fucking Gibbsy. I should have known better than to leave my phone alone with him when I went for a shower. The last time I got a hold of my phone, he renamed my mother Sugar Tits and Bella Devil Pussy. It was all shits and giggles until Sugar Tits texted me in the middle of the night demanding I come downstairs to unlock the front door because she was standing outside and wanted to come inside. Not knowing who the hell was texting me, I had replied with more profanities than I cared to think about before threatening to call the Garda on my own bleeding mother. Talk about a clusterfuck of a misunderstanding. Do you want to shake it out? Cormac asked, distracting me from my mission to get my drunk ass home. He extended his hand towards me. Get that fucking thing away from me. I scowled at his hand as I put my phone in my car. I know where it's been. His expression darkened, but he had the good sense not to push his luck for the night. With a stiff nod, Cormac turned around and walked back inside the bar. When Fat Paddy's number rang off, I tried 5 more times before giving up. Taxis round here turned their phones off on Saturday nights when it got busy, and from sheer volume of people about the streets tonight, I knew I'd be waiting a long fucking time to get home. Frustrated, I turned my attention back to my phone and scrolled through my contacts, looking for Hughie's name. That little bollocks, I cursed, when I realised that Gibbsy had once again changed the name of every single contact on my list. Sugar Tits and Devil Pussy were once again present in my contacts, along with new ones like Big Daddy G, Fanny Flaps, Call if arrested, Do not call if arrested, and my personal favourite, Judas Iscariot Cunt. Clicking into the particular contact, I recognised the number as being Cormac's. He could stay like that. Devil Pussy too. I spent a ridiculous amount of time trying to find Hughie's number because I couldn't figure out who was bleeding who in my phone. After accidentally dialing the contact Casual Sex and hearing Coach Malcahy's voice in the other line, I quickly hung up, cancelling the other incoming call from King Clit, because who in their right mind would answer a number listed as that? I switched off my phone and shoved it back in my pocket. Morose, I made my way across the road to a chip shop and ordered half a dozen cheeseburgers and 2 bags of chips. No need to watch my diet now. Not when my body was hell-bent on giving up on me. Slumped on the wall outside the chipper, I devoured everything and chucked it down with a bottle of water. The grease tasted foreign to me, and I knew I'd pay for it tomorrow, but for now I did not care. Johnny Kavanagh? A vaguely familiar voice called my name. Is that you? I snapped my gaze up to see a tall lad, about my age, looking expectantly at me, his arm slung over the shoulder of an attractive blonde. Fan or friend? Friend or fan? I tried to place the face and couldn't, so decided on fan. No pictures tonight, kids, I bit out, tone slurred. Johnny's on a time-out. The guy laughed, but made no move to shove a camera in my face, which was just as well considering my current condition. Instead, he shook the hell out of me by saying, I spoke to you on the phone the other week. You know my sister Shannon. You dropped her home from school. My head snapped up, and I found myself concentrating a whole heap more on the lad in front of me. You're the hair of her. I paused and racked my brain for his name. Joey, I blurted out, proud of myself for managing to retrieve that piece of information in the state. Joey the hoarder, and Shannon, like the river. Like the river? The girl chuckled. God, how much have you had to drink? A river load of it by the looks of it, Joey stated wearily, eyeing me with curiosity. Do you think you should head home, man? He added. You look fairly well oiled. Would if I could, I admitted with a grumble. No taxi. Sure we can give you a lift, can't we, babe? The girl announced, pointing down the street. We're only parked down the road. I opened my mouth to protest, but that'd be great, thanks, came out instead. Yeah, sure, no problem, Joey agreed. Looking a bit surprised, he shifted uncomfortably for a minute and then inclined his head. Let's go. I managed to stand up, but it took a lot of work to stay upright. Slamming my shoulder against the wall, I managed to keep my balance as I followed after them. Thankfully, the girl, who I presumed was Joey's girlfriend, wasn't messing when they said they were only parked down the road. Another few stumbling feet and we reached the red Opel Corsa. At least, that's what I thought it was. It was hard to tell because my head was spinning, and the car was a bucket of rust. Bucket, though. I was in no state to question their methods of travelling. I was beyond grateful for the lift. I'm Aoife Malloy, by the way, the girl announced, giving me a bright smile before making her way around to the passenger side of the car. Joey, the hoarder's girlfriend? He snickered at the last bit before climbing into the front seat. Nice to meet you, I replied, keeping my weight against the wall while Joy opened the driver's side door, then rolled down the seat forward. 3-door, he said by way of explanation. You're going to have to climb into the back. It's fine, lad. I pulled my way from the wall and braced my weight against the car before wedging myself through the tiny space. My efforts were about as effective as sailing a paper boat, because Joey had to shove my back to get me inside. Christ, I muttered when I was finally in. Sinking down in the middle of the seat, I had to twist my body sideways and legs facing the side window, so Joey could push back his seat. You good, Kavanagh? He called out when he climbed inside and pushed his seat back another 5 inches. All good, I choked out, body mashed between the back of his seat and mine. Thanks again for the lift. No bother, Joey replied. He leaned over and pressed a kiss to his girlfriend's lips before fastening his seatbelt. Where are we heading? Straight to your house, because I want to fuck your sister, I thought to myself, smirked at the fabulous notion, and then hunted the crazy thought away with a shake of my head. Probably love her too, I mused to myself. The fucking lot. Before pushing the madness out as well. Cop yourself on, asshole. About 4 miles the other side of Thomond College, I slared. I tried to find my seatbelt, but my fumbling hands wouldn't cooperate. Head out the main road for the city. Giving up and finding my belt, I dropped my head back against the headrest and sighed. I'll call the turn-offs when you get to them. No bother. He started the engine, and it just pulled onto the road when I felt the car brake suddenly. What the fuck? Joey barked, seconds before 2 hands slammed down on the hood of his car. Get off my car, asshole! You're stealing my centaur? Gibbsy roared in the window as he leaned over the hood of the car. Give him back! His eyes darted from Joey to me, recognition sparking. Hey, Cap, he grinned, head lolling to one side. How's it going? I've been looking everywhere for you. And this clown is? Joey asked, tone derisive. Attention locked on Gibbsy, who's having a one-way conversation with me through the windscreen of his car. He's my flanker, I grumbled, before turning my attention back to the man-child hugging the bonnet. Gibbs, what the fuck are you doing, lad? I barked, glaring out the windscreen. You're supposed to be going home with Hughie. The guards pulled him over for tax and insurance, he called back through the windscreen, like that answered my question. I gaped. So? Hughie's above board. He looked at me, Johnny, shone his big fucking torch right in my eyes, he called back. I panicked and jumped out of the car. Shrugging, he added, I've been running around town ever since. He narrowed his eyes. I tried calling you, but you kept cutting me off. I glared at them. You're King Clit? Oh, yeah. Gibbsy snickered. I forgot about that. What's Hughie down as? Ginger pubes? He replied, like it was the most obvious thing ever. It wasn't. He's blonde, I growled. His girlfriend isn't. Jesus Christ, I groaned, rubbing my forehead. What do you want me to do with him? Joey asked. I shrugged, contemplating telling him to drive over the annoying fucker. But then I knew I would be terribly lonely without him. And in all fairness, he'd taken a few slaps defending my honour tonight. I should probably take him back to my place, I begrudgingly admitted. Or secured hospital. Joey muttered something incoherent under his breath and climbed out. It sounded something like, You 2 fuckers better not puke in this car. I was making no promises. My buddy was a projector. Pulling on the seat, Joey dragged it forward and instructed the intoxicated Gibbsy to climb in. He did, but instead of climbing or crawling inside, the bastard lunged into the back seat. Fuck! I roared, doubling over in pain when his elbow landed in my crotch. There goes your last shot right there. Shit, man. Did I get your dick? Gibbsy slared as he tried and failed to climb over me. I'll get ice for your balls when we get home. Get off me, he strangled out, fully sure I was turning purple from the pain, as he climbed over the seat, digging and kneeing me with his elbows and knees. Finally, I managed to drag his ass over the other side of the seat. Christ, I mused, settling down alongside me. That's the tightest hole I've been inside in months. Joey climbed back in and started the engine before quickly tearing off down the street. I hope there's not any more of you, he said. The car's weighing down the back. Sorry, I began to say, but was cut off by Gibbsy. It's his fault, the fat bastard, he announced. Turning to face me, he added, Hey, is your dick okay, man? I'm really sorry about that. I hope I didn't squash your balls. I narrowed my eyes at him. Go fuck yourself, Jared. I was being sincere, Jonathan, he shot back, wounded. For that, you can get your own bloody ice pack tonight. Hold up. Grabbing the front of my shirt, he dragged me towards him and sniffed my mouth. You traitor, he choked out, looking comically horrified. You went to the chipper. Yeah, I did, I replied, shoving away from him. And it was fucking delicious. And I've no regrets. What did you have? Few cheeseburgers? And curry chips? How did it taste? Better than sex. We're supposed to be on a diet. Gibbsy hissed in an appalled tone before quickly asking, Did you get me something? Yeah, I got you a burger. Thanks, Johnny. And then I got hungry, so I ate it. You're a monster. You two are so weird. Aoife laughed. Aren't they funny, Zoe? There's something all right, Shannon's brother replied. Hey. Suddenly realising he was in the company of two strangers, Gibbsy leaned through the middle of the seats and asked, Who the fuck are you guys? Johnny's friends with my boyfriend's sister, Aoife explained. Sister? The word seemed to confuse Gibbsy, who stared blankly at me for several moments. Throwing a prayer up to the heavens that he could control himself, I nodded and said, Shannon. Gibbsy sank back beside me and frowned. Shannon? Yes, Shannon. I glared at him, Gibbsy's eyes widened, then awareness suddenly dawning on him. Oh, Shannon, he exclaimed. Oh, yeah, little Shannon from third year. Grinning, he nudged me in the ribs. Johnny here has a fierce soft spot for your sister. Is that right? Joy replied tightly. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he's always looking out for her at school, Gibbsy added with a wink, making sure she's not getting any hassle. I bit back a groan and resisted the urge to wrap my hands round his neck and choke the life out of him. To be fair, it could have been worse. Gibbsy was capable of saying so much worse. That's lovely, Aoife chimed in, and I noticed the way she placed a hand on her boyfriend's knee. Isn't that kind of him, Joey? Why? Joey demanded, tone hard and suspicious. What's in it for you? I sighed heavily and tried to come up with something believable. Because I fucked her. You what? Joey roared, slamming on the brakes. A sudden jolt of the car stopping because Gibbsy and me were lunged forwards. Turning around, Joey glared at me. You better be messing around right now, Kavanagh, because I swear to Christ I will over. I hurried to explain, dragging myself back onto the seat. I fucked her over on her first day. Embarrassed her on the pitch when I knocked her out. But I wanted to fuck her. I want your sister so bad, you wouldn't believe it. The things I imagined doing to her would shock you. I waited for the homicidal look in his eyes to fade before continuing. I figured I owed the girl, so I just kept an eye out on things. Made sure she was settling in okay. It's not easy starting a new school. Shrugging, I added. Didn't want her getting any unnecessary shite. I was a sitting duck waiting for her brother to make the next move. If Joey hit me, I wouldn't hit back. I wouldn't retaliate. That was the scary thing about the situation. Sitting in his car, drunk off my ass, knowing that I was more than capable of beating the shite out of him, but knowing I wouldn't. Because of her. Because he was important to her. Because if I hit him, I would hurt her. And hurting her was bad. Hurting her made me want to hurt something harder. The notion was more messed up and complicated than my drunk ass could comprehend. Joey didn't reply, but he did turn his attention to the road and start driving again. I breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Gibbsy. I mouthed the words, "Keep your mouth shut." He responded with a theatrical finger-to-mouth zipper motion. When we reached the turn off to my house half an hour later, I mumbled a few short directions. Joey responded with a clipped nod and turned right, leaving the main road for the rickety secondary road that led to the entrance of our property. I was feeling more clear-headed now. I guessed the near brush with death at the hands of Shannon's brother had shaken some sense into me and sobered my ass up. I wish I could say the same for Gibbsy, who was passed out beside me, snoring like a grizzly bear. When Joey pulled up outside the gates of the property, I said, "We can get out here, man." "That's where you live?" Shannon's brother asked, speaking for the first time since the almost disaster that was our miscommunication. His attention was riveted to the huge cast-iron gates with an ugly-ass eagles on either pillar. "How far up that driveway to your house?" he asked. "About a quarter of a mile." "You'll never manage to get him to walk that far," he muttered. "I'll drive you up to the door." 310587. I rolled out the code, which just so happened to be my date of birth. "Just key that into the pad over there, and I'll open for you." Joey keyed the code into the pad and waited for the gates to open inwards. Again, I appreciate this. I felt the need to mention, "I know it's out of your way. Just returning the favour," he added, driving up the narrow laneway towards the house. "This place is amazing," Aoife said with a dreamy sigh. "Look at all the trees and oh my God, look at the size of that house," she squeaked when the house came into view, lit up like a fucking Christmas tree. Mam was paranoid as fuck about potential robbers thinking the house was empty, so she had automatic sensors and timed lighting installed everywhere. In the yard, in the house, on the lawn. It was ridiculous, but drunk me was grateful for the illumination. Joey killed the engine, climbed out, adjusting the seat as far forward as it would go. I was much steadier on my feet when I was getting out than I had been climbing in. "Thanks again," I said, before reaching into the back and hauling Sleeping Beauty himself out of the car. "I owe you one." Wrapping my arm around Gibbsy's waist, who was still half asleep, I dragged him to the front door and wrestled to get my keys out. Failing to get them out of my jean pocket, I dropped him on his ass and battled with my jeans for a long moment before finally retrieving my keys. "Stop, will ya? I'm sensitive," Gibbsy groaned, before curling up, snoring resumed. "Here," Joey announced, when I managed to stab the timber frame with the key, missing the keyhole by a good 3 inches. "Let me give you a hand." Grateful for the intervention, I handed over my keys and turned my attention to my friend. "Get up," I growled, nudging him with my foot. "We're home." Fucker didn't budge. "Gibbsy!" I barked. Nothing but snores. God damn it. Releasing a frustrated sigh, I reached down and grabbed his shoulders and tried to haul him off the ground. Joey had her door open, came and helped me heave him up. I was in no position to decline his help, so with each of us taking a side, we hauled his dead weight ass into the house. "Drop him down over there," I instructed, gesturing to the living room. "You sure?" Joey asked, flicking on the light. "That couch is white, man." "It's leather," I muttered, too tired and sore to worry about my mother's 3-piece suite. Shuffling over to the couch, we tossed Gibbsy down. "If he pukes, he'll be hosing it down by himself in the morning." "Fair enough," Joey replied, with a shrug before turning around and heading for the door. I trailed after him, not really knowing what to say. The night had gone from depressing to infuriating to downright confusion in a matter of hours. Listen, Joey said when he stepped outside onto the gravel. About Shannon. Here we go, I thought to myself. I've been waiting for this since I climbed into his piece of shit car. Behave yourself, Cav. Keep your mouth shut. What about Shannon? I asked, leaning against the door frame. She's fragile. He came right out and said it. Vulnerable. Yeah. My voice was gruff. I cleared my throat and tried again. I already guessed that. Joey nodded and shoved his hands in his pockets. I kept my mouth shut, waiting for him to continue. What I'm trying to say here is that I appreciate you looking out for my sister, he finally said. She's had a hard few years and Tommen seems like a good fit for her. So, I guess I'm hoping that you continue to keep an eye out for her at school, making sure no one is giving her any hassle. My brow shot up. Yeah, sure. That's no problem. He nodded again, his words coming out faster now. She seems to be settling in at Tommen, and she keeps telling me the kids are nice to her. But I'm at BCS, so I've no way of telling if she's okay or not. And she never tells anyone what's going on in that head of hers until it's too late. I frowned. Too late? Bitchy girl shit, he explained. My sister's had a target on her back since she was in nappies. That's pretty messed up, I muttered, already knowing all this, but having the good sense to not tell her brother that. Kids are cruel, he agreed. They sure are, I muttered. He stared at me for a long time before saying, Are you going to tell me about it? Jesus, what? The fuck did he want me to tell him? I racked my brain and came up with nothing. PG, so I kept my mouth shut. Ciara Maloney's boyfriend? Joey filled in, giving me an odd look. Some fella from Tommen beat the shit out of him in town yesterday. Oh? I arched a brow and folded my arms across my chest. Is that so? Joey smirked. Yeah, it is. Well, I hope he fucked him up. I slared, feeling my body drum with anger at the memory of those nasty fucking girls. Heard his girlfriend's a bitch. I heard he was in a bad way, Joey replied. Broken nose, few stitches. How awful, I drawled. Joey stared at me for another long pause before shaking his head. Anyway, I just wanted you to know that I appreciate that my sister has someone looking out for her when I can't. He turned to leave, only to spin back round. Friend. His word held a bite to it. My sister needs a friend, Kavanagh, he clarified. She doesn't need to be getting her hopes up on a guy who'll be gone come the summer. I heard his warning loud and clear. My fucked up brain might not heed the warning, but I definitely heard it. Without another word, Joey turned round and walked away, leaving me standing in the doorway, staring after him with only two things in my mind. The first, find an ice pack for my balls. The second, fantasizing about all the terribly inappropriate things I'd long to do with his sister.
Chapter 32. Days Off and Demon Brothers. Shannon. I think you need to buy that girl a ring, Joe, I announced, as I read and then reread the note Aoife had left in my brother's bedside locker on Sunday morning. She's a keeper. Yeah, Joey muttered, scratching his jaw. She must really love me. You think? I rolled my eyes. She adores you. But I don't get why she would do this for me. Me either, I teased, especially when you look so much like Shrek.
Cheeky fucker, he chuckled, play-shoving me. Give me a look at that note again. I held it out for him, the same note he had already read at least a dozen times, and then padded over to the kitchen table with my mug of tea. Taking a seat, I watched my brother read the note again, brows scrunched in confusion. Why did she do this, Shan? Shaking his head, he walked from cupboard door to cupboard door, opening and closing them. She must have gotten up at the crack of dawn to do this. He opened the fridge, revealing a heaving stack of groceries slotted inside. It must have cost her a fortune. Joey was right. Aoife had to have gotten up early to do this, considering it was only 11 o'clock. He was also right about it costing her a fortune. I'd found the shopping receipt in the bin for €143.67. Says here, she'll be back around 1 o'clock with the boys, he added, rereading the note he'd been brooding over since he woke up. They're going to the playground first, and then the pitch for a kickabout after that. Did you see this? I asked as I thumped through 7 neatly stacked envelopes labelled by day of the week. Shaking one of the little brown envelopes in my hand, I smiled when I heard the sound of coins clanging. Your girlfriend allotted your money into daily budget packets? Joey gaped at me. What? Yep, I giggled, placing Tuesday's envelope back down on the pile. No fucking way, he muttered as he stalked over to where I was and picked up a handful of the tiny rectangular envelopes. And she put little hearts on them for you, I snickered. It's so cute. Is it normal to be mad at a person because they love you? My brother asked, eyeing the envelopes with confusion. He turned his green eyes on me and asked, Is this normal? Why are you asking me? I shrugged uncomfortably. I have no experience with this sort of thing. Oh, would you look at this? He said with a sigh, pointing to the €20 note lodged beneath Aoife's car keys and the sticky note alongside it saying, Joey and Shannon's Breakfast Fund. In capital letters beneath that were the words, Feed your sister, babe. She's too skinny. My girlfriend left me pocket money. Joey's tone was laced with sarcasm. Jesus Christ, Shan. Don't be mad at her, I told him. She's trying to help us. I know, he pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled heavily. And I'm not mad. I just don't know how to handle it. Maybe just by saying thank you, I offered. And I love you too? Or flowers? Those are good too. Joey smirked. You're full of ideas, aren't you? I smiled back at him and then sighed, forcing myself to address the elephant in the room, or the lack of. Do you think Mam will be home soon? The light in my brother's eyes dimmed out. I really don't give a fuck what she does, Shan, he replied tightly, so long as that prick stays away from this house. He will come back, Joey. You know this. Stop lying to yourself. Yeah. I chewed on my nail, contemplating his reply for a moment before saying, What are we going to do if Mam doesn't come back, Joe? That was where my worries rested. With my mother. Because she had never left us overnight like this before. We'll manage, Shan, Joey replied, Adam's apple bobbing. Like we always do. And school? I whispered. Nanny will be home from Beara tonight, Joey stated in a no-nonsense tone of voice. She'll sort the boys out, as she always does with school and all that stuff. He scrubbed a hand over his face before adding, All we have to do is keep the house, pay the bills, pack them a lunch in the mornings, and be here at night when Nanny drops them off. I was supposed to go on a school trip after Easter, but if she's not home, I'll cancel. No, he barked. You won't. Joey, I sighed. If Mam isn't back by then, you can't take care of the boys on your own. I won't be, he countered. I've already told you Nanny will help. Aoife too. There's no way you're missing that trip. You need out of this shithole, Shan. More than any of us. Are you sure? I squeezed out. He nodded. Inhaling a steadying breath, I said, I know I don't say this often, but I want you to know that I love you, and I'm so grateful that you're my big brother.
Joey pulled a face. Are you going soft on me baby sister? No, I blushed. I just want you to know that you're important to us, and we appreciate everything you do for us. Don't leave us. Please don't leave me. Well, right back at you, kid, he replied, looking a little awkward. You'll make a great dad someday. I decided to tease and make him even more uncomfortable. Joey snorted. Yeah, that's never fucking happening. I winked. Never say never, Joe. Believe me, I've had more than enough of playing daddy to another man's kids to last me a lifetime. He shot back. Now, go upstairs and throw some clothes on, and we'll hit up the deli for a chicken fillet roll. The fridge is full now, I informed him. Yeah, he grinned. But my girlfriend left me a direct order, and I'm not nearly thick enough to ignore that. I hadn't eaten anything since yesterday, and my stomach growled in anticipation. Hash browns. I practically purred as I thought about what I was going to have, and some jellies and a can of Coke. Springing off the chair, I hurried for the staircase with food on my mind. Hold on, Shan. I almost forgot. Breaking off mid-sentence, Joey padded into the kitchen, returning a few moments later with a small gift-wrapped parcel in his hands. Joey handed me the gift and then ruffled my hair. Happy sweet 16th, Shan. Thanks, Joey. I beamed, clutching what I already knew was a CD beneath the pink wrapping paper. I'd get you more if I could, he told me with an embarrassed shrug, and I forgot to get a card. Stop, I told him as I sank down on the step of the stairs and ripped at the paper, only to squeal with excitement. McFly's album! My eyes wide with excitement, I stared down at the CD in my hand and smiled. I really wanted this. I know, he snorted. You're such a girl. Slipping his hand into his jeans pocket, he tossed another box on my lap. This one's from Aoife, he explained. Thrilled at the prospect of getting 2 presents, I tore at the polka dot wrapping paper and gasped when I saw what was inside. Whoa, I breathed, gaping at the designer bottle of perfume in my hands. This must have cost her a fortune. She must love you too, Joey teased. I rolled my eyes. Uh-huh. Hurry up and get changed, he ordered, moving for the front door. I'll be in the car. Bolting into my room with my presents in tow, I placed them carefully on my dresser before tearing off my pajamas. Pulling on a jumper and tracksuit pants, I ripped open the box that contained my new bottle of perfume, squirted myself all over, and then raced after Joey. Shoving my feet into my runners in the hall, I grabbed my coat off the banister and hurried outside to the car. The minute I climbed into the passenger seat, the smell of alcohol assaulted my senses. Jesus, Joey! I coughed as I rolled down the window. It smells like a brewery in here. I know, Joey replied as he started the engine and pulled away from the curb. You can blame your friends from Tommen for that. My friends? I shook my head and stared at his side profile. What are you talking about? Johnny Kavanagh, Joey stated. We ended up dropping him home from the pub last night. Oh. Wait. What? You dropped Johnny home? I hated the way my voice was all loud and pitchy. When? How? Why? Last night when we were picking up our takeaway, Joey explained as he pulled out of the estate and onto the main road. He was thrown down against a wall outside the chipper in town. He was in a bad way. He was? Oh, God. Concern filled my chest. What was wrong with him? He was drunk off his tits, Joey grumbled. His friend was worse. His friend? I asked, careful to mask the emotion in my voice. His girlfriend? Nah, some big blonde fucker, Joey corrected, and I mentally sagged in relief. I think his name was Gussie or Gilly or something like that. Gibbsy, I confirmed quietly, thinking about how those two were joined at the hip at school. That's the one. Joey nodded, then released a low chuckle.
bloody idiot threw himself on top of the car, demanding I give him back his centre. Laughing, he added, he looked serious too, like he genuinely thought I was kidnapping Kavanagh. My brows furrowed. Why did Gibbsy call Johnny his centre? Johnny's position is outside centre in rugby, he explained. He's number 13. Oh yeah, I knew that. I remembered his jersey. So, you dropped them both home? I asked, feeling warm. To Johnny's house? Yup, my brother confirmed. Had to help Kavanagh carry that Gibbsy fella into the house. He was legless, Shan, a right bloody mess. We left him in the living room. You were inside Johnny's house? My brain was reeling, trying to digest everything my brother was telling me. He was with Johnny last night. He was at his house. He was inside his house. I wanted to ask him if he asked about me, but I managed to keep that question from spilling from my lips. Yeah, Shan. Jesus Christ, by the looks of their property, his family must be minted. Joey blew out a breath. Never seen anything so fancy in my life. The sound of a phone ringing cut through the air, distracting us both. We both patted our pockets. Not mine, Joey stated. Mine either, I muttered, looking on the dashboard and then on the floor at my feet. The ringing cut out and then restarted a few seconds later, vibrating loudly. Check the back seat, Joey instructed as he pulled over on the side of the road and threw on his hazard lights. Unclipping my belt, I crawled between the seats and dropped into the back seat, my eyes searching the seats for the noise. Anything? Joey asked, pulling back into the traffic. No. Dropping down between the seats, I peeked under the driver's seat. Oh, wait, it's here! I exclaimed, eyes locking on the sleek-looking phone lighting up and vibrating against the floor. I see it. The ringing cut out again, and I snaked a hand out, retrieving the phone. Shuffling back onto the seat, I quickly fastened my seatbelt, eyes glued to the phone. Is this Aoife's? I gazed down at the expensive-looking device. Did she get a new phone for Christmas? No, Joey replied. Her folks got her hair straighteners for Christmas. The phone began to ring again, screen lighting up with the name King Clit flashing across it. Ew, Joe, I groaned. That's disgusting. What? Whoever's calling this number is listed as King Clit. My brother threw his head back and laughed. That's not funny, I admonished, watching the screen go blank again as the call ended. That's pretty disturbing. It's your man, the Gibbsy fella. I heard Johnny ranting at him over changing his contacts around last night. Joey chuckled. He's King Clit. The phone lit up again, vibrating in my hands and ringing loudly. Well, answer it, my brother instructed, tone impatient. He's probably looking for it. I don't want to. Shoving my hand between the seats, I tried to thrust the phone at my brother. You answer it. How the fuck am I supposed to answer it? Joey hissed, batting my hand away. I'm driving, Shannon. Just answer the phone. No, I refused, shaking my head. They'll think we stole it. No, they won't think we stole it, Joey shot back tetchily. The ringing stopped and Joey let out a growl. When it rings again, answer the fucking thing. Like clockwork, the phone rang 5 seconds later. Trembling, I pressed the accept button and put the phone to my ear. Hello? Well, shit. I wasn't expecting anyone to pick up, the voice at the other end replied. You have my buddy's phone? Yeah, I know. Closing my eyes, I pressed the heel of my hand to my forehead and exhaled heavily. He left it in my brother's car last night. Last night's a bit hazy, Gibbsy drawled down the line. So you might need to refresh my memory by letting me know who your brother is. Joey Lynch? I squeezed out, trying not to hyperventilate in front of my brother. He and his girlfriend Aoife dropped you guys home from town last night. The phone was under his seat. Squirming uncomfortably, I threw in a quick disclaimer by saying, I just found it like 2 minutes ago. Nope, Gibbsy replied after a long pause. I have no recollection of that happening. Well, it clearly did, I shot back, flustered, considering your friend's phone is in my brother's car. Little Shannon? Gibbsy sounded amused. Is that you? Yeah. I flamed red. It's me. Is your brother with you now? He asked. Yeah, but he's driving, so he won't use the phone. Does he remember where he dropped us last night? Hold on, I'll ask. Pausing, I covered the handset and looked to Joey. They want to know if you remember where the house is. Joey nodded and I returned to the call. Yeah, he remembers. Can you put me on loudspeaker? I'll try. Clicking a few buttons, I held the phone up to Joey's ear. Okay, you're on loudspeaker now. Hey man, how's it going? Gibbsy's voice came out much louder now, though he was noticeably hoarse. Better than you by the sound of it, my brother quipped. What you need? Could you drop Cav's phone over? He asked. I'm so sorry to put you out, man, but he's losing his shit here. He's weird as fuck when it comes to his personal information. What's in it for me? Joey shot back, not missing a beat. Joey! I hissed. He shot a cheeky smirk back at me. Ah, shit, man, I don't know, Gibbsy mumbled. A rasher sandwich and a pot of tea? I don't have much in the lines of barter. Horrified, I shook my head and mouthed, No! But Joey said, Yeah, grand, we'll be over in 30. Joey! I cried. Thanks a million, Gibbsy replied, sounding relieved. You're as sound as a pound. No bother, Joey replied, taking the phone out of my hand. And I like my rashers crispy, he added before cutting the call and dropping the phone down on the seat beside him. Detour. What are you doing? I spluttered, wide-eyed. We are not going over there. What's the problem? He quizzed. I thought you were friends. I know him from school, Joey, I choked out. That doesn't mean I'm his friend. Relax, we're only dropping over the guy's phone. And you're having breakfast. Well, I'm hardly driving that far out of my way for nothing, Joey laughed. Besides, I'm hungry. Yeah, for a chicken fillet roll, I reminded him. I've changed my mind. What about Aoife? I demanded. And the boys? Aoife and the kids won't be back until 1, he replied. She said so herself. Joey, we can't go over there, I pleaded. Please. Shannon Lynch, Joey said in a teasing tone. Are you blushing? No, I grumbled. You know, it's okay by me if you like him, don't you? Joey chuckled. I'm not that kind of brother. All I want you to do is be careful. I've told you what he's about. He'll be gone in the summer, so it's up to you if you want to get hung up on something temporary. I don't, I lied, mortified. So drop it. Fair enough, Joey mused. Then you should have no problem stopping over for some grub. You can do what you like. Sulking, I folded my arms across my chest and huffed. I am not getting out of this car. Half an hour of tense silence later, we pulled up outside a gigantic pair of black-painted iron gates, and Joey rolled down his window, stretched his arm out, and keyed something into the pad. A few moments later, the gates swung inwards. My mouth fell open. You have the password to his gate? My brother laughed in response. A few moments later, the huge gate swung inwards and we continued up a long winding laneway that was lined on either side with huge trees. A house came into view a few minutes later, and I sucked in a sharp breath. Oh, God! This was where he lived? Of course it was. Wow! I whispered to myself, taking in the sight of the huge Victorian-style mansion with a bazillion windows and the biggest front door I'd ever seen. I know, Joey agreed with an impressed sigh.
Pressing my cheeks to the window, I stared out at the sprawling lawns and gardens as the sound of gravel crunching beneath the tires filled my ears. It was stone grey in colour, but it was draped in so much ivy that it looked almost majestic. "It looks like 6 of our house side by side," I whispered, gazing up at the property. "There's like 12 windows on the top level alone." Joey pulled up outside the front door and killed the engine before climbing out. "You should see it from the inside," he said as he reached over and grabbed the phone. "Fucking incredible." My gaze followed Joey as he strolled over to the front door, knocked once, and then sauntered inside. Holy crap! My brother just walked into Johnny Kavanagh's house.
Chapter 33. King Clit is a liability. Johnny. I was in the process of flipping my mattress off my bed when Gibbsy strolled into my room, whistling to himself. "I've located your phone, Cav," he announced proudly. Thank Christ. I sagged forward in relief and dropped my mattress back down on the base. "Where is he?" "In Joy's car." My brow shot up. "Joey, the hurler?" Gibbsy nodded. "Apparently." "You dope," I grumbled. "This is all your fault." "I know," he chirped happily. "But he's dropping it over for you." "Yeah," I sighed in relief. "Fair play." Grabbing my duvet off the floor, I threw it back in the bed and then carefully lifted Suki back up. "Good girl," I coaxed, feeling terrible for disturbing her in the first place. "That's seriously unhygienic, Johnny," Gibbsy stated with a frown. "Letting her sleep on your bed like that?" He shuddered. "Fucking rank, lad." "You're one to talk about unhygienic," I growled, swinging round to face him. "She's cleaner than you." I shot him a dirty look before adding, "At least Suki doesn't puke all over herself and sleep and roll into my ma's couch." "You promised you wouldn't bring it up again," he choked out, looking wounded. "Promise breaker." "Gibbs," I bit out, striving for patience. "I'm tired. I was up all night taking care of your drunk ass. I spent half the night turning you on your side so you wouldn't choke yourself, and winding you like a bleeding baby. And the other half I spent mopping up your vomit. You wrecked the living room. You plastered downstairs bathroom and puke. You almost smothered me to death with your Guinness farts when I brought you up here. Give me a few hours to get over it before asking me not to bring it up." "Well, at least I hosed off all the chunks," Gibbsy replied sheepishly. "And the living room, hall and bathroom were back to their former glory." "Good," I barked. "So you should. It's your fucking puke." "You made me sleep on the floor, Johnny," he huffed. "And that was mean." "Because you can't be trusted with nice things." "Not even a bed." "Yes, Jared, not even a bed." "Yeah, well, I'm your best friend, and you put me on the floor." He shot back with a huff. "The dog gets the foot of your bed, and I get the fucking floor." I arched my brow. "Are you saying that you want to sleep at the foot of my bed?" Gibbsy stared back at me for several seconds before snickering. "Yeah, okay. I have no idea where I was going with that." "Neither do I, lad," I muttered, with a shake of my head. "Neither do I." "By the way," Gibbsy said, with an impish grin, "I told your man Joey that I'd make him a fry for his troubles." "Fine. Just keep it tidy. My ma will be back in the morning," I replied, too weary to contemplate the terrible idea it was to have Joey Lynch in my house when he was clearly sceptical of my intention towards his sister. And rightly so. Gibbsy looked at me expectantly. "Don't look at me like that," I told him. "You know where the kitchen is. I'm not fucking cooking for you." "I'm not used to gas." Gibbsy shrugged helplessly. "We have electric at home." Your mother's a baker, I snapped. How do you not know how to work a bleeding stove? And yours is a flashy fashion designer, he shot back. But I don't see you prancing around the place in fur coats and Prada handbags. You're a baby, do you know that? I growled. You're like an oversized infant I've been given custody of to care for. Stomping past him, I trudged downstairs to the kitchen. Get the pan out, and whatever it is you're planning on making, I ordered. And I'm not cooking it for you, I grumbled as I stamped over to the stove and switched on the gas. You're more than capable of doing it yourself. Oh, I hope so, Gibbsy chuckled, shuffling towards me with his arms full of pork product and a tray of eggs. Think you can manage without burning the house down? I quipped as I stepped away from the stove. Pretty sure, Gibbsy replied as he set to work, leaning precariously close to the naked flame. I eyed him wearily, unconvinced. Don't burn yourself. Okay, Dad, he mocked before asking. Do you have scones? Turning to face me, he added, I love one of your mam's scones with my tea. I shook my head and held my tongue, deciding to just let the crazy float over my head. There might be a batch in the freezer. You'll have to heat them up in the oven first. I know that, he scoffed. Do you? I muttered under my breath. He was a liability. A big, dopey, loyal as they came liability. Did I ever tell you about the time your girl saved me from Brian? Gibbsy asked, while he cracked an egg over the pan, distracting me from my thoughts. Brian? I questioned, thinking about Mrs. Gibson's evil bastard of a cat. Shannon saved you from Brian? She sure did, he mused. Grabbing a spatula off the rack, he swung it round in his hand as he spoke. I love how you don't even deny she's yours anymore, lad. Fuck off, I grumbled. Curiosity got the better of me then, and I perched my ass on a stool at the island and looked at him. Tell me. Gibbsy chuckled at my response. It was the day of my birthday last month, he explained, tossing half a dozen sausages into the sizzling grease. I'd taken Brian for a walk over to Hughie's. You know how he gets when he's left alone too long. Yeah, I nodded, not batting an eyelid at this information. There had been at least 9 occasions over the last 18 months when he had arrived at my house with the Inspector Gadget lookalike cat. He lost it, lad, he said. Went batshit crazy. Broke off his lead and made for the bathroom. Took a dump in the tub. Like his owner, I quipped. My mother has never taken a shit in anyone's bathtub. Gibbsy snarled. Not your ma, I retorted. You. Gibbsy frowned and tilted his head to the side, clearly racking his brain for the memory. I decided to help him out. Away game against that school in Tipperary back in 3rd year. Recognition dawned on his features. Oh, yeah, he snickered. That wasn't a bath. That was the shower stall in their school changing rooms, and those bastards deserved it. And in my defence, I was only 14. In Brian's defence, he's only a cat. I shot back. That fucker knows exactly what he's doing, Gibbsy grumbled. Anyway, he destroyed the gaff Johnny, and went for us when he tried to pick him up. Shannon just walked right in, scooped the fairy little fucker up and walked him home. And you know what he did to her? He poured. He was in his bloody element, lad, delighted with life, being curled up to her. Lucky Brian. Why am I only hearing about this now? I asked, trying to keep my tone neutral. Sorry, Gibbsy snickered. I wasn't aware I had to run it by you every time I had to talk to the girl. You don't, I muttered. The sound of banging on the front door filled my ears moments before the door closing filled the air. Kavanagh, a deep voice called out. Come on up, Gibbsy called out. replying for me. Turning to face me, he winked and said, "Best behaviour, lad. Big brother's here." Brilliant. Fucking perfect. "Jesus Christ," Joey Lynch stated when he stepped into the kitchen a few moments later, with a phone in his hand and sporting a beauty of a shiner under his right eye that had been too drunk to notice last night. In the clear light of day, I found myself sizing up this guy. He was tall, but I had a good 3 inches on him, like I had of most lads of my age. He was obviously in good shape too, but it was that typical hurler physique with lean cut muscle, built for agility and speed, rather than packing any serious muscle. "You should have a tour guide at the front door," he added, looking around the kitchen before settling his gaze on me. "This house is like a museum." "That it is," Gibbsy snickered. "This is the manor." Pushing off the stool, I closed the space between us and greeted him. "Thanks for this," I said, taking my phone from him. "Appreciate you driving all the way over with it." "Yeah, well, King Clit was very persuasive," he shot back with a smirk. Turning his gaze to Gibbsy, he arched an expectant brow. "How's my food coming along, chef?" "Faster than a whore in the brothel, good sir," Gibbsy called back over his shoulder. "Egg, lad?" Joey mused, sauntering over to where Gibbsy was ducking and dodging splatters of grease. "Are you old enough to use a cooker without your mammy?" Christ, this fella had some pair of stones sauntering into my house and demanding food. Oddly enough, I liked it. Joey Lynch seemed like a straight shooter. I respected that in a person. "I doubt it," Gibbsy replied with a laugh. "It's my first time." Gibbsy fiddled with the knobs on the stove, and a huge flame flew upwards, singeing his eyebrow. "Jesus Christ!" Gibbsy roared, slapping his face. "I'm on fire!" "Give me that thing before you hurt yourself," Joey ordered, snatching the spatula out of Gibbsy's hand and stepping in to flip over the rashers and eggs. Adjusting the hob to medium heat, Joey snagged the tea towel off my best friend's shoulder and began to mop up the grease splatters. "Fucking private school boys," he muttered under his breath. "Used to having everything done for ye." "Shit, Cav," Gibbsy sniggered, taking a step back from the stove. "I was wrong. This fucker right here is the daddy." "Do me a favour, Cav," Joey called over his shoulder. "Go check on my sister, will ya?" My heart leapt in my chest. "Shannon?" Joey nodded and reached for a plate on the countertop. Shoving several pieces of bacon onto the plate, he added, "She's in the car." "Why would you leave her in the car?" I demanded, tone tight. "It's freezing outside." "Because you wouldn't come in for me," Joey shot back, in what sounded like a duh tone. "You can try to get her out to come inside yourself if you want, but she's not budging." He didn't need to ask me twice, or give me permission once for that matter. I was already on my feet and moving for the front door.
Chapter 34. Mauled by Dogs and Feelings. Shannon. Feeling shocked, I sat in the back seat of Aoife's car and stared up at the Kavanagh house, debating my options. Should I go inside? Should I wait out here? Should I curl up in a ball and pretend I wasn't here? Was his mother inside? Was his father there? I was mortified over what happened Friday, and while I'd been okay when we were together at the pub and the cinema, I'd spent the last 2 nights lying awake and drowning in humiliation over throwing up in front of Johnny. I was thrown off kilter by this boy. Being in his personal space was something I didn't know how to handle. I wasn't sure if I could handle my feelings for him. My thought process was interrupted when 2 pairs of enormous yellow paws slapped against the window. Startled, I swung my gaze to find 2 identical-looking dogs with bright pink collars staring back at me, whining loudly with their mouths open and tongues lolling to one side. Without thinking twice about it, I slid Joey's seat forward and climbed out of the car. The second my feet hit the gravel, I was assaulted with kisses and yodels as both dogs tried to climb my body. "Hi, guys!" I reached down and rubbed them both. My affection only seemed to rile them up because one of the dogs jumped at me, her paws slapping hard against my chest. Whoa! Losing my balance, I collapsed on my arse with a loud oof. The minute I was grounded, they both dove for me, slobbering all over my face and neck. Laughing, I tried to duck my face, but it was useless because these dogs were persistent with their loving. What I failed to notice in the car was that both dogs had clearly rolled in cow dung lately, because not only were their coats matted with mud, but they reeked so bad. After a fruitless battle to stand up, I ended up on the flat of my back on the rain-soaked gravel as they sniffed and pawed at me and basically licked every inch of my exposed skin. "You're a friendly pair," I snickered, giving up on any attempt to escape. I could feel the damp seeping into my clothes, but I made no move to get up. I couldn't if I wanted to. "Hi!" I laughed, grinning up at the one who had decided my stomach was the perfect home for her butt. She had her paws pressed firmly on my shoulders as she licked at my face. "You're a lovely girl, aren't you?" I cooed as I ducked and dodged a tongue to the mouth. It was pretty pointless considering the other one was standing by my head fighting for attention. "Careful," I warned the one by my head. "My face is tender." "Bonnie! Cupcake, get off her!" a familiar voice ordered from nearby, but neither dog listened. Instead, they seemed to up their efforts of loving me into a canine coma. A few moments later, a pair of hands hooked under my armpits. Startled by the sudden contact, my limbs locked tight of their own accord as I was lifted clean off the ground. Johnny set me down on my feet and then quickly pushed me behind him as the dogs lunged at me. "No!" he ordered. Keeping an arm around me, he held out the other in warning. "Bonnie," he growled, "you're a bad girl." His eyes darted to the other dog who was creeping closer. "Cupcake, don't even think about pulling that shite." Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a tennis ball and waved it in front of the dogs, capturing their attention instantly. "Yeah? You see that, don't you?" Johnny coaxed and then flung it across the yard. It landed somewhere out of sight and the two dogs bolted after it. I took the opportunity of his momentary distraction to pull my hair tie out and drape my hair over my left shoulder, concealing the side of my face from his view. "Sorry about them," Johnny said once the dogs were out of sight. Turning to face me, he gave me a quick once-over and grimaced. "Jesus, they destroyed you." I was so stunned from the sight of him, so completely unsure of what to do or say, that it took me a few moments to clear my head and register that he was speaking to me. "Huh?" "Your clothes," he explained, gesturing up and down. I looked down at myself and bit back a groan. Yep, he was right. I was destroyed in a combination of mud, rain, clumps of hair, and dog slobber. Yep. Mortified, I attempted to wipe my hands on my navy tracksuit pants, but the drool stuck to my fingers. "Yes, I am," I offered, forcing a small laugh when all I wanted to do was dive into the back of Aoife's car and vanish. "Sorry about them," Johnny apologized, looking a little embarrassed. "Those two are feral." Shaking my head, I exhaled a heavy sigh and said, "No, it's okay. I didn't mind. Bonnie and Cupcake are very cute." "Bonnie and Cupcake are very untrained," Johnny corrected with a grimace. Shoving his hands into the pockets of the grey sweatpants he was wearing, he added, "They're my mam's dogs. She treats them like they're human, so they believe they are." "Are your parents at home?" I asked, feeling incredibly nervous at the thought of my brother being in close confines with either one of his parents. Joey shot from the hip, and was partial to saying whatever was on his mind. It was quite possible that he would talk about the concussion incident. "No, they're above in Dublin," Johnny told me. "My dad's working up there at the moment." My eyes widened. "You're home alone?" He smirked. "I'm not 4. I know that, I replied, blushing. My folks travel for work, he explained, taking mercy on me. I'm usually alone. For whatever reason, those words bothered me. I'm usually alone. That was a sorrowful statement. Frowning, Johnny reached over and cupped, yes, literally cupped my chin in his hand. The fuck is that? He demanded, voice deathly quiet as his blue eyes blazed with fire. What? I squeezed out, panic-stricken. Tipping my chin up, he brushed my hair off my shoulder and released a low growl. That, he growled, trailing his thumb over my cheekbone. And that, he added, skimming the curve of my eye. The contact was so gentle that it caused me to jump from nerves rather than pain. He dropped his hand from my face but remained exactly where he was standing, so close that I could see the vein ticking in his neck as he clenched and unclenched his jaw. Shannon, what happened to your face? Oh, that! Laughing nervously, I tucked my hair behind my ear. I immediately regretted the action when I felt the snot-like drool squelch between my fingers and hair. It wasn't bad enough to look like a homeless person. I had to go and add drool-soaked hair to the equation. Yeah, that, Johnny bit out, glaring at my cheek. Who did that to you? Nobody. I fell over my brother's Lego tower last night and almost poleaxed myself on the kitchen table. The line I had rehearsed to perfection for school tomorrow spilled from my mouth with the expert precision needed to sound believable. I'd been telling lies for so long about where the cuts and bruises on my body came from that the lie poured effortlessly from my lips. You expect me to believe that? Johnny stunned me by saying. I frowned up at him. That was a good line. It was a believable line. Why wasn't he taking it? Yes, I strangled out, flustered by his directness. Because that's what happened. He arched a brow. You're honestly telling me that you gave yourself a black eye? I shrugged noncommittedly. It happens. Not usually, he bit out. You must have been running full speed to smash yourself up like that, he added, eyes locked on mine in disbelief. Were you running? He asked. From something. He stepped closer. Or someone. Self-preservation roared to life inside of me, my three little brothers' faces the driving force behind my next words. What exactly are you trying to say? I'm not trying to say anything here, Shannon, he countered hotly. I'm asking you to tell me the truth. I am telling you the truth, I snapped, voice breaking. Stop pushing me. Tears prickled my eyes and I quickly batted them away. God! I felt terrible for lying to him especially, but I couldn't exactly turn around and say, oh, yeah, when my dad's full of drink, he likes to beat the shit out of me and throw me around like a rag doll. It was at that exact moment that the skies decided to open above us, delivering an onslaught of pelting March rain and soaking us both. Thankful for the downpour, I spun around and hurried back to the car. Don't do that, Johnny called after me. Don't go back in the bleeding car. I shook my head and yanked the door open. I'm sorry, okay? Johnny reached around me and closed the door again. I won't push you. Spinning me around to face him, he said, I won't say another word about it. He reached out to touch my face but quickly diverted his movements, cupping the back of his neck instead. Okay? Nodding, I released a ragged breath. Okay. Johnny exhaled heavily, expression full of relief. Now, will you come inside with me? I should probably just wait in the car, I mumbled, hardly able to look him in the eyes. I don't want to be intruding, unlike my idiot brother who apparently has no qualms about walking into strangers' houses and eating their food. Firstly, I'm not a stranger to you, and you're not intruding on me, Johnny corrected gruffly as rain pelted down on us both. Secondly, I'm inviting you into my house, he added, running a hand through his now soaked hair. You're getting soaked." His gaze travelled over me once more before he inclined his head towards the house. "I want you to come inside."
"Are you sure?"
I croaked out. He nodded slowly. "Absolutely."
Okay,"
I whispered uncertainly. "If you're sure that you're sure?" "I'm sure that I'm sure," Johnny quipped. "Come on." Johnny spun around and hurried over to the front door, only to turn around and jog back to where I was rooted to the ground. He placed his hands on my shoulders and walked me into the house. "See?" he coaxed, when we were both inside with the huge door closed behind us. "That wasn't so bad, was it?" I shook my head. Johnny shook himself down like a dog would, causing raindrops to splatter everywhere. "You laughing at me, Shannon, like the river?" he teased, noticing my smile. I shook my head again. He smiled one of the big, double-dimpled smiles that caused my heart to spaz out before gesturing for me to follow him down the long entrance hall and into a spacious foyer with 2 huge archways on either side of the room, leading God knows where. Careful to keep my lips mashed together and not let my mouth fall open like I wanted to, I took in the enormous staircase that took centre stage, with its intricate wooden balusters, with the little lion heads carved on top. My gaze trailed upwards to the top of the staircase where both sides of the landing was clearly visible through the wooden banister rails that eventually joined the wall on either side. "It's an old house," Johnny said by way of explanation, "like 150 years or something." He looked uncomfortable as he spoke. "My mother didn't want to change the original design too much when we bought it. We renovated most of the rooms and put in a new kitchen, but Mum wanted to keep some of the original parts." Shrugging, he added, "She says the place has character or some shite like that." "She's right," I breathed, doing a full 360 turn so I could take in the ridiculously tall ceilings and crystal chandeliers. "I think you could fit my entire house in this hall." "Johnny!" Gibbsie's voice thundered from the archway on the left. "Grub's up!" "Are you hungry?" Johnny asked as he led me down the long hallway to the door at the end. "Knowing Gibbsie, he's after frying the contents of the fridge." I shook my head, my arms moving to wrap around my body almost protectively as I trailed after him. "I'm okay." The moment Johnny pushed the door of the kitchen open, we were bathed in sunlight and the delicious aroma of rashers cooking. "Hey, it's little Shannon," Gibbsie chirped, turning from his position at an impressive-looking stove range to smile and wave a spatula at me. "Did Johnny manage to coax you inside, or was it the smell of my fucking amazing cooking that drew you in?" "It's raining," I mumbled, biting back a shiver as the dampness from my clothes began to seep into my skin. "You cooked 1 egg, Gibbs, under my supervision." Joey, who was sitting on a stool at the centre island, piped up. "You're no Dorina Allen." "Thank fuck for that, Lynchy." With the frying pan in his hand, Gibbsie walked over to where my brother was sitting and slapped an egg onto his plate. "I like my man parts." Reaching across the counter, Joey retrieved the tea-cosy covered teapot and poured 2 cups of tea before swinging the pot in our direction. "Shan? Calves? Tea?" "Gibbs? Lynchy? Calves?" This was typical Joey, sparking up a friendship as easily as he could snap his fingers. A sudden jolt of jealousy burned inside of me, the unfairness of how easy life was for my brother making me feel hard done by. That tinge of jealousy was quickly doused out by the huge tsunami of guilt that enveloped me. Joey didn't have anything easy. He made the best of every situation. He was just trying to survive like the rest of us. "Can I get you a towel or something?" Johnny offered in a low tone, gaze trailing over me. Frowning, he added, "You're soaked." "Holy shit!" Joey barked then, startling me. "What in the name of Jesus happened to you?" Setting the teapot down, he stood up and stalked towards me. Leaning closer, Joey took a whiff of me and then quickly backed away.
Jesus Christ, Shannon, he gagged. What did you roll in? Dog shit?
Wow. Tactful, big brother, thanks a lot.
No,
I balked and then tried to sniff myself inconspicuously. I don't smell.
You don't smell?
Joey shot back mockingly. You're so right, my eyes are watering.
God, Joey.
My dog's mauled her. Johnny quickly interjected, running another hand through his hair. Droplets of water continued to drip from his broad shoulders to the tiles on the floor as he spoke. They knocked her down outside and rolled all over her. Huh, my brother bit out. Funny how my sister always seems to get mauled and knocked around when you're near her, Kavanagh. Johnny's jaw ticked, but he didn't respond. Turning his attention to me, Joey said, You need to get out of those wet clothes, Shan, before you get pneumonia. I opened my mouth to respond, but my brother continued without giving me a chance. Do you have something she can throw on? Joey asked, looking to Johnny. Or some bleach to mask that god-awful smell? Johnny nodded slowly. Yeah, I can find something. Or we can just leave, I offered, glaring at my brother, praying he would take the hint. We should go home, Joey. You're not getting into my girlfriend's car smelling like that, Joey shot back. Don't be a dickhead, I growled. Take me home. You guys can't go home yet. We haven't had tea and chats, Gibbsy piped up. And I have scones baking in the oven. You baked scones? I asked, momentarily distracted. You? Yes, me, Gibbsy shot back, looking slightly wounded. I'll have you know that I'm a wonderful baker. Sorry, I quickly replied, not wanting to offend him. You just don't strike me as a baker. Relax, I'm totally fucking with you, he laughed. I have no idea what I'm doing. He pointed to the stove and said, For all I know, those scones could be killers. Killer scones? I scrunched my nose up at the concept. Then I hope you won't mind if I pass. Gibbsy chuckled. I like you. He looked over my head and said, I like her, before returning his attention to me. But not the smell. He pegged his nose with his fingers and added, Your brother's right. You need to change. That's okay. I'm going home, I began to say, but once again I was interrupted, this time by Gibbsy. Johnny, she can take a shower here, can't she? My eyes bulged. What? Yeah, I guess. Johnny, who was still standing behind me, replied slowly. If she wants. Joey, who had returned to his perch at the island, nodded his head. Good idea, Gibbs, he agreed between forkfuls of egg and sausage. Wash that wet dog smell off you before we have to drive home in small confines. I don't smell, I muttered. You stink, both Gibbsy and Joey said in unison. Fuck off the pair of you and leave her alone, Johnny piped up, sounding aggravated. She doesn't smell bad at all. You don't smell it because you're immune, Gibbsy retorted. Turning to Joey, he said, He lets the mutt sleep on his bed every night. Call my dog a mutt again and you'll be wearing that frying pan, Johnny warned. My sincerest apologies, lad. Gibbsy threw his hand up in retreat. I never meant to insult your precious pooch. Ignoring the snickering and banter, I swung around and stared up at Johnny. I'm so sorry about this. His attention flickered from the boys to me and stayed there. It's okay, Shannon. His voice was impassive, but his eyes were burning with something I was afraid to decipher, because I had the distinct feeling that in this moment my eyes mirrored his. You can wash up in my bathroom. No, honestly, it's okay. My face was burning with embarrassment. I don't have to shower in your house. Yeah, you fucking do, Joey called out. I meant it when I said you're not getting into Aoife's car like that. I could run a drag off you with the state you're in. For fuck's sake, Johnny snapped. Yanking the kitchen door open, he caught hold of my hand and practically dragged me down the hallway. Come on, he ordered. I'll look after you. Okay, I strangled out because, in all honesty,
What hope did I have of saying no when a gigantic rugby player was dragging me through his house? For the record, Johnny called over his shoulder as he tugged me up the staircase, turning right when we reached the upstairs landing. I don't think you smell that bad.
Thank you? I strangled out, unsure of the appropriate response to a boy telling you that you don't smell that bad, and too out of breath to come up with anything better. He was moving fast, my hand still wrapped in his, and I had to run to keep up with his long strides. He didn't stop moving until we were at the end of the landing and standing outside a closed door. I noted that we had passed at least half a dozen other doors on this section of the landing, but I was too lightheaded from trying to keep up with him to really take stock of my surroundings. Releasing my hand, Johnny pushed the door inwards and stepped inside, gesturing for me to follow him. I did, and it was like stepping into a bedroom version of the Hall of Fame. The room was huge. The walls were blue, and the enormous four-poster bed took center stage. There was an entertainment center opposite the bed that resembled a miniature cinema, but none of those details were what stuck out in my mind. It was the rows upon rows of trophies and medals ordaining the walls that had my immediate attention. Framed jerseys littered the walls along with several peculiar-looking caps and posters of the Irish rugby team. There was a huge oak desk settled in the space at the far wall between two windows. On top of the desk was an expensive-looking laptop and heaps of schoolbooks and exam papers. Above it hung a huge corkboard mounted to the wall. Stuck to the board were countless photographs of different celebrity athletes, all of whom Johnny was standing beside in the pictures. "So," Johnny said with a shrug, "this is my room." He walked over to his bed and kicked several items of clothes under it. "It's a nice room," I replied, chewing on my lips as I glanced around. In typical teenage boy fashion, it was a complete mess with the mandatory posters of semi-naked girls with humongous breasts ordaining the walls. Clothes were strewn everywhere, and PlayStation controllers and games littered the floor by the TV, beside a couple of leather beanbags. "You can shower in here," Johnny said then. Shaking his head, he burst into action, moving for a door in the left corner of the room, near his bed. "If you're sure?" I squeezed out, feeling incredibly intimidated to be standing in his personal space and potentially removing all my clothes. We were virtual strangers. It seemed wrong to be in his space. Seemed wrong, but felt so right. "Yeah, no problem," he replied quickly, opening the door for me. He poked his head inside for a brief moment before popping back out. "There's fresh towels on the rack. Use whatever you like." Holy crap. This was crazy. It was too surreal. I left my house this morning to buy some hash browns and a can of Coke, and now I was standing in Johnny Kavanagh's bedroom about to take a shower in his ensuite bathroom. How was this even happening? "Do you want me to throw your clothes in the dryer while you're in the shower?" he asked, startling me back to the present. "My clothes?" My hands moved to my middle, and I quickly shook my head. No, that's okay." He nodded stiffly, and I watched him kick several more items of clothes under his bed. "I'd give you something of my mother's, but she locks her clothes room when she travels." "Her clothes room?" "Yeah, my ma, she works with clothes." Johnny shifted uncomfortably. "It's more of a giant fucking wardrobe of a room, if you ask me, but she calls it her office." He smirked then, clearly thinking about something funny. "Gibbs broke in there one time and wrecked some important piece for a new line she was working on, so she keeps it locked when she's in London now." "Your mam designs clothes?" "Yeah." My eyes widened. "Like a fashion designer?" Johnny nodded. "In London?" Another nod. "Really?" "Yeah." Whoa. "What's your father?" I muttered. "A doctor?" "No, he's a barrister," he replied without batting an eyelid. Jesus. His mother was a fashion designer and his father was a bloody high-class lawyer? Well, at least that explains the mansion I'm standing inside. Johnny's gaze darted to his bedside locker then, and he hurried over and yanked open the top drawer before sweeping the contents on top into the drawer. "I'll go and find you something of mine you can change into," he mumbled, cheeks turning slightly pink as he shoved the drawer closed and kicked a bunch of papers that had toppled off his locker under the bed. "I'll leave some clothes on the bed just in case you want to. Just pick whatever you want." I hesitated, taking 1 step forward and 3 steps back before taking a deep breath and walking over to the bathroom door. Johnny stepped aside for me to pass, but he was so big that I still managed to brush against him. "Thanks, Johnny," I whispered, before hurrying into his bathroom with a raging case of hormones and a hammering heart. "You're welcome, Shannon," I heard him say just before I clicked the door shut. Oh, Jesus. What the hell was happening?
Chapter 35. Answers. Johnny. "I've a question. Joey, the hoarder," I snarled when I stalked back into the kitchen, having deposited his naked sister in my shower. "Go for it, Mr. Rugby." Joey shot back, unfazed. I swung my gaze to Gibbsy and gestured to the door. "I need a minute, Gibbs." My best friend must have seen the fury in my eyes, because for once in his life he didn't make a smart comment or crack a joke. He just stood up and walked out of the kitchen, closing the door behind him. "Now," I said when we were alone, eyes locked on Joey, "who the fuck's putting their hands on your sister?" Joey's brow shut up. "Yeah, you heard me," I growled. "I found her on her hands and knees at school on Friday, throwing her guts up." I ran my hand through my hair, furious and beyond agitated. "Something's happening to her, and I want to know who it is." "Why?" "Because I want to fix it." "Why?" "Because no one should be putting their goddamn anything on her," I barked. "What did she tell you?" he asked calmly. "That she fell over on Legos," I bit out. Fell over on Legos, my ass. Fell into a fist was more like it. Joey studied me with sharp green eyes for the longest moment before nodding. "If Shannon says that's what happened, then that's what happened." No, don't give me that shit," I hissed, frustrated. "This isn't the first time. I've seen her remarks." I distinctly remember a red mark on her face a couple of weeks ago, and that mark on the back of her neck on Friday. "What's happening to her?" Joey leaned back on his stool, eyeing me with a superior fucking expression I hated. He knew something I didn't, and it was driving me insane. Yeah, I wasn't sure I liked Joey the hoarder that much anymore. "Who's hurting your sister?" I repeated. He needed to give me something before I jumped in conclusions and kicked his ass. "Is it those pricks from your school? Did they get her for what I did at the bar on Friday?" "Was it them?" I demanded. "Those girls?" Joy remained silent. "Is she hurting herself?" I asked. He continued to stare at me. "Are you hurting her?" He arched a brow. "Lad, you better start talking, because brother or no brother, I will kick your fucking ass." "You need to talk to Shannon," he finally said. "I can't give you the answers you want." "Yes, you can," I snapped. "Just open your mouth and speak." "No." He shook his head. "I can't and I won't. If she trusts you enough, she'll tell you. If she doesn't, she doesn't. Either way, it's not my call." "What the fuck is that supposed to mean?" I demanded, furious. "Not your call." "Exactly what it sounds like," Joey countered. "It means it's not my call. But I can assure you that I've never put my hands on my sister," he added, giving me a hard glare. "Or any other woman for that matter." "I want to know what's going on here, Lynch," I snapped, striving for every piece of control I could muster. If she's been bullied or some shit like that, then I can help. I can fix this, if you tell me. His brows rose. You can fix this? For her, I nodded determinedly. Absolutely. You like her? He arched another brow at me and tilted his head to one side. Maybe even more than like her. I didn't bother denying it. Not to him. This wasn't Gibbsy, or one of the lads at school trying to get their eyes out of me. This was her brother. I know better than to spew bullshit in this moment. I want to know what's happening, was all I replied. I need to. Listen, I'd love to tell you, Joey finally said with a heavy sigh. I'd have no problem laying it all out there before you. I've nothing to hide. But she, he pointed at the door behind me, won't want me to do that. She would die if she thought anyone knew her business. After all the shit that went down on her at BCS. She wants that clean slate of Tommen. I want that for her too. So she is being bullied. My heart fucking sank. Someone at Tommen? If someone at my school did that to her face, then I was going to burn the fucking school down. Or from her old school. I had a hard time believing those creeps from the bar would be stupid enough to pull another stunt with her. Call me full of myself. But I scared the shit out of them on Friday. Joey stared hard at me for the longest moment before shaking his head. Listen, Kavanagh, finally said. If you want to know what goes on inside the head of horse, then be worth it. Be worth it? I frowned at his words. Be worth what? You're a smart guy, he shot back. You'll figure it out. I shook my head. I don't. My words were cut off by the sound of Joey's phone as it rang loudly. Calm as a breeze, he held a finger up and dragged his phone out of his pocket, glanced at the screen, then muttered a string of curses before pressing it to answer. What the fuck do you want? He snapped. Jerking off his stool, Joey walked over to the stove and turned his back to me while he spoke in a hushed tone. No, you were told. There's no back. I don't give two shits how sorry you are. No. She's where? I watched as Joey's entire frame stiffened. I strained to hear the person on the other line, but it was impossible. When did that happen? And the baby? Okay, no. What the fuck do you want me to say? Why would I be sad? It's a goddamn relief, is what it is. Fine. Yeah, I'll be there. I just said I'll be there, didn't I? Joey glanced behind him and caught me staring. I arched a brow, not particularly giving a shite that he knew I was eavesdropping. That's what I was doing. I wasn't about to deny it. I'll be there, Joey said in a low tone. I'm on my way. With that he ended the call and shoved his phone back in his pocket. I need to take off, he said in that calm, cool and collected tone of his. Take off? I gaped at him. Where? I've somewhere I need to be, was all he replied, and then moved to the door. Hold the fuck up, I ordered, stepping in his way. Your sister is in the shower. Yeah. He rubbed his jaw and said, I'm going to need you to hold on to her for me. Hold on to her? I shook my head, struggling to comprehend what the fuck was happening. You just want me to hold on to your sister? That's what I said, wasn't it? Joey shot back tightly. You're not saying anything, I snarled. That's the problem. You're not telling me shit. I did tell you, he snapped. I told you to ask Shannon. So you're what? Just going to leave her here? I demanded. For how long? I don't know, Joey shot back. You don't know? Yeah, I don't fucking know, he spat. Is that the problem? It's not a problem that she's here, I growled. It's a problem that you're leaving her here, and I have no goddamn idea what to tell her. Fine, Joey snapped, glaring at me with blazing green eyes. Tell my sister her father just called. Her mother had a miscarriage on Friday night, and he's on his way home from the hospital with her now. Shite, I muttered. You've no fucking idea, Joey bit out, as he shoved past me and stormed down the hallway. Do you want me to bring her straight home? I asked, having no goddamn clue how to deal with this. I followed after him, feeling at a complete loss. Or take her to the hospital. I want you to hold fucking on to her, Joey roared, stopping at the front door. He spun round and glared up at me. Can you do that, Johnny Kavanagh? Can you look after my sister for me? Yeah, I bit out, not liking his tone, but knowing he must be feeling some kind of grief. I can. Good, he snapped. I'll call when I can to sort out picking her up. Just keep her until I call you, okay? Sort out picking her up? The fuck did he think his sister was? A bleeding package? Knowing this guy must be going through hell right now, I simply nodded and tapped my number into the phone he held out for me and handed it back to him. Gussie, Joey barked, sliding his phone back into his pocket. I'm leaving now, if you want to spin into town for your car. Gibbsy popped his head out from the living room door. Everything okay? He asked, looking between us in confusion. Go on, I told Gibbsy, gesturing for him to follow Joey, who was stalking down the driveway to his car. You're sure? I nodded stiffly. Thankfully, Gibbsy had the good sense not to ask questions. Instead, he gave me a quick salute and hurried after Shannon's brother. Exhaling a ragged breath, I walked over to the door and closed it quickly. What the fuck was I going to do?
Chapter 36. Bad news. Shannon. It took me a ridiculous amount of time to get the temperature right in Johnny's shower, because apparently he liked to incinerate his skin when showering. When I finally got the temperature down to a bearable heat and felt the power jets wash over my body, I had a hard time getting out. Seriously, his shower was amazing. It was a combo, a bath with an overhead shower, and I had to stand in an oval-shaped tub with a curtain drawn across, but I swear it only added to the most luxuriating wash of my life. Using his shampoo and soap felt weirdly inappropriate, like it wasn't something I should be doing, but I was filthy and definitely smelly, so I lathered my body with samples from every available fancy-looking bottle on the rack. When I was finally clean and smelling like boy's body wash, rather than wet dog, I climbed out, wrapped myself in a fresh towel, and bundled my dirty clothes in a bowl. The smell wafting from my clothes was so gross that I immediately dropped the bundle and had to breathe through my mouth for several moments to stop myself from gagging. Joey and Gibbsy were right. I really did stink. There was no way I could put anything I owned back on without projectile vomiting. Pressing my ear against it, I listened carefully to make sure his bedroom was empty, before unlocking the door and stepping out. Seeing that it was empty, I exhaled a sigh of relief and tiptoed over to his bed, to where a massive pile of clothes was strewn in a heap on the edge of the mattress. Tucking my damp hair over one shoulder, I began to sort through the pile of clothes he had laid out for me. Sifting through half a dozen t-shirts, I grabbed the smallest one. That happened to be the size XL. It was blue in colour, soft to the touch, and it smelled like Johnny. I quickly shrugged it on. The hem fell to my mid-thigh, the short sleeves reaching my elbows, letting me know that I was practically a hobbit in comparison to him. Shivering from the cold, I moved on to rummage through the bottoms, my anxiety rising with every ginormous pair of sweatpants I picked up. I held one pair against my body and released a frustrated sob when they reached my chest. My eyes landed on the pair of white boxer shorts strewn in the middle of the pile, and I blew out a breath. Did he mean to leave those there? Were they meant for me? Was that weird? Holy hell, were they Calvin Klein's? On closer inspection, I confirmed that they were indeed designer boxer shorts. My knickers came in a pack of 7 for a £5. In this moment, I was acutely aware of our social differences. His mother was a fashion designer, for God's sake. Mine was a cleaner. His father was a barrister. Mine spent plenty of time in court, too, on the other side of the law. His house reeked of money and luxury. Mine reeked of whiskey and pain. I looked to the sweatpants in my hands, and then back to the elastic-waisted boxers on the bed. If anything belonging to Johnny was going to even remotely fit me, it would be those. Trying not to think about it too much, I reached for the boxers and quickly stepped into them and pulled them up. I presumed they were the snug-fitting boxers, but on me, they were loose and baggy. However, they were staying on my hips. What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Johnny's penis has touched these things, and now your vagina has. You're practically having sex with him. Uncertainty took over then, and I quickly yanked them off before snatching the sweatpants back up and stepping into them. Like I predicted, his sweatpants were enormous on me, coming up to my chest, and the moment I let go of the waistband, they fell to my ankles. Yanking them back up, I clutched the waistband and shuffled awkwardly into the bathroom, trying not to trip over the legs in the process. Retrieving my hair tie from where I'd left it on the shower rack, I tied a loose knot at the side of the pants and secured them up. For about 2 seconds, until they dropped to the floor again. Morose, I yanked the boxer shorts back on, ignored the voice in my head telling me that this was wrong, retrieved my hair tie from the traitor sweatpants, and tied a firm knot in the boxers. Unsure of what to do next, I returned to his room and began to fold the discarded clothes. I had no bloody idea why I was doing this, but I had a feeling he wouldn't, and I didn't want him to be left with wrinkled clothes because he dragged them all out of his wardrobe for my benefit. I was folding the last t-shirt on Johnny's bed when I noticed something sticking out from under his bed. Something that looked just like me. Bending down, I retrieved the newspaper with shaky hands and just stared at the picture of us. He kept it. In his room. Under his bed. My heart leapt against my chest. It doesn't mean anything. It's a nice picture, that's all. Don't read into this. I was completely absorbed in my thoughts when a low groaning noise came from somewhere close by. Dropping the newspaper on the floor, I remained completely still and listened carefully. A few seconds later, the groaning noise came again. From the bed. Freaked out, I grabbed a random folded t-shirt in my hands with a death grip and lowered my face to where his duvet was balled up at the foot of the bed. I was certain that's where the groaning came from. "Hello?" I whispered, eyes locked on the duvet. It moved in response, the quilt moving back and forth rapidly. "Oh my God!" I screamed, staggering backwards. Dropping Johnny's t-shirt on the floor, I pressed a hand to my chest and watched the bed like it was a scene straight out of the Poltergeist. "Is someone in there?" I asked when my voice returned. I had to be imagining this. It hadn't really moved. I was just hyper-alert. I was losing my bloody mind. "Hello?" The duvet moved again. Oh my God! The duvet started to rise up. Oh, screw that! This time when I screamed, it was at the top of my lungs as I lunged away from the bed. Knocking up against the chest of drawers behind me, I lost my balance and sprawled face first on the floor, grazing my chin on the hardwood floor in the process. Undeterred by my faceplant, I scrambled to my feet, only to collapse in a tangled heap when my feet got stuck in his giant pants that I'd forgotten to pick up. Kicking my foot free and still screaming my head off, I dragged myself off the floor and bolted for the bedroom door. It swung inwards at the same time I was pulling at the handle, and I was greeted with a bewildered-looking Johnny. "What's wrong?" he demanded, eyes flashing with concern. "Shannon, what the fuck happened?" "There's something in your room!" I screamed, lunging at him. "Oh my God!" I half sobbed, half screamed as I crawled up his huge frame and wrapped my arms and legs around him. "You have to save me!" "What do you mean, there's something in my room?" Johnny demanded as his arms came around my waist. "Shannon!" He tried to pry me off him, but I held on tighter, clenching my thighs and arms as tight as I could. Exhaling heavily, he rubbed my back with one hand and asked in a much softer tone, "What happened?" "There's something in your bed." Clenching my eyes shut, I clung to his body for all I was worth. "Under the covers," I strangled out as a huge shudder rolled through me. "I'm not messing. I saw it move. Twice." I buried my face in his neck and choked out, "I think you have a ghost in your bed." "Shannon, I don't have a ghost in my bed," Johnny replied, sounding amused now. "Yes, you do," I snapped, shuddering again. "I saw it, and don't laugh at me." "I'm not laughing at you," he told me, while he laughed. "Come on, I'll prove it to you. There's no ghost in here." He moved to walk into the room, and my hands shot out, gripping the door frame to stop him. "Take me home," I begged, wide-eyed and horrified. "Please, don't bring me in there. I am terrified, Johnny." He brought me back in anyway, marching into the room with me, locked around him like a baby monkey. "Look at your ghost, Shannon," he chuckled when we reached the bed. "I can't." I closed my eyes and shook my head, burying my face back in the crook of his neck. "I don't want to see." He smelled so good. Whatever cologne he was wearing was wafting up my nose, so at least I could die smelling something wonderful. A bark filled my ears then, stalling me mid-meltdown. "Hey, baby," Johnny cooed. "You scared the shite out of my friend here." "Baby?" Slowly I lifted my head and turned to face the bed. A black Labrador poked out from beneath the duvet. A tsunami of relief crashed through me, followed swiftly by a generous dollop of reality. The dog nudged me from under the covers, tail wagging so hard it slapped against the mattress. "Shannon, this is Suki," Johnny chuckled. "Your ghost." "Oh." Unlocking my arms and legs, I slid down his body, every inch of my skin flaming with embarrassment. "Oh, that makes more sense." Feeling lightheaded, I sank down on the edge of his bed, pressed my hand to my chest, and exhaled a tremulous breath. "Your dog," I panted, breathing hard, "sleeps in your bed?" It wasn't a question. I was just trying to piece everything together. I said hi, and she wagged her tail. I thought she was a ghost," Johnny offered, smirking. I shook my head. "Don't make jokes," I whispered, still shivering as the adrenaline inside of me slowly dissipated. "Not yet." Suki touched her wet nose to my bare thigh and nuzzled gently, distracting me. "Look at you," I whispered, giving her my full attention. It was clear from the white hair on her face that she was an old dog. "You're so sweet." Reaching over, I placed my hand on her head and stroked lightly. "Now, this one is sweet," Johnny stated. "She's mine, and much better behaved than the other two." "Well, Suki, you almost gave me a heart attack with your impressive hiding skills," I added, feeling my heart slowly return to its natural rhythm. "But you're still very sweet." "Are you okay?" Johnny asked, tone serious now. I felt the mattress shift beside me, but I didn't look up from his dog. "I should have warned you that she was in here," he added. "I'm just so used to her that I totally forgot. She can pass out for hours up here." "It's okay," I whispered, keeping my attention on Suki. It's okay, or you're okay. I chewed on my lip and thought about it for a moment before saying, It's okay, and I will be okay. Dropping my head in my hands, I let out a low groan. God, I'm so embarrassed. Did you guys hear me screaming all the way down in the kitchen? Actually, it was just me. He replied, I was on the way up to talk to you when I heard you scream. My heartbeat quickened. Talk to me? Yeah, your brother had to take off while you were in the shower. Joey's gone, I croaked out, feeling a sudden surge of panic race through me. Is something wrong? Johnny nodded and clasped his hands together, elbows resting on his huge thighs. What is it? I squeezed out. Tell me, Johnny. It's your ma, Shannon, he finally said, tone gruff. What about my mam? I whispered. Oh my God, is she dead? No, fuck no, Johnny hurried to say. Turning to face me, he exhaled a pained sigh, took my trembling hand in his big warm one, and said, She had a miscarriage. She had a miscarriage. Your mother has lost the baby, Shannon. Feel something? Feel something, damn it! I was dead on the inside. I had to be. That, or I was downright evil. There was no other explanation for it. Feeling relief over the loss of a pregnancy was the most disgusting, horrible, unforgivable crime on the face of the planet. And that's the first thing I felt when those words came out of Johnny's mouth. An overwhelming swell of sheer relief washed over my body for the briefest of moments as my brain registered the gratitude encompassing my heart at the knowledge that another child wouldn't be born into this hell. It was bad enough that we had been born into this life. I'm so fucking sorry, Shannon, Johnny said, squeezing my hand. I hate that I had to tell you that. Is she okay? I croaked out when words found me. Johnny nodded. Your brother said she's okay, and that she had the miscarriage on Friday, although you probably already knew that she was in the... Yeah! I quickly lied to cover up the carnage, feeling tears prickle my eyes as disgust and self-hatred took over. We knew there was a problem. Was that what happened? Was that where she went? Was she all alone in the hospital all weekend and none of us knew? We were bitching about her being a bad mother and she was lying in a hospital bed losing her baby. Oh, God. Of course. Johnny nodded and exhaled another sigh. Joey told me to tell you that your dad is picking her up from the hospital and that they'll both be home soon. My body froze. The weighted pain and fearful anticipation settled down on my shoulders like an old friend's hand. That's how familiar I was with the feeling of fear. My heart could not have sunk any further if I'd tied weights to it and dropped it into the ocean. He was back. Why was he back? Why couldn't he just go away forever? Your brother wants you to stay here for a while. He said he would call when he can come get you. Johnny paused before adding, But I can take you home whenever you want, okay? Joey shouldn't have put you in that position, I croaked out, wrestling to keep my emotions at bay. I'm so sorry about this. I stood up to leave. I can go now. Shannon. Johnny's hand snaked out and wrapped around my wrist. I don't want you to go, he said gruffly, tugging me back down beside him. I want you here. He rested a hand on the bed right behind my back and leaned close. I want you to stay with me. I shook my head, unable to form a single word. I had a horrible taste in my mouth. It matched the one in the pit of my stomach. Impending doom, I acknowledged. That's what I was tasting and feeling right now. My father was back. Once I left his house and returned to mine, the vicious, never-ending circle would continue. Suddenly I never wanted to leave this room. Do not cry, Shannon Lynch, I warned myself. Do not shed another tear. I dropped my head and blinked like crazy, desperately trying to fight back the tears threatening to spill down my cheeks in big fat drops. It didn't work. One tear slid down my cheek, followed in quick succession by another and then another. "I'm going to hug you," Johnny whispered in my ear. "Tell me if that's not okay." Sniffling, I turned inwards and buried my face in his side, answering his question with actions. Johnny's arms came around me, pulling me close, and I clutched his shirt in my hand, fisting the fabric tightly as sobs racked through my body. "I'm here for you," he told me, voice gruff and thick, as his hand moved in slow circles over my back. "If you need someone to talk to," he pulled me closer, "I'm right here." I couldn't stop crying, and I wasn't sure if it was the fear of facing my father pushing me over the edge, or my mother's miscarriage, or the emotions building up inside of me because of this boy whose arms I was currently in. Unable to get a handle on myself, and desperately seeking the comfort and safety that oozed from him in waves, I did something incredibly reckless. I crawled onto his lap. Johnny's entire frame tensed, and his hands fell away from his body, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. With my knees on either side of his thighs, I wrapped my arms around him and buried my face in his neck. "What do you want me to do, Shannon?" Johnny strangled out. "Tell me what to do here." "Hold me," I sobbed, burying my face in his neck. "Don't let go." "Okay." His large hand cupped the back of my head, and his other moved to my back as he held me to his chest, slowly rocking me on his lap. "I won't," he whispered, folding me up in his arms. Trembling, I clung to his body and prayed for him to be my strength in this moment, because I couldn't do this any more. I couldn't live like this. I was so alone. All my life. I was so scared. Chapter 37. It's your birthday, Shannon. I spent a solid 20 minutes wrapped up in Johnny's arms as I desperately tried to get a handle on my emotions. Finally, when I didn't feel like I had another tear left inside of my body to shed, I pulled back to look at him. His blue eyes burned with sympathy as he watched me carefully. "Hi," I sniffled, feeling embarrassed. "Hi," Johnny said gruffly as he smoothed my damp hair back off my face and over my shoulder. "Thanks," I croaked out, resisting the urge to press my cheek into his hand. "For what?" he asked thickly, tucking loose strands of hair behind my ears. "Holding me and not letting me go," I offered weakly. He smiled sadly. "Any time." "Do you want me to go now?" I asked, feeling uncertain, "now that I've drenched your shirt and neck?" Johnny shook his head and repeated those same words from earlier. "I want you to stay with me." "You do?" I sniffled, tightening my hold on his neck. He nodded slowly. "Yeah, I do." "Okay," I whispered, heart racing violently. "Do you want to talk about it?" he asked then, blue eyes burning holes in mine. I quickly shook my head, knowing that I wanted to block it all out and concentrate on the one good thing in my life. Him. Johnny eyed me warily. "You're sure?" "I want to forget about it," I confessed. "I don't even want to think about it. Not at all. At least until I have to go home and face it." "If that's what you want, then that's what we'll do," Johnny replied huskily. I sagged in relief. This boy. God. "Are you hungry?" he offered then, releasing my hips and removing the comforting feeling of his hands on my skin. My stomach growled at his offer as I reluctantly climbed off his lap. "I'll take that as a yes," Johnny said with a small chuckle. Shaking his head, he stood up and helped Suki off the bed before turning to smile down at me. "Come on, Shannon, like the river." He inclined his head towards the door. "Let me feed you." On shaky legs, I trailed after Johnny and Suki, wandering down the long hallway to the ginormous staircase. I had to fight the smile threatening to break free when Johnny stopped at the top of the staircase to scoop up Suki, and then proceeded to carry the huge 80-pound minimum Labrador down the stairs like she was a baby cradled in his arms. Smiling, I followed after them. "Arthritis," he explained in an embarrassed tone when he caught me staring. "Old age." He set her down carefully when he reached the ground floor, and watched her waddle off down the hall before adding, "But she's young at heart." The minute my bare feet touched the cold tiles, I yelped and jumped back onto the carpeted step. "God!" I squeaked, shivering. "The floor is so cold." "Hang on," Johnny said, and then bounded back up the staircase, only to return a few minutes later holding a pair of socks. He handed me the socks, and I sat down on the step to slip them on. "Thanks," I whispered, pulling the huge black socks on my feet. Lo and behold, they were Nike brand socks, and not the fake ones either. "No problem," Johnny replied, watching me. Scratching his jaw, he added, "I don't know why I didn't think of socks." "It's okay," I assured him, pulling them up to my calves before standing up. I shrugged helplessly and gestured to my bare legs covered only at the thighs by his boxer shorts. "I couldn't keep your pants up." His lips twitched in amusement. "No?" I shook my head, cheeks burning. "I'm too small." "That's okay," he replied gruffly. "I like it." "You like it?" "I mean, He shook his head and exhaled a sigh. I don't mind." "Will your parents mind?" I tucked my hair behind my ear nervously. They won't think—" "No," Johnny replied, but he sounded distracted. "Are you sure?" His gaze roamed over me then, making my skin flood with heat. "No, it's good." My brows shot up. "Good?" He blushed, causing me to blush a much deeper shade of red. "Oh, God. It's just us," he added with a cough. "Ma won't be back until the morning." "Oh, okay." "So, what are you in the mood for?" Johnny asked, thankfully veering the subject back to food. "I'm not fussy," I mumbled, following him down a long hallway to the door at the end. I hovered in the doorway, admiring the beautiful, modernly designed kitchen in front of me. It looked nothing like the rest of the house that was traditional and majestic. "Thank God," Johnny replied, drawing my attention to where he was standing at a huge black marble island, checking his phone. "Because my kitchen skills are pretty fucking basic, and Gibbsy cleared out the fridge earlier." "I can cook?" I offered shyly. "What? No." He quickly dismissed, giving me a rueful smile. "You're my guest. You're not cooking for me." "I don't mind," I replied. "Well, I do," he told me as he tossed his phone on the counter and gave me his full attention. "Toasted sandwich good for you?" I smiled brightly. "Sounds great." "Good choice," he chuckled, because it was sandwiches or cereal. "We can just have cereal," I offered. "I don't mind." Johnny winked and said, "We'll go hard and have both." I didn't protest. I was more than happy to hoof down whatever was put in front of me. "Do you drink tea?" "Only by the bucketful," I replied with a smile. "Barry's tea bags with 2 sugars and a small drop of milk." He chuckled. "So you're a tea girl, not coffee?" I gagged. "Ugh, I hate coffee." Johnny grinned and pointed to the large marble island in the middle of the kitchen. "Sit down," he instructed as he moved to the cupboards and began to dig around. "I'll throw the sandwiches in the toaster, and we can have the cereal while we're waiting." "Thanks for this," I said quietly. "For what?" he asked as he prepared the sandwiches in record time. "Cooking for me." I replied, watching Johnny's back as he worked. He was wearing a grey t-shirt and the fabric of his shirt stretched gloriously over the span of his broad back. "I'd hardly call a ham and sandwich toasty cooking for you," Johnny shot back with a wolfish grin. "Well, no one ever cooks for me, so I appreciate it," I told him, still hovering in the doorway. "I do most of the cooking at home." "Yeah?" He sounded surprised. "Why's that?" "Because I'm the only girl," I mumbled, "and most of the housework falls on my shoulders." "So?" Johnny replied, still with his back to me. "Having a vagina doesn't automatically tie you to a cooker. Or a fucking Hoover." He shook his head. Christ, if I even thought about pulling that sexist shite on my ma, she'd cut my balls off. "That's a healthy way to approach life," I told him, thrilled by his words. "That's the only way to approach life," he corrected. "We're in the 21st century," he added, "not the 1800s. He placed the sandwiches in the toaster and swung around to face me. "You can sit down, Shannon," he said gently. "It's okay." Okay." Padding over to the island, I moved for one of the stools only to flame in embarrassment when I couldn't hoist myself up. I tried again and failed miserably. "Is there a spring to lower this?" I knew I was small, but this was just ridiculous. The leather seat of the stool was grazing my ribcage. "Huh?" Johnny called over his shoulder as he rummaged around in the fridge with a box of cereal tucked under his arm. "The stool," I replied, red-faced. "I can't reach." He cast a quick glance over his shoulder and smirked when he noticed my predicament. "There was," he explained, walking over to me. He placed a box of Cheerios and a pint of milk on the island. "But Gibbsy has a habit of breaking everything he touches." Without a hint of warning, Johnny grabbed my hips and lifted me onto the stool. "He likes to pretend he's a rocket taking off," he added, unaware of how affected I was by his touch. Strolling over to another cupboard, he retrieved 2 bowls and then pulled open a drawer and grabbed 2 spoons. "Fucker broke all 6 stools within a week of my ma buying them." He set the spoons and bowls down on the island and smirked at me. "They're all stuck on full height." I arched a brow. "Are you mocking me?" Johnny grinned. "I would never." Pushing a bowl and spoon towards me, he added, "Cheerios work for a starter. I have Rice Krispies if you prefer." "Cheerios work." Johnny settled down on the stool next to mine and reached for the box of cereal. His arm brushed against mine as he poured cereals into both of our bowls, and I shivered again. "Are you cold?" he asked, turning to look at me. I shook my head. "I'm okay." "You sure?" he asked, pouring milk once again into both of our bowls. I nodded. "Are you sure your parents won't mind that I'm here?" He frowned. "Why would they mind?" "I don't know," I hurried to say. "It's okay," he reassured me. "They won't mind." "Yeah, okay." Unable to take the heat of his stare, I dropped my gaze to my bowl. "I suppose they're used to you having girls over." "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked, tone a little sharp. "Nothing." Flushing, I snatched up my spoon and shoveled a spoonful of Cheerios into my mouth. "Shannon?" Johnny asked, eyes still trained on my face. I shrugged helplessly. "I don't bring girls here." "You don't?" "No," he confirmed. "I don't." "What about Bella?" The words were out of my mouth before I had a chance to take them back. "What about Bella?" he asked with a frown. "Don't you have, like, a thing with her?" Johnny's frown deepened. "That's in the past." "I'm sorry." I scooped up a spoon of cereal, chewed and then swallowed before adding, "You two were going out for a long time, so I just presumed she would have been at your house." Johnny turned and gave me a blank expression. "Were we?" I frowned. "Were you not?" He shrugged and turned his attention back to his bowl. "No." "Oh, okay," I mumbled, thoroughly confused. "We weren't together like that, Shannon." Johnny explained before shoveling a huge spoonful of cereal into his mouth. Then how was it? I asked. You and her? I knew I should stop rooting for information, but I couldn't help myself. I had to know. Johnny shoveled another spoonful of cereal into his mouth, chewed on it for a moment, and then swallowed before turning to look at me. Honestly? I nodded. It was physical. He admitted, looking uncomfortable. It was just sex, Shannon. Just sex, I repeated. My words were barely more than a whisper. Yeah, he replied. And before you say it, I know how it sounds. But it's the truth, and it was the same for her. So don't go thinking I'm the bad guy, and that she wanted anything more from me either, because she absolutely didn't. And you know that for sure? Yeah, I do. He shot back a little defensively now. She wasn't interested in me as a person. She was happy with what I could do on a pitch and under a skirt. It was purely physical, and when I couldn't give her what she wanted, she moved on to my teammate. That's pretty terrible, I whispered, cheeks burning. Yeah, well, sometimes things aren't all rose-tinted. He grumbled. Sometimes fucking is just fucking. You can stop talking about it now, I whispered, pushing my bowl away. You're right, he groaned, dropping his spoon back into his bowl. You don't need to be listening to this. You're only 15, for Christ's sake. He shook his head. The fuck am I thinking talking about this kind of shite with you? I'm 16, I informed him, and I'm not a child. Johnny's head snapped towards me, expression wary. You're 15. No, I'm not, I corrected. I'm 16. Johnny frowned. Since when? Since today, I replied. Johnny gaped at me. It's your birthday. I shrugged. Why didn't you say anything? I don't know, I shrugged again. Slipped my mind? Shannon, come on. Because it isn't a big deal, I hurried to dismiss. It's just another day. A bad day. Terrible day. Brightened only because I'm with you. No, Shannon, Johnny argued, looking like he was at a complete loss. It is a big deal. Johnny, today's my birthday, I reeled off, embarrassed. There you go. I wish I'd known earlier. He grumbled. I would have bought you a present. I don't need a present, I strangled out, heart fluttering. Don't be silly. Johnny shook his head and muttered, Yeah, well, if you'd told me, I could have given you something better than a bowl of bleeding Cheerios. And a toasted sandwich, I offered weakly. Johnny sighed heavily. And a toasted sandwich. Shouldn't they be ready now? I asked. Shite. Shoving his stool back, Johnny hurried over to the sandwich maker and pulled them out. Not quite cremated, he announced with a frown, but they're well on their way. It's fine, I assured him as I jumped down from the stool. I like them crispy. Lifting both of our bowls, I moved to the sink to clean up. Don't even think about it, Johnny warned as he plated our sandwiches. Think about what? I asked, confused. You're not cleaning a bleeding thing on your birthday, he stated, holding a plate in each hand. I don't mind. And your face. He shook his head. And your ma. Christ, it's your birthday. You said we could forget it, I strangled out, feeling my voice tremble as panic set in. I did not want to think about it. I knew what was coming when I left the house, and I wanted to forget. For a couple of more hours, I wanted to pretend that hell wasn't waiting for me on the other side of his front door. Johnny looked like he wanted to fight with me, but he shook his head and exhaled a low growl. You're right. Sorry, he finally said. Drop the bowls in the sink and come with me. I'll sort it out later. It went against my nature to leave a mess behind me, but I complied with Johnny's instructions and followed him back down the hallway into a large sitting room with a roaring fire already burning in the fireplace. Without thinking about it, I moved straight forward, groaning in relief when the heat wafted against my bare legs and hands. Johnny set the plates down on the glass table in front of the fire, and then dragged the couch over from the wall, setting it right in front of the fireplace. "You don't have to do that for my benefit," I hurried to say. "It's freezing out," he explained, "and this house is so big it takes forever to heat." Waving a hand in front of the couch, he said, "Make yourself at home. I'll be back in a sec." Without another word, Johnny walked out, leaving me all alone in this enormous living room. Too stunned to do anything but stare, I remained by the fire, warming my back and wrangling my emotions into touch. When Johnny returned a few minutes later, he was carrying 2 mugs of tea. "2 sugars and a small drop of milk," he announced with a wink, setting the mugs down next to our plates. "Thank you," I whispered, overwhelmed by his kindness. Johnny sat down on one end of the couch then and arched a brow at me. After a couple of minutes of internal debate, I gingerly followed him, taking the other end of the couch, leaving a space between us. Grabbing the remote, Johnny flicked on the television that was mounted on the wall above the fireplace. It was huge, at least 80 inches. "Any preferences?" he asked me, scrolling through the channel guide on the screen. I shook my head. "Whatever you want." "Birthday girl's choice?" I blushed. "Surprise me." Johnny glanced at the television and then grinned sheepishly. "Ireland are playing in the Six Nations Championship in a bit." Shrugging, he added, "I was planning on watching it." "Then put it on," I encouraged. His brows shot up. "You don't mind?" "It's your television," I replied. "Why would I mind?" "If you get bored, just tell me," he muttered as he flicked on the match, attention immediately glued to the screen. "And we can put on something else." When the Irish senior team marched onto the pitch for the national anthem, Johnny's entire face lit up. His eyes danced with excitement as he tapped his hand against the couch. He looked very young and adorable. I waited for Johnny to pick up his sandwich before reaching for mine and taking a small bite. The taste of ham and melted cheese dripped on my tongue, and I moaned before hurrying to devour it. "I'm going to be there one day," Johnny stated, tilting his head in the direction of the telly. "One of these days, it's going to be me, Shannon." "I know," I replied, believing every word. Biting down on my lip, I turned to face him and said, "Don't forget about me when you're a rich and famous rugby player." "You never know," he said with a smirk. "I might take you with me so you can cheer me on in the stands." "Please do. Please take me away with you." "You're very sure of yourself," I said instead. "You can wear my number and shout, 'Johnny, Johnny,' from the stands." He chuckled before settling back down to watch the game. "Don't tempt me." Sitting on the couch in his parents' living room with a roaring fire crackling and the rain pelting down outside the huge bay window, I felt my body slowly relaxing as I tried to follow the match. I wasn't forcing conversation to break uncomfortable silences, because there wasn't any. In this moment, being here with him was as easy as breathing. It was an odd reaction to being in such close proximity to Johnny. I was enjoying being with him. He didn't push me to talk, and I liked that. He just sat beside me with a huge cushion between us and Suki at our feet as he barked orders at the television set. When Johnny stretched his legs out on top of the coffee table, I waited for a good 10 minutes before attempting to do the same, only to fail epically when my toes barely touched the corner before clattering to the floor. Chuckling softly, Johnny reached forward and dragged the table closer to the couch. Embarrassed, I kept my feet firmly on the ground. Less than a minute later, Johnny reached over, lifted my legs, and placed them on the table. I turned to look at him, but his attention was back on the screen. Every once in a while, Johnny would pause the match to put some coal or blocks in the fire before settling back down on the couch. After the 3rd time he did it, I pulled the cushion out of his way when he sat back down and held it to my chest. By the end of the match, our shoulders were touching. I didn't move away. He was big and solid and warm, and I liked the feel of him beside me. A little while later, when my eyes began to droop, he lifted his arm, and I didn't even flinch when it came down around my shoulder. Instead, I nestled my cheek against his side and closed my eyes, allowing myself to drift off to sleep without an ounce of fear in my heart, because it couldn't exist inside of me, not when this boy had his arm around me.
Chapter 38. Johnny. It was her birthday. Today was Shannon's 16th birthday, and she was spending it with me. I was glad. How crazy was that? This girl who before Christmas was a total stranger, and since Christmas, I couldn't imagine going through a day not thinking about. I didn't want to give her back. Something inside of me told me that if I did, she would return with another bruise. At least if I kept her here with me, she'd be safe. There was something very fucked up about her life. Something that made me want to snatch her away and take her with me, wherever that may be. I wasn't stupid. I knew someone had put those marks on her face, and her thighs, and her arms, and I was fairly fucking sure that if I stripped the girl bare, I'd find plenty more. I didn't know what was happening, or who was bullying her, but I'd figure it out. Straight out asking her was out of the question, though. She was so goddamn guarded that it was almost impossible to penetrate the walls she built up around herself. I thought I might be doing a good job, but if I pushed too hard, too fast, then she would retreat back in her shell. I wanted to smash that fucking shell and the bastards responsible for making her hide there in the first place. She was lovely. Fucking lovely. She didn't need to be hiding any of her shine behind those bleeding shutters. Shannon shivered then, and the moment distracted me. It was gone 10 at night, and she hadn't opened her eyes once since falling asleep earlier this afternoon. Shh, I whispered, when she whimpered in her sleep. I didn't even try to stop myself from stroking her hair. I was beyond help when it came to her. I was beyond fucking stopping. Everything inside of me was shifting, honing in on this tiny girl. Nuzzling her cheek against my thigh, Shannon nestled closer, curling up in the smallest ball I'd ever seen a person of her age contort their body into. Like the obsessive freak I was, I allowed my gaze to land on her bruised cheekbone for the millionth time tonight. I knew I shouldn't look at it. It made my body thrum with rage, and still I couldn't stop myself. I stared at the mark on her face until I was sufficiently filled with enough anger to take down an entire village, and then I turned my attention to the bruises on her thighs. My phone vibrated in my pocket then, and the sensation pulled me from my murderous thoughts. Pulling my phone out, I stared at the screen, not recognizing the number flashing in front of my eyes. Careful not to wake Shannon, I slid out from beneath her and waited for her to settle back down. Putting off my hoodie, I draped it over her bare legs and then slipped out of the room to take a call. "Yeah?" I said when I was standing at the hallway. "How's she doing?" Joey Lynch's voice came down the line. "She's asleep," I replied, keeping my tone low, because if she woke up and asked to go home, I honestly didn't know what I would do. I couldn't refuse her, but I certainly didn't want her to. She's been out all day. "Good," he replied with a sigh. "She needed it." "What's going on, Lynch?" Moving from the front door, I yanked it open and stepped into the cold night air. "The fuck's happening to your sister?" "I already told you," he snapped. "Ask her." "I'm asking you," I snarled. I'll be at yours in 5 minutes, was all Joy replied before cutting the call and leaving me as clueless as ever. Furious at the complete loss, I paced the hallway, knowing that I needed to get a handle on myself, but not finding the restraint to do so. Exactly 5 minutes later, a small knock came from the other side of the front door. Like the raging lunatic I was standing there waiting for him. Yanking the door open, I opened my mouth, ready to lose my shit on Joey Lynch, when Shannon's voice came from behind me. "Joey," she said in a sleepy voice as she hovered in the living room doorway. I moved to go to her, to tell her to go to my room and stay there, but her brother intercepted her before I could. "It's time to go, Shan," Joey announced. "It is." Her eyes widened in panic for the briefest moment before switching to resignation. "Okay." "Yeah," he exhaled a heavy breath. "Ma'am needs a hand with the kids." "She can stay," I heard her say. I looked to Shannon and added, "You can stay." "No, we need to go," Joey stated as he wrapped a protective arm around Shannon's shoulder and walked her out of my house. "Thanks for your help, Kavanagh." Agitated, I followed after them both. "Thanks, Johnny," Shannon whispered, looking back at me with the sad eyes as her brother led her outside. "For everything." "Shannon, you don't have to." "Come on, Shan," Joey interrupted me by saying, "we need to go home." "Is Ma'am okay?" Shannon asked when her brother walked her around to the passenger side and pulled open the door. "She'll be fine," Joey told her. "But we need to go home." I had no fucking clue why my legs moved towards the passenger side of the car. That's what happened. Feeling helpless, I watched as her brother bundled her into the passenger seat before rounding the car to the driver's side. "Bye, Johnny," Shannon whispered as Joey started the engine. She moved to close the car door, but my hand snaked out, stopping her from closing it. She looked up at me with those big blue eyes. Stay with me, Shannon. I can keep you safe." "Bye, Shannon," I told her instead, and with a reluctance that bordered on regret, I closed the door. The tires of her brother's car skidded with the force he tore out my driveway. Standing in the pouring rain, I watched him take her away from me.
Chapter 39. Bad news and worse news. Shannon. "Are you feeling it too?" Joey bit out, hands gripping the wheel with such force it turned his knuckles white as we drove away from Johnny Kavanagh's house. "Feeling what?" I strangled out. Joey looked me dead in the eye and made me feel a little less alone in my disgrace when he said, "Relief." I nodded, hating myself for even thinking it, but I felt it, and so did he. "Is she okay?" I croaked out when words found me again. Joey nodded stiffly. "Supposed to be." "Is that what happened?" I whispered, feeling tears prickle my eyes as disgust and self-hatred took over. "Was she in the hospital all weekend and we didn't know?" Again my brother nodded stiffly. "Oh, Joey," I sobbed. "She was alone." "She had him," Joey bit out, jaw clenched. "He was with her, and he is home now." "What are we going to do?" I asked, needing him to have the answers I didn't. "Joe?" "I don't know," he finally choked out, voice cracking. "I don't know what to do anymore, Shannon." "It's okay," I forced myself to say. "You don't have to know. You're only 18. "I can't be there, Shan," he finally said, face awash with guilt. "I can't live like this anymore." "I know," I breathed, feeling faint hearing those words come out of his mouth. I'd heard those words before, from Darren. I think we should consider what Aoife said, Joey added, voice thick with emotion. What about what Aoife said? I choked out, horrified. Calling this in? You must be joking, I deadpanned. Joey looked at me with guilty eyes, but he didn't respond. I am not going into care, I spat, feeling betrayed. You're fine. You'll get to live your own life and walk away. I will be put in a home. Shannon, she was talking to me last night about my future, and she made a lot of sense. Your future, I deadpanned. Joey groaned loudly. Not just me, Shannon. All of us. I can't believe you would even think it after what happened to Darren, I screamed, losing all grasp on my emotions. How could you think about doing that to us, Joey? My father terrorized me, battered me. I lived in constant fear. But he never touched me like that. He never raped me, which is exactly what happened to Darren repeatedly for months and months, over and over, until they almost killed him. I read the reports years after it happened. I knew all about the surgeries he had to have to repair the damage those bastards caused him. And now Joey was contemplating risking it. Go back. Turn the car around and go back to him. Go back to Johnny. Tell him. Tell him and let him help you. He told you he would. No, you idiot, he can't help you. No one can. Your own brother's given up on you. If you want to go, then go, I screamed as hot tears poured down my cheeks. Go off and leave us. Go be with Aoife and have a wonderful life together. I'll protect the boys. You can't even protect yourself, Joey roared. I'm doing that, Shannon. Me. I'm the only one trying to soften the fucking blows, and they just keep coming. Then maybe you and Dad will both get lucky, and he'll finish me off next time, I hissed as a huge sob racked through me. It'll save you the worry, and him the energy. Don't fucking say that, Shannon, Joey bellowed, slamming his hand on the steering wheel. Why not? I strangled out between gasps. It's the truth. Shannon, breathe, Joey commanded in a softer tone as he reached over and rubbed my back. Take a breath. I couldn't. I could not fucking breathe. Leaning forward, I desperately tried to drag air into my lungs. Good girl, Joey coaxed as he steered with one hand and rubbed my back with the other. Nice and slow. By the time we made it back to the house, I'd managed to calm myself down to the point where I could actually drag air into my lungs. For several minutes, we just sat outside the house, staring at our father's car parked in the driveway. I did not want to go into that house, and neither did Joey. We were both completely screwed. No, you're screwed. He'll be fine. Shannon. Joey's voice broke through my thoughts. I didn't look at him. I didn't respond either. Are you listening to me? He asked. I nodded weakly, keeping my eyes trained on the car. The next time he puts his hand on you, I want you to fight back. I stiffened. Are you listening to me? I nodded. If he touches you again, Shannon, then I want you to grab the sharpest knife you can, and I want you to plunge it into his heart. Sniffling, I turned to look at him. You're not coming back, are you? Joey just stared at me, eyes filled with tears. I can't, he whispered as a tear rolled down his cheek. If I go back inside that house, I'll kill them both. I watched his face, registered the truth he was telling me, and then I unfastened my seatbelt and opened the door. Bye, Joey, I whispered numbly, and then I climbed out and walked inside.
Chapter 40. Lines and bulldozers. Johnny. I was in a horrible mood on Monday morning that was partially propelled by the god-awful pain I was in, but mostly attributed to the fact I hadn't closed an eye last night. All night I tossed and turned over Shannon. All bleeding night I laid awake with only my regrets to keep me company, and that bleeding picture from the paper. I should have stopped her. I shouldn't have let them take her. Why? I'd no bleeding clue. But there was a voice inside my head screaming at me to protect her. I wanted to. I just didn't know what I needed to protect her from, or who. I was completely fucking clueless. Armed and ready to go to war for a girl I didn't know, against an enemy no one would tell me about. Jesus, I was so fucked in the head for more. It was getting out of hand. She was disrupting my perfectly content way of life, and I didn't fucking know how to cope with it. The girl fucked with my head and made me weak and swayable. It wasn't right, and she had no business coming into my life at this pivotal moment. She was like a tornado I never saw coming. The one problem I didn't foresee when making my plans. The one person who could fracture all my hard work. And the most nerve-wracking thing about it was that I liked it. I liked the fact she was turning my life on its axis and encouraging never seen before notions and feelings inside of me. And then I hated that I liked it. I was thoroughly addicted to every single thing about the girl. And it had nothing to do with the physical. And the physical was pretty fucking perfect. Most importantly, she didn't look at me like I was a meal ticket. She looked right through all the bullshit, seeing me, seeing only me. And that made me want to move some shit around and place her slap bang in the middle of my world. I knew I needed to get a fucking handle on myself. Except I couldn't, because she was addictive. And I was obsessed. I'd lost count of the number of lads I'd played rugby with down through the seasons that had dropped out or lost form over a girl. Couldn't afford to let that happen to me. There was too much at stake. Everything was at stake. Before Shannon, I never had any problem concentrating. Before her, I had never been uncertain about a thing. I knew exactly who I was, where I'd come from, and where I was going. And now I was a mess. I didn't need this. I didn't need this fucking stress. I'd fitness exams in less than 3 weeks' time that I needed to focus on. Exams that, if I didn't pass, put my whole future in jeopardy. That's what I needed to be focusing on. My career, not the girl. By the time I made it to school, I was distracted, off balance, and freaking the fuck out. There was something very wrong with me, and I needed an immediate intervention. I need a favour, were the first words that came out of my mouth when I found Gibbsy outside woodwork, room before his first class. Seriously? Exhaling a harsh breath, I shoved him down the hallway towards the fifth-year common area. You need to help me. Okay, but I have a class in 2 minutes, Gibbsy complained, shuffling along in front of me. So have I, Gibbs, I snapped, steering him into the thankfully empty common room. Double accounting with Moggy Dan, but this is far more urgent than me balancing spreadsheets and you designing a fucking coffee table for your ma. All right, lad, relax, he coaxed. Shaken out of his hold, he walked over to one of his tables and pulled out a chair. Dropping his bag on the floor, he sat down and faced me. I'm all ears. Slamming the door closed behind us, I grabbed the leather armchair and shoved it against the door before dropping into the chair. You were right, Gibbs, I groaned. I'm so screwed. I am. His brow shot up in surprise. About what? Before I had a chance to respond, his eyes widened in comical awareness. About you fucking yourself? Or at least it would have been comical if it wasn't so fucking depressing. Holy shit, Johnny. You haven't or you can't? I've tried. I failed. I haven't tried since, so now I'm fairly sure I can't. I decided to throw it out there. There was no goddamn point in trying to evade the question. He wasn't going to let it go. And I had bigger issues right now than my temperamental testosterone. How long has it been? Before Christmas, I quickly replied before saying. But that's not the problem here. Jesus, Cav. I'd say that's a very big problem, lad. Gibbsy let out a low whistle. Have you tried lube? What? No. Stop talking about my dick, I barked, then ran a frustrated hand through my hair. It's whore, man. You were right. I'm completely fucked in the head, and I need you to stop me from doing something stupid with that girl. Which girl? Which girl do you think, asshole? I snarled. Shannon. Oh, that girl. Gibbsy chuckled. The Resurrectionator. Stop laughing. It's not funny. I need your help. I snapped, flustered. And Resurrectionator isn't a word. Yes, it is, Gibbsy challenged. Jesus was resurrected. It was a resurrection performed by God, the Resurrectionator. Similar to Shannon, the Resurrectionator of your bollocks. That day outside the PE hall. Snickering, he added in a deep voice, She shall appear and he shall arise, which made God a resurrectionist or a resurrector. I growled. Nowhere in the English language was he called a bleeding resurrectionator. I'm talking about the Bible, not the dictionary. You're talking out of your hole, I countered. The Terminator is called the fucking Terminator, asshole, Gibbsy shot back. Not the bloody Terminist. Terminist? I mused. Another word that's not a word. Well, the Resurrectionator is a word. No, it bleeding isn't. I shook my head, aggravated. It's not phonetically or grammatically correct. Grammatically correct? Gibbsy balked at me. Look at you, Mr. High-Level English, thinking you know everything about the great Gatsby and Shakespeare. Well, not this time. He tapped his temple. This time, I'm the smart one. It's called basic comprehension, Mr. Foundation Level English, and I'm telling you now that you're wrong. He scratched his head. Concentrate, Gibbs, I ordered. I need your help here, man. I can't, he grumbled, brow set in a deep frown. I know I'm right here, Johnny. I go to Mass every Sunday, you know. Good for you, I mocked. Maybe you should pray to Jesus for some common sense. My words fell off my tongue when he stalked over to me and dragged my seat out of the way. Damn it, Gibbs, I barked. Where the hell are you going? To the library, he shot back, yanking the door open. You're wrong. I'm Googling it. And then I'm printing it off and posting it all over the fucking school, he added as he sauntered out of the room. Watch me resurrect the truth. Fine, I muttered wearily. Go for it. Less than 10 minutes later, Gibbsy returned with a sheepish expression. It's not a word, he announced, stalking back through the doorway. I know, I deadpanned. Now that you've that worked out of your system, do you think you can help me? I just don't get it, Gibbsy groaned, plopping into the armchair across from mine. How's it not the word? Gibbsy, please. I just want the word, Johnny. Fine, it's your word, I agreed, exasperated. You can have it. Fucking call the Oxford Dictionary and trademark the bleeding word for all I care. Just help me. Yeah, well, I might just do that, Gibbsy huffed, running a hand through his blonde hair. Right, tell me about your problem. I exhaled a heavy sigh. I like her. Okay, he drawled. Tell me what the problem is. That's my problem. I bit out. I like her, Gibbs. I think I really like her, man. Like, really as in a lot. A lot more than fucking like. Christ. He shrugged a shoulder. Still not seeing a problem here, lad. I don't want to like her. I spelled it out for him, fresh out of patience. Because she's 15 and you're 17? She's 16, I admitted with a groan. Her birthday was yesterday. Then you know the age thing is horseshit, don't you? Gipsy countered. You're clutching at straws, lad. The age thing is a big fat excuse because your one Shannon has you rattled, and you're panicking because you've never felt rattled a day in your life. I am rattled, I admitted, without hesitation. Completely fucking rattled. This is brilliant. Gipsy chuckled gleefully, thoroughly enjoying my rare breakdown. It's not a laughing matter, I snapped. Are you kidding me? He snorted. It's the funniest thing I've heard in ages. Noticing my murderous expression, he stopped laughing and gestured for me to continue. Jerking forward, I ignored the pain in my groin and rested my elbows on my thighs. I drove her home the other week, lad. She missed her bus over that stunt McGarry pulled outside the bathrooms. I couldn't leave her there. And you're only telling me now? He accused. I shrugged helplessly. I know I should have walked away, but I didn't. I put her in my car and we talked for hours. And not just about rugby, Gibbs, about all random pointless bullshit that should have bored me to tears. It didn't. It was just like that day when I knocked her out and I spent an hour outside Toohey's office talking to her. Except better, because she was in her full senses. She's so goddamn easy to talk to, Gibbs, like you wouldn't believe. I released a heavy sigh and said, I didn't want her to go, lad. Gibbsy rubbed his jaw. Shit. Exactly. Leaning forward, I loosely clasped my hands together and stared at my best friend. In all the years you've known me, Gibbs, when has that ever happened to me? It's definitely a first for you, he agreed, expression thoughtful. It gets worse, I grumbled. Worse? He frowned. How? I told her about my surgery. Gibbs' brows shot up. Are you serious? As a heart attack. I blew out a frustrated breath. I told her everything. And then I lost my shit on her. Why? I panicked, Gibbs. I shot back defensively. It slipped out and I totally fucking panicked. You know what would happen if a word got back to the under-20s coach that I'm not fully fit? Not that it mattered much now, I thought bitterly. If I didn't get my shit together, my dreams were down the drain. And you think she'd talk? He asked. Honestly? No, man. I don't think she's the kind of girl who talks about anybody, I told him. But I'm always so careful. And I lost my head and it freaked me out. I was more annoyed with myself than anything, and overreacted. Dropping my head in shame, I added, I'm pretty sure I made her cry. So you screwed yourself? You would think, I mumbled. But then she walked up to me at school the following morning and apologised to me. Why? Fuck if I know, lad. Did you set her straight? Couldn't. She walked off before I had a chance, I muttered. And then I did it again on Friday. Did what? Put her in my car, I admitted. Well, shit. And then I went one further. How? Gibbsy eyed me wearily. What did you do, Johnny? I dropped her home. Expelling another frustrated breath, I sagged back in my seat and groaned. But then I snatched her back What the fuck? I know, I barked. I know. How do you snatch a girl, Johnny? I shrugged helplessly. Fuck knows, but I did it. Why? Because I couldn't let her go, I admitted truthfully, keeping out the part about Shannon being sick. I couldn't let her leave me, lad. Did you ride her? What did I just tell you about my dick? Okay. Did you try and ride her? What? No, I barked. I took her to biddies, asshole. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Gibbsy shot back. This is me you're talking to, lad. I'm well fucking aware of what goes on in that place. Snickering, he added. I'm usually in the middle of it. No, I didn't bleeding ride her. And don't say ride. Why not? Not about whore. Leaning back, I pinched the bridge of my nose and sighed. Just not about hair, okay? All right. Did you make sweet love to her? He taunted. In the car park? Or in the toilets? Or the sweet spot in the back of the lounge? You're a gobshite, I growled. A complete, utter gobshite. Oh my Jesus. Gibbsy cringed and slapped a hand across his mouth. Oh no, he groaned. It wouldn't work, would it? My dick works, Gibbs, I snapped. I get hard, asshole. It just hurts when I... When you what? He asked, eyes wide. I can't finish, I muttered. You can't come? He choked out. Like it all? I mean, I suppose I could if I tried. I sighed dejectedly. But the last time I tried, it was so painful that I puked my guts up and almost passed out. Jesus. When was the last time you tried? Since Stephen's night. Holy shit! Gibbsy gasped. Johnny, that's months ago. You need to come, lad. Don't you fucking think I know that? I bit out. It's not like I'm enjoying this, Gibbs. That's unnatural. Yeah, Gibbs. It's my dick. I'm well aware of how abnormal it is. No wonder you're limping, he muttered. Your balls must be so full of spunk they're wearing you down. Not fucking funny, Gibbs. Jesus. What if they screwed you back together wrong? He hissed, eyes bulging. Fuck, lad. What if they snipped the sperm cord when they were messing around near your ballsack? A sperm cord? I gasped at him. The fuck kind of drugs are you taking? I read up on all those procedures, you know, he stated, looking horrified. So many things can go wrong. No, I shook my head, burying my terror. They can't. Yeah, lad, he choked out. They really fucking can. They cut you so close to your... Can you stop? I barked, shuddering now. Jesus Christ, I can't hear this. I'm sorry. Smothering a grimace, he waved a hand at me and said, Finish telling me about what happened with Shannon. I didn't touch her. Shifting uncomfortably, I muttered, but I wanted to. I dropped my head in my hands and groaned. After biddies, I knew I needed to drop her home, but I couldn't, Gibbs. I fucking couldn't. So I took her to the bleeding cinema instead. I just needed more time with her, you know? Like, it wasn't enough. I needed more. More? He cocked a brow. More of what, Johnny? More of her, I replied glumly. It's all more when it comes to her. I shook my head and sighed heavily. Jesus, I want her so fucking bad. I can't think straight, Gibbs. Balls, Gibbsy mused. And I beat the living shit out of some prick from her old school at the bar, I admitted. You fucking idiot, Gibbsy snapped. Did anyone see? Liam, I muttered, tugging on my hair. I lost it, lad. They said something about her, I lost complete and utter control of my senses. "You're lucky it didn't get back to Dennehy," he pointed out. "Yeah, Gibbs," I grumbled. "I'm well aware of how close I came to screwing myself. Don't need anyone else to tell me." "And yesterday," he asked, "at your house, what was that about?" I shook my head and sank back into the chair. "Her ma had a miscarriage." "Shit." "Yeah." "Is she okay?" "I don't know." I shrugged helplessly. "He took her away from me." "Who took her?" "Joey, the hoarder." "Well, he is her brother, lad," Gibbsy offered. "He was obviously going to come back for her." "I don't give a shite," I snapped, thinking about her bruised face. "I didn't want her to leave, Gibbs. He took her away from me, and I let him." "You do know you're not allowed to keep humans as pets, don't you?" he asked, in a weary tone. "You know that's just dogs and cats, right?" "Fuck right off," I growled. "Relax," he muttered. "I was messing with you." "Well, it's not fucking funny, Gibbs," I shot back. "None of this is fun. It took everything in me to let her go with her brother last night. Fucking everything." "Well, lad," Gibbsy finally said, blowing out a breath, "on a bright note, at least you can finally admit that you like her." "But I don't want to bleeding like her," I bit out. "That's the whole point. I don't have time for liking her. I can't have her taking up my headspace, Gibbs. You know what's at stake for me. I need to stay on track, and that girl makes my mind stray so far from the beaten track it's ridiculous. I'm really in trouble." "Well, obviously you don't have control of that," Gibbsy responded in an oddly serious tone. "Can't help who you like, Johnny. That's life." "Not my life," I argued weakly. "That's not how I work." "That's how we all work," he corrected. "Thing is, Shannon's not just some random girl, Gibbs," I strangled out. "She's different. She's not a hookup or a fucking shuck or a clinger looking for a leg up. I can't fuck her out of my system. She doesn't even know who I am, lad. Didn't have no fucking clue. And it was genuine. She wasn't putting it on. I've met enough of those clingers to last me a lifetime, and I could tell she was clueless." I shook my head and sagged against the leather. "And aside from all that, she's fragile." "Fragile?" "Fragile," I confirmed, unwilling to give any more information. "Is it because of whatever you read in the file?" I glared at him, tensing. "Relax," he coaxed, holding his hands up. "I never read it. I just handed it back to Dee." He exhaled heavily and nodded. "Just believe me when I tell you, that girl is a line I cannot cross." "Then don't," Gibbsy replied after a long pause. "If she's messing you up this bad when you hardly know her, then you're better off walking away now, lad." "That's the thing, lad. I don't know if I can," I admitted harshly. "You know what I'm like when I get something in my head. I lose the run of myself and go all in." "I sure do," Gibbsy chuckled. "You bulldoze. Everything and everyone that gets in your way." "Well, stop me." "Stop yourself," Gibbsy snorted. "Flex that famous self-control." Grinning, he added, "You've had plenty of it lately." "You don't get it, Gibbs. Last night almost killed me, I swear. I spent the entire night wide awake, staring at my keys and forcing myself to stay in my bed and not drive over there and bring her home with me," I admitted glumly. "I don't have an ounce of self-restraint when it comes to her. which is why I need your help." "So what are you asking me to do here, Johnny?" he asked, smirking. "Are you saying that you want me to cockblock you?" "I'm saying that if you see me bulldozing over any lines, pull me back," I bit out. "I don't trust myself around her." "You do realise that the lines that exist between the two of you are the ones you've drawn in your head?" "I can't go there with her, Gibbs, and I won't." "You serious?" I nodded. "She's too fucking dangerous to me." "Because?" "I told you," I snapped. "No." He shook his head slowly. "You basically just went round in circles there, lad." Shrugging, he added, "I haven't heard a decent argument against her yet." I didn't answer him for 3 reasons. The first, he wouldn't understand. Second, he wouldn't believe me. Third, I wasn't sure I believed me. "So, you're happy to just step back and watch McGarry or some other clown at the school make a move?" Gibbsy asked then. "You're completely fine with that?" The way my body automatically coiled tight with tension was enough of an answer. "She's a gorgeous girl, Johnny, with a lot of interest directed her way," Gibbsy stated calmly. "Can't have it both ways, lad." He shrugged. "You either want her or you don't. You either go for it or step back." "No," I snarled, tensing. It was all I could say. Just plain no. "Are you sure you don't want to try the whole girlfriend thing with her?" he asked. "It wouldn't work," I groaned. "Aside from the fact I'm too old for her, and she probably doesn't feel the same. I'm too busy and too unavailable to commit to anything even remotely resembling a relationship." "Says who?" "You know what my life is like, Gibbs." I exhaled, another heavy sigh. "You know why I'm unattached. It's too much pressure and I can't afford to lose focus. I don't have a spare hour in a day, and once the summer comes, I'll be out of here." I shrugged helplessly. "How's that fair on any girl?" "True," Gibbsy mused. "But she's clearly not just any girl." "Exactly," I gritted out. "She's too better, important." Breaking off, I rubbed a hand over my face. "It would never work," finally said, tone weary. "I'd end up leaving. They'd write a ton of shit in the papers and online, like the way they always do while I'm gone. She'd get paranoid. I'd get pissed. She'd end up getting hurt. And we'd both end up completely fucking miserable." "Oh," Gibbsy breathed. "You've thought about this a lot, haven't you?" "Every minute of every day since I first laid eyes on her." I nodded, glumly. "Then be her friend," he offered. I snapped my head up. "Her friend?" "Yes, asshole, her friend," Gibbsy drawled sarcastically. "You are aware of the concept of friendship. Believe it or not, you're actually fairly good at it. And if anything more is off the cards, and you can't stay away from her, then the friendship card is your best bet." "But she's a girl, Gibbs." He rolled his eyes. "Yeah, Johnny, I know. I don't have any girls who are friends." "Well then, she can be your first." I pondered the thought. Could I be Shannon's friend? Could I just be her friend? "Friends," I repeated, lifting my gaze to his. "I guess I could give it a shot." "Now you're talking," Gibbsy encouraged with a pleased smile. "I could be her friend. I'd be a good friend to her. I could make life easier for her. I wanted to do that for her." But what if she doesn't want to be my friend? I asked, feeling that unfamiliar swell of uncertainty that seemed to accompany any thoughts I had of that girl. Keep that pathetic shit talk up, and I won't want to be your friend, you big vagina. Gibbsy snorted. What if she doesn't want to be my friend? He mocked, and then snorted. Go home and find your balls. Remember who the fuck you are, and while you're at it, have a pull on your dick, too. Even if you pass out from the pain, having an orgasm has to be worth it. So, you'll help me? I asked, choosing to ignore his last jibe. Have an orgasm? Gibbsy shot back, with a shake of his head. I love you, lad, but not enough to get you off. Fuck off, I grumbled. Relax, he laughed. I'm joking. Yeah, my life is a big fucking joke to you, innit? I snapped. Don't be so touchy, he snickered. Gibbs, I warned. I'm not fucking around here. I need you to help me with this. He let out a heavy sigh. If that's what you really want. No. It has to be, I croaked out. Fine, lad, I'll help you, Gibbsy replied with a sigh. Even though it'll never work. You're doomed to fail. And I'll more than likely end up giving the best man's speech at your wedding at some ridiculously young age because you'll have bulldozed the shit out of things, but for now, I will absolutely help you bury your head in the sand. That's not funny, Gibbs, I snapped, bristling. I know, he replied, while he laughed his arse off. It's hilarious. Not even a little bit, I groaned.
Chapter 41. Block it out. Shannon. I spent the following week at home from school, taking care of my brothers and my mother, who, as I suspected, wasn't speaking to me. She wasn't speaking to any of us, except him. He was back. Just like I knew he would be. The miscarriage had been the perfect opportunity for my father to weasel his way back into my mother's fragile emotions. When he came back that night, Joey left. He drove away and didn't come home for 3 days. Those 3 days I had lived in terror, fearing he would never come home. He finally did. But I knew it wouldn't be forever. One of these days, Joey was going to walk out that front door just like Darren had and never come back. Mam returned to work on the following Saturday. Like a robot, she dressed in her cleaning scrubs, walked downstairs, made herself a cup of coffee, smoked 7 cigarettes, and then left for work. I knew Mam shouldn't be working in her condition. She clearly wasn't in the right frame of mind, but when I tried to tell her, all she did was give me a watery smile, kiss my cheek, and walk right out the door. I spent the entire day worrying myself sick about my mother and listening to my father tell me how it was all my fault she lost the baby. I was the whore. I made him lose his temper. I was to blame for him putting his hands on me. And I was the reason he shoved Mam when she tried to drag him off me that night. I was the reason he slapped her around. It was all on me, because I was such a slut. That's right. I was a 16-year-old girl who had never even kissed a boy, but to my father, I was a tramp. When he broke his promise of sobriety to my mother last night, I wasn't even surprised. When he used my neck as a squeeze toy, I didn't even flinch. I was just so tired. A part of me prayed he would just get it over with. Even though Joey had come thundering down the staircase and dragged Dad off me, the damage had been done. He added fresh bruises to old bruises, and I had spent a good portion of the night contemplating the worst possible thoughts. There was no reprieve from this. I had no way out. Not in that house. Not in a care home. I was trapped. When I stepped off the bus and walked through the doors of Tommen this morning, the relief that had flooded my body was so potent that I could taste it. Returning after a week in hell felt like the greatest reward for surviving. Seeing Claire and Lizzie again and knowing they loved me, being told they loved me, helped piece something back together inside of my body. When they presented me with a belated birthday cupcake and gifts at lunch, I almost cried. When I gave them the PG version of what happened to Mam, they knew me well enough to drop it. I didn't want to talk about it, think about it, or be reminded of it, ever again. Claire and Lizzie knew that and respected my wishes. Going through the motions, I went to all my classes and erased my family from my mind for the next 7 hours. It was wonderful. Chapter 42. Catching Shoes and Feelings. 7 hours. It was wonderful. Chapter 42. Catching Shoes and Feelings. Shannon. My last class on Monday was double PE, and because of the torrential downpour of rain outside, Mr. Mulcahy had taken pity on us and set up a game of soccer in the indoor basketball hall. Mr. Mulcahy was the school's rugby coach, and it was pretty evident in the way he lounged on a fold-up chair on the sideline, eyes focused on the clipboard in his hand, that he wasn't concerned with our physical education. Also, I had managed to sneak a peek at said clipboard when I tried and failed to get out of playing, and it was covered in doodles and rugby-related plays. I had ended up being drafted onto the team with Claire, thank God, and a couple of the other girls, while Lizzie had managed to talk her way out of participating and got to go to the library instead. I wished I was as persuasive as her. Instead, I was sporting a yellow bib and attempting to run around and not get squashed to death by the boys. With Lizzie living it up in the library, it left only 4 girls on the court to play with the 18 other boys from 3A. I was by far the worst. Shelley and Helen, the 2 other girls in my class, weren't much better, but I had a feeling that had more to do with their general disinterest in the game rather than lack of ability. Claire was amazing at sports, the best girl on the court, and the lads treated her with the respect she deserved by passing the ball off to her whenever she managed to get free. So far, she had scored twice. To be fair, my teammates had tried that with me earlier on in the game, but after tripping myself up and costing our side a goal, they avoided me. I thought that might be for the best. "Are you having fun?" Claire asked, jogging towards me when one of the boys on our team scored again. She was wearing the same black jersey, white shorts and yellow bib that I was, but unlike me, her training clothes actually fit her body. Her long blonde curly ponytail swished from side to side as she moved. Her cheeks were red, her eyes alight with excitement. She was disgustingly stunning. "Isn't this the best way to end the day?" Yeah, sure." I feigned a smile and gave her 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. "You hate this, don't you?" She laughed and rested her elbow on my shoulder. The fact that she could do that with ease only drove home how small I was. "Don't worry, there's only 10 minutes left." Soccer isn't really my... I paused to duck, narrowly avoiding a ball to the face. "It's not my thing," I began to say, but Claire was already chasing after the ball, screaming at her teammates that she was open. Moments later, a stampede of teenagers came barreling up the court towards me, hunting down the rogue soccer ball. So, I did what any sane 5'0" person in my position would do. I ran over to the wall and flattened my back against it. Narrowly avoiding another trampling, I decided that I had quite enough of PE for one day. I'd had a horrible, niggling pain in my stomach all day, and running around wasn't helping matters. My body was in pieces. I was in so much pain that I could hardly stand it. To be honest, I had a feeling the stomach ache I was suffering was anxiety-induced and father-related. We were finishing up from school on Friday for 2 whole weeks, and every time I allowed myself to think about all those days stuck in my house with my father, the worse the pain grew. Most people were looking forward to getting away for the holidays. Meanwhile, I was a trembling mess. Exhausted, I pulled my bib off and searched the hall for Mr. Mulcahy to ask him if I could be dismissed early and sit in the changing room. My heart jackknifed in my chest when I found him standing in the entrance to the hall, talking to none other than Johnny Kavanagh. Oh, God! How long had he been standing there? Certainly long enough to see my pathetic attempt at evading death. All day I felt him watching me. Everywhere I went, I swear I could feel eyes on me. I knew he wanted to speak to me, which is why I had spent the day ducking and dodging him. He would have questions about last week. He would want to know. And he wouldn't believe my lies. That was terrifying, because he was too clever for a girl in my position to hang around with. When I was with him, I forgot about lying and hiding. I forgot about everything. Mr. Mulcahy was tapping the clipboard in his hand, deep in conversation with Johnny, whose attention was flickering between whatever was on that clipboard and, well, me. I was exactly opposite him, with the court between us, but I swear I could feel the heat of his stare right down to my toes. Every time he switched his attention from the clipboard to me, I was hit with a gaze so heated and full of intensity that I couldn't figure out what I was seeing. Was it anger? Was it frustration? Was it something else? I couldn't tell. I didn't have to think about it too much because, a few seconds later, Mr. Mulcahy blew his whistle and instructed our class to leave the court and get packed up. Coach and Johnny remained in the entrance deep in discussion as our class trudged past them to the changing rooms. Feeling like it was the safest option, I made a beeline for Claire, hooking my arm with hers and asking her a bazillion pointless questions about the game we'd just played. Well, the game she'd just played. I kept my eyes on her face, listening intently to her responses when we passed them. It wasn't until I was safely tucked away in the girls' changing room that I released the tremulous breath I'd been holding in. Ouch! Shannon, what the hell is wrong with you? Claire demanded the second the changing room door slammed shut behind us. Huh? My arm! Claire squeezed out. Are you intentionally trying to cut off my circulation? My gaze shot to her arm, more specifically to where my fingers were digging into her skin. Oh my God! Releasing her, I slapped a hand over my mouth. I'm so sorry. What's the matter? She took a step closer, concern splashed across her features. You look really freaked out. Nothing, I replied quickly. I'm fine, it's just... I shook my head and blew out a ragged breath. I wasn't expecting him to be out there. Johnny? I nodded slowly. Her eyes widened then. Oh my God! Pointing a finger at my face, she whisper-shouted. You lied to me! Something happened the other week, didn't it? No, I shook my head, cheeks flaming. Nothing happened. He was staring at you back there, like completely eyeballing you, she hissed, looking a little giddy. Did something happen? Please tell me something happened. I promise you that nothing happened between us, I strangled out, regretting ever mentioning it. And he wasn't eyeballing me. But you wanted it to. I opened my mouth to deny it, but Claire interrupted me. Ha! Don't even lie, I can see right through you, she snickered. Even your ears are blushing. Claire, please, you can't tell anyone, I blurted out, mortified. I already promised you that I wouldn't. I sagged in relief. Thank you. But you should know that he was looking at you, Shan. Like, seriously looking at you? Claire clapped her hands together, squealing loudly. Oh, God, this makes me so happy. No, he wasn't, and I can't, I just... Choking on my words, I inhaled a calming breath and tried again. We had a fight that night in his car. A fight? Claire's brows shot up. About what? It doesn't matter, I mumbled, flushing. And you what? He dropped me home again on the Friday before my birthday, Her entire face lit up. "Oh my God!" And then I threw up in front of him, I glumly admitted, possibly on him. He was very close to the danger zone, while he held back my hair. Claire cringed in sympathy. "In his car?" "No," I replied weakly. "In school, at my locker." She smiled sadly. "And he dropped you home afterwards?" "And then
You what, Shan?"
I went to the pub with him."
"The pub!" she screeched. "What pub?"
I thought about it for a moment before I remembered the name. "Biddy's, I think."
"Oh my God!" she gasped. "That's his pub!"
"What?" My eyes widened. "His family own it. Wouldn't surprise me."
"No, no," Claire hurried to say. "They don't own it, but it's like his pub, his spot, his HQ."
"What does that even mean?"
"That's where they all go," Claire said. "All the boys from the team. Biddy's is their hangout."
"Oh," I breathed, flustered. "Okay."
"So," she mused, "what did you do at the pub?"
"He bought me dinner," I confessed.
"Wait. Why did he take you to Biddy's if you were sick?"
I shrugged. "He drove me home, but when we got to my house he asked me to go for a drive with him." Frowning, I added, "And he took me to the cinema after Biddy's."
"Shut the front door!" she squeaked.
"And on my birthday I ended up going to his house."
"What?"
Claire actually screamed.
"His house?"
"It was Joey's fault, but I was there, and I had a shower, and then he cooked for me, and I fell asleep on his—" I quickly snapped my mouth shut when the door flew open and Shelley and Helen came bursting into the room. Claire raised her eyebrows at me but didn't say anything else. One look at her face, though, and it was clear that this conversation was far from over for her. I took that as my opportunity to scoop up my uniform off the bench and slip into one of the shower stalls to get changed. I wasn't a prude or anything like that, but I was seriously lacking in comparison to these girls. Saving myself some unnecessary humiliation, I always changed in one of the stalls with the curtain drawn around my A-cups. When I had my uniform back on and my frazzled nerves under control, I returned to the girls just in time to hear Shelley and Helen's latest drama. Shelley was a tall brunette with the kind of curves I could only hope to grow into one day. Helen was the shorter, slightly less curvy, red-haired version of Shelley. They were massive gossipers and spent their days welded to each other's sides, whispering and snickering, but I'd met far worse than them. I actually sort of liked them both in their completely harmless if you don't tell them your business kind of way.
"God, he's such a ride,"
Shelley continued to squeal. She was standing in her bra and knickers, completely at ease with her body, and making animated hand gestures to her BFF.
"I swear to God, Held, I would climb that boy like a drain pipe."
She flicked her long ponytail over her shoulder and feigned swooned.
"He'd be amazing at it too."
"Don't lie, Shell," Helen shot back with a snicker.
"If he looked at you long enough, you'd pass out from the shock." "I might," Shelley agreed with a laugh, "but then he could revive me."
Waggling her finely shaped brows, she added,
"With his tongue."
"Who are you talking about, girls?" Claire interjected with a friendly smile. She was sitting on the bench buttoning her school shirt back up.
"Anyone interesting?"
"Who do you think?" Shelley teased with a huge smile.
"Mr. Sex on Legs himself."
"Did you see him watching us?" Helen asked excitedly, biting down her bottom lip.
"He was. I saw him. He was totally watching us when we were on the court." "I wish," Shelley's sigh swooned. "God, why can't the lads in our year look like him?"
"I know," Helen agreed dreamily.
"That boy is 100% homegrown Cork sexiness."
"He's not homegrown," I heard myself interject. "He's from Dublin."
"No,"
Helen challenged with a confused expression etched on her face.
He's from Ballylagan. If it's Johnny Kavanagh you guys are talking about, then Shannon's right, Claire interjected. Honestly, girls, if you went and spoke to the boy, you'd know straight away that he's a dub. He is not a dub, Shelley piped up, looking mildly horrified. He's from Cork. Sorry to disappoint you, but Johnny is a big blue dub, Claire countered, grinning. God, girls, the minute he opens his mouth, it's so obvious. Well, his father is from Cork, so he's half Corkonian, Shelley grumbled. And he lives in Cork. And he was born and raised in Dublin, which makes him a dub, Claire snickered. Ask him what colours he'll be wearing on All-Ireland final day, she added. I can promise you it won't be red. Shelley clearly took the Cork and Dublin sporting rivalry to heart because she looked terribly distraught at the news. You don't know that, she challenged. He moved down here when he was little. He probably supports Cork and Munster now. Actually, I do know that, Claire countered, grinning. Back in September, Hughie had all the lads from the team over to watch the hurling final, and guess who was the only one wearing blue in a sea of red jerseys? Well, I don't care, Helen sighed. The accent only makes him sexier. Exactly, Shelley sniffed. I'd still climb him like a drain pipe. Then you better get a hurry on that climbing, Shell. Laughing, Claire continued to rub salt in Shelley's rebel wounds by adding, because he'll be out of here after he leaves school. Once he's through with the academy and Irish heads offer him a contract, mark my words when I tell you that he won't stay in Cork. He'll go straight back to Dublin and they'll welcome him with open arms because he's their homegrown, not ours. How do you even know all this? Helen asked, staring at Claire like she had grown two heads. Because I spend my time surrounded by boys who play rugby with them, Claire replied. I heard Hughie and Jared talking about how Johnny will only stay in Ireland for a couple of years. The boys reckon he will more than likely play abroad for a few years while their team's current centre phases out and Johnny gets senior level game experience. My brother's bet is France. The clubs over there have some serious cash to throw away. Then they'll bring him home as a world-class player with the world of experience under his belt and youth still on his side. God, I muttered, feeling a little queasy from this conversation. You make him sound like a piece of meat. Because that's what he is in their world, Shan, Claire replied, turning her attention to me. A big fat juicy piece of premium steak. I can't begin to imagine what it feels like to be under such pressure, I whispered, my thoughts immediately rushing back to that night in his car. No wonder he reacted so badly. I'd seen the attention people gave him when we were out. Johnny's entire life was being played out in front of the country. Everybody talked about him. All the time. I think if I were him, I would crawl under my bed and hide. A huge swell of sympathy filled my chest, all directed at him. Poor guy, I mumbled, thinking about how desperate he must be feeling to have to hide his injury. Poor guy, Helen scoffed and made a pfft noise. There's nothing poor about Johnny Kavanagh, Shannon. The beautiful, beautiful ride of a boy is going straight to the pros. He's already being featured on popular rugby blogs and magazines. Does that sound like someone poor to you? You should see the crowds and media at his local games, Helen added with a dreamlike sigh. It's insane. I know. I saw. Maybe he was off to the pros, or maybe he wasn't. I didn't think that it was any of our business to be talking about him like this. This was his life that was being openly discussed, and I wasn't comfortable. You're awfully quiet there, Shannon, Shelley stated as her eyes assessed me with keen interest. Don't even pretend that he isn't the most beautiful boy you've ever laid eyes on. He was, by far, the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen in the flesh. However, I got the distinct feeling that, without the allure of fame and money that was attached to him, these girls wouldn't be so obsessed.
Then again, maybe they would be. Meanwhile, I couldn't care less about what shaped ball he kicked round the field. Rugby was a sport. It was a game. It wasn't all he was. It was just a part of him. The only part that mattered to these girls, apparently. It was disgusting, and I refused to join in on a conversation that reminded me heavily of the conversations I'd overheard girls have about Joey. I guess, I shrugged noncommittally. He's a very good player. Both girls laughed. She's totally blushing, Shelley teased. Look, don't even bother, Shan. I frowned. Bother with what? Liking him, she replied. Johnny doesn't even look sideways at the girls in his own year, let alone girls in lowly third year. Actually, that's not true, Claire tossed back cattily. He gave her a spin home from school. She gave me a mischievous grin. Twice. Blushing, I made a mental note to never tell Claire a goddamn thing again. Both girls swung their gazes towards me. You lucky bitch, Shelley breathed wide-eyed. You were in his car? Helen demanded. I shrugged, feeling very exposed in this moment, but didn't reply. And she was in the papers with them, Claire added. Hughie showed me. All the lads were talking about it because Johnny never stands in pictures with girls. He's never in the papers with girls, Helen accused. When did this happen? Before she went out to dinner with him at Biddy's, Claire offered with a huge grin. And the cinema. Oh, and after she spent her birthday at his house. Oh my fucking God! Both girls gasped at the same time. Did you score with him? Helen asked. Actually, it was more of a demand. Oh my God, did you ride Johnny? Claire looked at me with an expectant expression. No, God, of course I didn't, I choked out, spluttering on my words. Why would you even ask that? Oh, because he's Johnny Kavanagh, Shelley rolled her eyes sarcastically. And you were in his house? Any girl in her right mind would want to ride him. Not Lizzie, Claire waved a hand in the air. She despises rugby players. That's because Lizzie is fighting with Pierce. She'll love rugby players again next week when he smooths her over again, Shelley retorted, then quickly turned her attention back to me. Oh my God! Planting her hands on her hips, she squealed. Did you see his bedroom? What's it like? Does he have a huge bed? I bet it's huge. Is he driving you home from school again? Is that why he's here? Oh my God, are you two a couple? Oh my God, Bella is going to be mad, Helen interjected. She'll hit the roof when she finds out you're after her fella. Johnny's not Bella's fella, Claire snorted. She, on the other hand, is everyone's girl. Actually, Shelley chimed in, holding a finger up, I heard some of the sixth-year girls in the bathroom the other day talking about Bella being with Cormac Ryan now. Arching a brow, she added, apparently she's been shagging him for ages. While she was with Johnny? Helen gasped. Mm-hmm, Shelley said. Stupid girl, huh? Well, Cormac's a good-looking guy, Helen replied with a frown, but he's no Johnny Kavanagh. I know, right, Shelley agreed. Claire took a dramatic half-bow. And there you have it, she said. Everyone's girl. Still, though, Helen chewed on her nail, gaze flicking to mine, Bella won't be happy about you. She doesn't own him, Claire scoffed. They were never an actual couple, and even if they were, Bella can't talk. Everyone knows that she's been riding half the school behind his back for months. Yeah, but he's her horse in the race, Helen reasoned. Operation Bind 13, anyone? Ah, those girls are dopes, Claire grumbled. I thought that stupid competition phased out last year. It did, Shelley said in a sulky tone. Bella won.
Operation Bind what? I croaked out. Binding 13, Helen repeated, staring at me like I was clueless. In this instance, I was. What does that even mean? The 5th and 6th year girls had this stupid competition going last year to see who could get with Johnny, Claire grumbled. They called it Operation Binding 13 because they're completely sad and unoriginal. She pulled a face before adding, Apparently, Bella won. I don't get it, I admitted, mortified. Johnny's jersey number is 13, Claire explained, looking thoroughly disgusted. And binding is a rugby reference for engaging in a scrum, although I'm pretty sure those girls meant engaging with Johnny in a whole different position. What? Why would they do that to him? Because he's impossibly picky, Shelley groaned, and rarely looks at any of the girls around here. He's a complete snob when it comes to who he's with. I suppose he could afford to be with the kind of women he's surrounded by on those tours, Helen injected. True, Shelley said glumly. Did you see those girls on their last tour? The model? Helen asked and gave a resigned nod. She was like 27. They were all over the internet, Shelley sighed. Bella won't be happy with the competition, Helen offered with a grimace. Shan, you should stay away from him because she'll scratch your eyes out. She's a bitch, Shelley agreed. It doesn't matter if they're taking a break right now or not. She'll go batshit on you. They're not taking on anything because they were never in a relationship, Claire grumbled. They were glorified fuck buddies, guys. It was hardly the romance of the century. It doesn't matter, Helen countered. You know what she's like, Claire. In Bella's eyes, she and Johnny are on a break, and she will lose her shit if anyone gets in her way. I wasn't with him, I choked out, the fear of having my eyes scratched out by a 6th year making my stomach churn violently. It wouldn't be the first time, and I still had a faint scar on my right eyelid to prove it. I swear. Shannon, relax, Claire interjected, coming to stand beside me. No one is going to touch you. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Helen piped up, looking worried. Bella can be a right bitch when she wants to be. Oh, yeah? Claire shot back, placing a hand on my shoulder. Well, so can I. What? I whispered, feeling like my stomach was about to fall out of my butt. But I wasn't. I'm not. I didn't do anything. The sound of the school bell beeping filled my ears, interrupting me, and instead of trying to explain my way out of this messed-up conversation, I grabbed my gear bag and bolted for the door. Shannon, wait! Claire called after me. Just wait for me. I didn't. Instead, I ran at top speed out of the PE hall, pushing past the lads coming out of the boys' changing room and stumbling down the steps in my attempt to get as far away from potential confrontation as possible. I couldn't take this. Not today. I couldn't take another argument. Not with my parents, or Bella Wilkinson, or anyone else. I just couldn't do it. It was too much. I made it to the laneway leading out of the school, feet still pounding against the concrete, when the heel on my shoe got wedged in a crack in the middle of the road and almost caused me to fall head first onto the wet asphalt. Thankfully, I managed to right myself in time to save myself from another concussion. Aware that several students were openly watching my mini meltdown, I slowed to a brisk walk. Hobbling over to the footpath, I waited for a large crowd of boys to pass before falling into step several feet behind them. Jesus, were Helen and Shelley right? Was Bella going to come after me? Because Johnny gave me a spin home? Oh God! My heart, my poor frazzled heart, was battering my rib cage. My stomach was rolling. I felt like I was going to be sick. No, rephrase that to I was going to be sick. Climbing over the low fence that separated the path from a wooded area, I ran into the bushes, dropped my bag on the wet grass, ducked behind the nearest tree, and vomited violently. There was very little in my stomach, but the apple I'd eaten earlier came up in glorious fashion.
Shuddering in revulsion, I remained in a crouched position, inhaling several calming breaths while I attempted to calm myself down. My entire body was trembling violently, and I wasn't sure if it was from the rain pelting down on me or the sheer terror in my heart. I suspected both. Several minutes later, when I was sure I could move again, I stood up gingerly and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. Pressing a hand to my stomach, I exhaled a ragged breath and looked around. Thankfully, I'd managed to position myself out of sight from the lane. This time, I reached into my school bag for my water bottle, only to realize that in my haste I had grabbed the wrong bag. My school bag was back in the PE hall. Crap! I croaked out. Shoulders sagging, I slung my gear bag onto my back and made my way back to the road. I didn't bother running this time. I was all out of energy. I was all out of everything. If Bella wanted to hurt me, then no amount of running away would change that. She would find a way, they always did. The worrisome thing was I didn't know what she looked like. I didn't know who to watch out for. Everyone, my brain insisted, trust nobody. With the rain pouring down on me, seeping through my clothes, I walked slowly back to the PE hall with my head down and my flight mode deactivated. There was a steady stream of fast-flowing water running down the road, and the grassy dike to the left of the path was underwater, that I was careful to avoid when I crossed over towards the PE building. Unlike earlier, when I had been running and not taken any notice of the weather, I was achingly aware of my surroundings now, and the shitty Irish weather. God, if it didn't stop raining soon, the town would be put under flood alert. It wasn't an uncommon thing for Cork in the winter and sometimes early spring. Hell, it could even flood in the summer in Cork. Without the protection of the coat I had left in my locker, my clothes were soaked right through. My feet were wet, my socks drenched from scurrying around trying to find a spot in the woods to vomit. The sensation of my wet uniform clinging to my equally wet skin made me feel both icky and cold. Everyone was gone when I eventually returned to the hall, the earlier noise and bustle from my classmates noticeably absent. Grateful for the temporary shelter from the monsoon outside, I went straight for the girls' changing rooms and breathed a sigh of relief when I spotted my school bag on the bench where I'd left it. I was still getting used to my things not being touched in this school. I walked over to my bag and picked it up, only to notice a torn-out page from a copybook fluttered to the floor. I ignored it. Soaked to the skin, I grabbed my emergency pouch, trudged into the bathroom and quickly brushed my teeth, gagging when the brush poked the back of my throat. When I was finished cleaning my mouth, I rinsed off the toothbrush and tucked it back inside the small Ziploc bag with the paste and walked back to get my bag. Checking my watch, I noted it was 4:25. Aside from my shorts and jersey and a clean pair of underwear, something I always carried, I didn't have a spare change of clothes at school, so I would have to suffer on until I got home. My bus wasn't for another hour, but I knew I would much rather wait at the bus stop for it to arrive than risk bumping into Bella inside the school. Even though I didn't know what Bella looked like, I wasn't prepared to put myself through that level of worry. Not even for my coat that was still in my locker. The rain was worth my peace of mind. Tucking my emergency pouch back into the front pocket of my school bag, I hoisted it onto my back and settled the straps of my bag on my shoulders before reaching for the note. Shan, I should have kept my fat gob shut. I really didn't mean to upset you. I thought we were all joking around and I got caught up in the banter. Sometimes I forget about all the horrible things those girls did to you. It's hard because you seem so happy here and different. Different in a good way. And don't take any notice of Shelley and Helen. They're complete drama whores. Bella won't lay a finger on you, I promise. Anyway, I'm really sorry, and please text me when you get home. Love, Claire. XXX. I read the note 3 more times before stuffing it into the pocket of my skirt. Then I tucked my gear bag under the bench next to Claire's before leaving the changing room. I wasn't mad at Claire. Their banter was perfectly normal, It was my reaction to the banter that I was mad about. My constant overreaction to everything. I needed to work on myself. I needed to stop being scared all the time. It was hard, though, when I spent most of my waking hours in a constant state of paranoia and anxiety. Joey told me that I had to fight back. He said it again last night when he was rubbing my back, as I tried to breathe through a panic attack. He told me that if he ever put his hands on me again, I should grab a weapon. I was afraid to, though. I was terrified of unleashing something I might not be able to rein back in. It was because of my lack of action that my brother ended up taking a beating last night. I knew Joey didn't blame me for his broken nose, but the text message I received from him earlier, letting me know that he was staying with Aoife for the night, made the prospect of going home a terrifying one. He was bailing out, and I didn't blame him. If I had a safe place to fall, I would hurl myself towards it. That's what Aoife was to my brother. Joey had Aoife, and I had no one. Deep in thought, I was at the bottom of the steps outside the PE building when the sound of my name being called rocketed through the air. Shannon! Turning round, I watched as Johnny jogged down the steep steps of the building, pulling up the hood of his navy jacket as he went. Don't overreact and run, I silently commanded as my feet twitched beneath me. Just say hi. Realizing that I was physically nodding along to my mental affirmations, I cleared my throat and offered a weak, "Hi, Johnny." "Hi, Shannon." He puffed, coming to a stop in front of me. "How's it going?" "Okay," I squeezed out as I tried to keep my features impassive. It was an impossible feat when every ounce of blood in my body was rushing to my face, encouraged by my thunderous heartbeat. "You, were in the hall?" "Yeah." Johnny nodded. "I had a few things I needed to go through with the coach." A small smile pulled at his lips. "You weren't messing when you said you didn't play any sports, huh?" I flamed in embarrassment. No, I wasn't." "How's your mam?" he asked, blue eyes sharp and probing. "Oh, she's, I paused to tuck a drenched tendril of hair behind my ear. "She's a lot better now." "That's good," he said, and it sounded like he genuinely meant it. "You were at home helping her last week. That's why you didn't come to school." Yeah. She needed some help after the... I shook my head before adding, "Mam's okay now. She's back to work and everything." Johnny's brows shot up. "So soon?" "You're one to talk, Mr. Doctor." I shrugged. "That's what she wanted." "What about you?" Johnny asked then. I frowned. "What about me?" His blue eyes burned holes in mine when he said, "Are you okay?" "I'm okay," I croaked out, feeling incredibly nervous to be so close to him again. "You know," he mused, "I'm starting to really dislike that word." "Well, I am," I choked out. "Okay, that is." "That's good," he said. "And your family—" "I really don't want to talk about it," I said in a small voice. "Ever again. We're moving on from it, so I'd prefer not to be reminded," I added, "if that's okay." "Shite, yeah," he muttered. "I won't say another word about it." I sagged in relief. "I'm also really sorry," I croaked out, "for the way we imposed on you at your house that day." "What?" Johnny frowned at me. "You didn't impose on me." "I really did," I admitted, embarrassed, "and so did Joey." "Shannon, I don't feel that way," he told me, tone gruff. "I don't. So don't think like that, okay?" "Okay," I nodded. "Well, I should probably get going now." Smiling weakly, I offered him a small wave and said, "Bye, Johnny," before turning on my heels and walking away. See? Progress! I wasn't running. "Wait," Johnny called out, his voice coming from close behind me. "Are you walking home?" Irrationally affected by his close proximity, I gripped the shoulder straps of my bag and nodded, but didn't stop walking.
In this weather?
He asked, falling into step beside me. No, I'm just walking to the bus stop, I explained quietly, keeping my eyes trained on the footpath ahead of me, careful to avoid the overflow of rainwater that seemed to be bubbling out of every drain. It wasn't an easy feat, what with my heart trying to burst its way out of my chest. There was another thing I needed to work on, controlling my body's reaction around this boy. He was walking beside me, and every time he took a step, his arm brushed against mine. It was clearly accidental. I doubted he even noticed it, and he was so big I was sure he couldn't help it, but that didn't mean my body didn't react to the feel of him. At least I was burning up now. It helped with the damp.
What time's your bus at again?
Johnny asked, voice deep and gravelly. Shivering, I swiped a raindrop off my lip and my tongue before replying. I get the 5:30 bus every day.
That's over an hour from now.
I didn't respond. I just kept walking.
Are you planning on standing around in the rain for an hour?
He asked, stepping in front of me and halting me in my tracks. We were both like drenched rats from the downpour, and I had to avert my eyes to stop myself from admiring the way his wet hair clung to his forehead. He had gorgeous hair. He had a gorgeous smell, too. One I couldn't stop myself from inhaling as he stood far too close to me for comfort. Lynx deodorant, freshly cut grass, and boy all rolled into one. Who was I kidding? He had a gorgeous everything. When I dragged my thoughts back to the present and shrugged, Johnny let out an impatient growl, his piercing eyes burning holes through me.
Come on,
he said gruffly.
I'll take you home.
Oh, no. Sweet baby Jesus, no. No, I quickly shook my head. You're grand. He arched a brow, getting all up in my personal space with his gigantic frame.
Why not?
Because you dropped me home, I replied, taking a safe step back.
So?
He countered, taking another step towards me. So that's enough. I tucked my chin into my chest and tried to step around him. Thanks anyway. Again, Johnny blocked my path, caging me in with his huge frame, and just like before, I had to crane my neck up to look at him.
You'd rather stand in the rain for an hour than take a spin from me?
He asked, eyes wild and heated.
Why?
Because your on-again, off-again girlfriend may or may not want to cause grievous bodily harm to me. Because the first time I got in a car with you, it ended badly. Because the second time I got in a car with you, I almost told you secrets. And mostly because the way you make me feel scares me. When I didn't respond, because I honestly couldn't, Johnny let out another growl, but this one sounded like he was frustrated.
Are you mad at me?
Mad at you? I shook my head, eyes wide. No, of course I'm not.
Then why are you being like this?
Being like what?
Avoiding me,
he said quietly. I'm not, I lied. I just...
You just what, Shannon?
I shrugged, at a complete loss for words. He shook his head, dropped his bag on the ground, and then reached forward, swiping my school bag off my shoulders, both shoulders, and with minimal effort. Shocked, I watched as he tossed my bag on the ground alongside his before lowering the zipper on his designer-looking jacket and shrugging it off. What are you doing? I strangled out, teeth chattering from the cold.
What do you think I'm doing?
He countered as he reached behind me and placed the hood of his jacket on my head and wrapped it around my shoulders.
You're getting soaked out here.
But you won't have your jacket, I blurted out.
But you will, he shot back. Now, are you going to put your arms in the sleeves, or am I going to have to do it for you?
When I failed to assist him, quite frankly, I was too stunned to do anything other than gape at him, Johnny grabbed both ends of the jacket and zipped it up to my chin, leaving my hands trapped at my sides, the empty sleeves swaying beside me. He pulled the hood forward, covering my hair from the rain, and then reached down and grabbed both of our bags.
Now,
he said, nodding his approval as he tossed a bag over either shoulder. "Let's go. I'm taking you home. Ma's probably waiting down by the gates."
"Your mother?" I squeezed out.
"Yes," he replied. "My car's in the garage for a service."
"But I don't know your mother," I blurted out. I tried to flail my arms out for emphasis, but the zip jacket gave me little room to do so.
"You know me," was his response.
I opened my mouth to say something, anything, but Johnny strode off down the footpath with my school bag.
"Move your legs, Shannon," he called out over his shoulder, not looking back at me, "before we both get struck down with pneumonia."
I was so gobsmacked by his actions that I did exactly what Johnny told me to. I moved my legs. Hurrying after him, I weaved around the rain puddles and cracks in the pavement. It was hard enough to keep up with him in my 2-inch heels, and damn near impossible to keep my balance with my arms trapped to my sides. "Crap!" I squeaked when I miscalculated a jump and landed in the freezing puddle. It wasn't a regular puddle either. No, this was an Irish puddle consisting of a good 5 inches of muddy, sludgy, ice-cold rain water. Immediately the water began to fill my shoes, making it unbearable to walk. Hopping on one foot, I wrestled an arm out beneath the jacket and pulled off my shoe. Tipping it upside down, I watched in dismay as a slush of water spilled out. My poor sock was drenched through. My calves were specked with leaves and brown slush. I groaned in dismay as I slipped my foot back into my shoe, then proceeded to empty the other shoe.
"What are you doing?" Johnny called out from up behind me.
"There's water in my shoe," I called back, while muttering a string of curse words all directed at the Irish weather. "I can't walk in them like this. Just give me a sec. Whoa!" My shoe slipped from my grasp, and I lunged for it. Bad idea, considering I was balancing on one foot and my arms were trapped. Feeling like a noodle, I managed to snag my shoe mid-air, only to lose it again when I couldn't find my footing. My shoe flew out of my hand, and I flailed backwards, trying and failing to keep myself upright. Knowing it was a lost cause, I gave up the battle and braced my body for the impact I was sure to feel. I fell backwards, my ass grazing the concrete for the briefest moment before I was heaved back up. With one hand fisted in the front of the jacket I was wearing, Johnny quite literally held me hovering off the ground like my body was something obscenely minuscule and weightless. It wasn't. I weighed 6 stone 3 pounds, but you wouldn't have guessed it by the way he dangled me from one arm. "Nice catch," I finally breathed, looking up at his face with a mixture of shock and admiration as he held my entire body with one hand. His lips twitched. "Thanks." "Well, you're definitely better at catching than throwing." Smirking, Johnny dragged me to my feet before pulling the zipper of the jacket open and freeing my hands.
"Better?"
he asked, his hands settling on the slight curves of my waist. Not really, because I could feel the heat of his hands on my body, and even though a full layer of clothes separated his touch from my flesh, I still felt it all the way down to my toes. This was bad. This was so not good. Red-faced and blushing, I latched onto his forearms, balancing on my one-sheathed foot, and blurted out the only thing I could think of in this moment. "I don't want to get beaten up." His hands tightened on my waist as he stared down at my face.
"Who would beat you up?"
"Your girlfriend."
"I don't have a girlfriend,"
he replied slowly, weariness and confusion etched on his face. "You know this." "Bella."
"Did she say something to you?"
Johnny demanded, tone hard, expression angry. I shook my head.
He cocked a brow. "No?"
"No," I confirmed quietly.
"You're sure she hasn't said anything to you?"
he probed. "I'm sure," I replied, "but I don't want to give her reason to." Johnny stared hard at me and repeated his earlier statement with a few tweaks.
"She was never my girlfriend, Shannon."
"Yeah, well, a couple of the girls in my class were saying that you had a—"
"You were talking about me,"
he interrupted, a hard edge to his tone.
"With them?"
"No," I shook my head, They were talking about you, to me. Johnny arched an indignant brow.
Is there a difference?
Yes, I nodded. A big one. I swallowed deeply and shook my head. Listen, Johnny, I can't get it any more. Exhaling a ragged breath, I forced myself to look at him. I don't want to get hurt because you spoke to me. My words came out fast and breathy. I don't need that kind of trouble in my life. I'm not a fighter. I need to keep my head down and get through school with no drama. There was a long pause of silence where neither of us spoke.
You think I'd let anyone hurt you?
Johnny finally asked, his eyes dark and intense and focused solely on my face.
You think I'd let anything bad happen to you, Shannon, like the river?
I stared up at him, unsure of what to say and uncertain of my feelings. When I didn't respond, Johnny released a low growl and shook his head, causing droplets of rain to spray my face.
Because I won't.
He answered his own question by saying,
Nothing bad is going to happen to you.
He added, blue eyes dark and locked on mine.
Because I'm not going to let anyone hurt you, okay?
I nodded uncertainly. Okay. He watched me carefully, eyes heated and locked on mine.
Do you believe me?
I want to. I breathed as my fingers dug into the hard planes of his shoulders, my body's helpless reaction to his words. God, I want to.
Good,
he replied gruffly, stepping closer, hands tightening on my waistline.
I want that too.
A strange heaviness settled over us then, as the never-ending cycle of rain continued to pelt down. Like a pressured sensation, like the air had grown thin around us. He was staring down at me, looking both annoyed and excited. It was a confusing look. I didn't know what to make of it. A huge black Range Rover SUV pulled up alongside us then, breaking the weird tension and saving me from blurting out something dangerous. The tinted-out window rolled down and a woman's head popped out. "Johnny!" the woman inside the Range Rover called out. She was blonde and beautiful, and looked mildly horrified as she stared at us. "What are you doing to that poor girl?" "That's my ma," Johnny muttered, glancing briefly at his mother before returning his attention to me. "Come on." "Wait!" I croaked out, gripping his arms before he could go, still balancing on one foot. "What about my shoe?" Johnny glanced down at my feet and then behind me. Releasing a heavy sigh, he hooked an arm around my waist, pulled me to his side, hoisted me clean off the ground, and then walked us over to the Jeep. He yanked the back door open with one hand and deposited me into the back seat with the other before jogging back to the footpath to retrieve our discarded bags. "I'm soaking wet," I warned, feeling embarrassed at the thought of ruining the expensive upholstery of the car. "Seriously, Johnny," I added with a shiver when he returned to the door with our bags, "I'm soaked right through my clothes." His lips twitched for the briefest moment, and then he shook his head as if waving off an unwelcome thought that had come to him. "Ma, this is this is Shannon," he acknowledged, looking clearly uncomfortable. He cast a nervous glance at me and then turned back to his mother, clearing his throat twice before adding, she's new." He shoved me further into the back seat of his mother's Jeep and then tossed both bags in alongside me. "I told her we'd drop her home." "Hello, Shannon," his mother said, turning in her seat to flash me a megawatt smile.
"Shannon, this is my ma,"
he announced gruffly.
"I'll go and find your shoe."
He closed the door then, locking me inside with his mother, and jogged away. Mortified, I slumped into the back seat of his mother's Range Rover. Well, this wasn't awkward. This wasn't awkward at all. Trying not to hyperventilate with burning discomfort was surprisingly difficult, considering I was sure full-blown hypothermia was setting in. "Nice to meet you, Mrs. Kavanagh," I chattered, knees bopping restlessly as I rubbed my hands up and down my arms. I was so unbelievably out of my comfort zone that I had no clue what to do. Knowing that I was dripping water all over this kind lady's leather interior wasn't helping matters either. "Thank you for the spin." "It's Adele, love," she replied,
sounding distracted as she watched out the window. "What in the name of Jesus is that young fellow of mine doing now?" Muttering several profanities to herself, Mrs. Kavanagh pressed a button on the door and her window rolled down. "Johnny!" she called out. "What are you doing running around in the rain, you bleeding idiot? Get in!" "He's looking for a shoe," I pointed out, cheeks flaming. "My shoe, I dropped it. More like flung it. He's trying to find it for me." Mrs. Kavanagh turned round to grin at me, but her smile faltered, her expression morphing into a concerned frown. "Oh, God!" she gasped. "Look at you shaking. You must be perished." I was perished. I was beyond perished. My body was jolting violently as the dampness of my clothes continued to assault my skin. Johnny's mother turned the heater on full blast, and I groaned in relief as a wave of heat hit my face. She slipped the chunky knit cardigan she was wearing off her shoulders and draped it over my legs. "Now, pet," she said in a soothing tone, "we'll get you warmed up in no time." "Thank you so much," I replied as I slowly withered inside. Her small act of kindness was overwhelming to me. "I don't want to dirty your cardigan." "That's what the washing machines are for," she replied, smile returning. Whoa, Johnny's mother was beautiful and extremely well dressed. Seriously, her clothes were like, wow! Everything matched, from her earrings to her belt. "Fashion designer, remember," my brain hissed. "Of course she's going to look good." With blonde hair and brown eyes, Mrs. Kavanagh didn't look much like her son, but he had definitely inherited her bone structure and full lips. Johnny was right about her Dublin accent, though. It was thick and much more distinct than his. "Looks like you've a fan," Mrs. Kavanagh added, pointing to where Johnny was jogging up and down the footpath, scouring the ground and dikes for my missing shoe. Crap, I hoped it hadn't floated away in the drain water. Dad would hit the roof if I came home with another expense. "He's done a terrible job of keeping you quiet," Mrs. Kavanagh added with a smile. "I saw you in the papers with him the other week. Beautiful picture, love. You two look absolutely stunning together." Did she think... What? "Oh, no. I blushed an ugly shade of beetroot red. "It's not like that." "Oh, no?" she smirked. "I thought maybe Johnny had gotten himself a little girlfriend while I was away." No," I squirmed in discomfort. "We're just friends," Mrs. Kavanagh quipped, a small smile tugging at the corner of her lips. "So I've heard." Were we friends? I wasn't sure. Maybe he was still trying to make amends. I nodded and said, "Yeah, we're just friends." "Ah, that's a shame," she replied after a long pause. "For a moment there I thought you had managed to do the impossible." "The impossible?" "Distract him from the rugby." "Oh," I clasped my hands together, unsure of how to respond to that. "Well, I haven't," was all I came up with, followed with, "We're just friends." When Mrs. Kavanagh spoke again, her brow was knitted in concern. "I love my son with all my heart, but sometimes I wish he would just remember to be 17 and let go a little. Have fun. Fall in love. Break the rules. Be a teenager instead of a machine?" I offered quietly. "Yes," his mother agreed, nodding eagerly. "His food intake, the training, the travelling, the sponsors, all of it. It's scary." She sighed again, brows creasing. "I just want him to let loose every once in a while. I know how that sounds coming from a mother, but he's so controlled. Every part of his life is completely structured and planned. It's overwhelming for me as his mother to watch it. I can't imagine how it feels to be 17 years old and live that way, day in, day out. It's all rugby, and more rugby with Johnny. He eats, sleeps, and breathes the damn sport." I opened my mouth to say something, anything, but Mrs. Kavanagh continued. "He wakes up and he trains. He goes to school and he trains. He comes home and he trains. And then he goes to bed and repeats the whole cycle all over again the next day." "Sounds exhausting," I agreed, feeling a little uncomfortable at the sudden and in-depth insight I was being given into his life. It's certainly exhausting watching him. With a small sigh, she touched her forehead and said, I just wish he could find an outlet for the frustration or anger or whatever it is that's built up inside of him. I'm afraid that one of these days he'll explode. I had no idea what to say in response. My brain was struggling to register all of the new information about Johnny. And I've just realised that I'm rambling, Mrs. Kavanagh said then, chuckling softly. Sorry, my husband's always rising me about it. That's okay, I replied as a small shiver ran through my body. I don't mind. And I didn't. I felt oddly at ease listening to her speak. Johnny's mother was nice and friendly, and the complete opposite to the type of parent I would be going home to. So, tell me how you and Johnny know each other, she asked. Are you in the same class? How did you make friends with each other? No, I'm in third year, I replied, shifting in my seat. Really? Mrs. Kavanagh's eyes widened. I thought you were much older. I beamed at the compliment. At least I was taking it as a compliment. It wasn't often someone mistook me for being older than what I was. I'm 16. I should be in fourth year, I explained, delighted with myself for coming across as older, but I was held back in primary school. So was Johnny, Mrs. Kavanagh told me with a warm smile. In sixth class, I replied with a small nod. He wasn't happy. No, she laughed. He certainly wasn't. Smiling, she added, You must know each other well if he gave you the "my parents ruined my life when they moved me to the sticks" story. Not that well, I found myself explaining. Honestly, Johnny offering to drop me home is probably just another one of his ways of trying to make up for knocking me up on the pitch. Excuse me? Mrs. Kavanagh spluttered, eyes bulging. It was an accident, I quickly interjected. He didn't mean for it to happen. If anyone's at fault, then I am. I shouldn't have gone there. I distracted him, but he took good care of me afterwards. I blew out a breath before adding, He was very kind. And when did this accident happen? Back in January, I explained, my hand automatically moving to cup the back of my head. The doctors at the hospital said everything's okay and the bump's long gone now, but Johnny's been trying to make it up to me since it happened. Has he now? I think he still feels responsible for it happening, I said with a shrug. We both know he didn't mean for it to happen. Neither of us did. It was a complete accident. But it's all sorted now. And so he should feel responsible. Mrs. Kavanagh's face turned a deathly shade of white when she hissed, I am going to castrate the little shit. Oh my God, no! I squealed. Thinking back over my words, I suddenly realised how badly that must have sounded to Mrs. Kavanagh, and desperate to wipe the look of terror off her face, I quickly clarified, Out! Johnny knocked me out, not up. Oh dear God, let me die. Out, I emphasised for the dozenth time. The bump was on my head. How did he hurt you? His mother asked, looking troubled and yet massively relieved. I sighed heavily. With his balls? With his balls, she repeated, looking horrified. Johnny knocked you out with his balls. Ball, I stressed, squirming in my seat. Just the one ball. I stopped speaking, knowing I was making a hash of things. Balls, bumps, knocking you up. Mrs. Kavanagh expelled a heavy breath. Shannon, love, please explain this to me before I have a stroke. I'm not pregnant or anything, I blurted out, feeling the need to make that clear. I have never been pregnant, I added for clarification. Not by your son or anyone else. That's good to know, his mother replied, tone slightly less pitchy. Now, tell me what happened. Oh, God. I pressed my hands to my burning cheeks and inhaled a steadying breath before trying again. I transferred to Tommen after Christmas break. It was my first day, and I was late for a class, so I cut across the pitch where they were having rugby practice. Johnny kicked the ball, and it smacked me in the back of the head. I fell down the bank of the pitch and cracked my head off the ground. I must have hit a rock or something when I landed because I passed out. It's all still pretty fuzzy, but Johnny helped me to the office and waited with me until my mother got to the school. Mam took me to the hospital to get checked over. I blew out a shaky breath and added, "That's it." Mrs. Kavanagh watched me for a long, uncomfortable moment, obviously taking my measure. I guess that she realized that I was telling her the truth because her voice was laced with concern when she finally asked, "And are you all right?" "Yeah," I nodded, relieved to have cleared the disastrous miscommunication up. "It was just a moderate concussion." "Oh, Jesus," she gasped. "Shannon, love, I'm so sorry." Reaching across the console, she snatched a designer-looking handbag off the floor and clicked it open. "Your hospital bills," she began to say, tone distracted, as she rummaged in her bag. "Do you know how much they are? Damn it, I've left my purse on the kitchen counter. I'll need your mother's phone number." She continued to rummage in her gorgeous designer bag. "Why didn't the school contact me?" "What?" I gaped and shook my head. No, Mrs. Kavanagh, it's fine. There was no bill. I have a medical card." She watched me for several long beats before finally pulling her hand out of her handbag. I was glad she did because I had a firm grip on the door handle and was 2 seconds away from bolting out of this jeep, shoe or no shoe. "Well, I'm very sorry that happened to you, Shannon," she finally said, setting her handbag back down on the passenger side floor. "But I would still like to talk to your parents to apologize. Maybe I can do that when I drop you home." "There's no need," I blurted out, feeling my chest constrict with panic as the blood in my veins turned to ice. "My mother works all the time, so she won't be home, and my father isn't. He won't. Please don't call. He isn't." My words choked on my tongue, and I exhaled a ragged breath and strangled out the words. "It's not necessary." Mrs. Kavanagh nibbled on her bottom lip uncertainly as she studied my face. Her brown eyes were full of unspoken concern, her expression matching. "Shannon, love, I don't—" It was at this exact moment the front passenger door swung open, startling us both, and causing Mrs. Kavanagh to, thankfully, stop talking. "Fuck, it's freezing out there," Johnny announced as he jumped inside and shook himself down, causing water to spray everywhere. "I'd say it's time to batten down the hatches and get the rubber dinghies out, girls. The weather's gone to shite. Says the genius running around in the storm for the last half a bleeding hour," his mother quipped. "We're on the orange alert for flooding, you know. 4th one in a month." "You know I'm no quitter, Ma," Johnny shot back, holding up my shoe in triumph. Twisting in his seat to face me, he arched a brow and said, "Tip for next time we do this." His tone was serious, but his eyes danced with mischief as water dripped from his rain-flattened hair onto his forehead. "Keep your shoes on your feet." Winking, he tossed my shoe onto my lap before turning back around and reaching for his safety belt. "Sorry," I mumbled, red-faced. Picking the slimy shoe off my lap, I reluctantly slipped my foot inside, shuddering at the squelching sensation. "Thanks for saving my shoe." "Yeah, well, thank me for learning how to walk in them," Johnny shot back in a teasing tone. I blushed beetroot red. Yeah, okay." "Christ, that's some amount of rain for March." "What's your language?" Mrs. Kavanagh scolded as she started the engine pulled off. "And what's this I hear about you knocking Shannon out?" Johnny swung around and stared at me. The expression on his face said, "Really?" I sank back in my seat. "Well, for fuck's sake, Ma, what have I told you about your language?" Mrs. Kavanagh snapped. "Cool your jets, Johnny." "Christ!" Johnny sagged against the headrest and groaned. "I already got it in the neck from Toomey Lane coaching Shannon's ma. Please, not you as well." "Well?" Mrs. Kavanagh asked, casting a quick glance to her son before refocusing on the road. "Did you not think I should have been told?" "I'm sorry," I squeezed out, clasping my hands together anxiously. "Your mam thought I was your—"
that you got me with your pregnant balls. Clearing my throat, I whispered, I'm sorry. Johnny turned back to face me and smirked. My pregnant balls. No, my pregnant and your balls. I spluttered and then cringed at my words. Never mind. Ignoring my rambling, Johnny turned to his mother and said, It was an accident. She was on the pitch during training. I didn't even see her until the ball cracked her in the head. Yes, I know that now, Shannon explained. Mrs. Kavanagh replied. I hope you apologised to her, Johnny. Of course I fucking apologised to her, Johnny huffed, shoulders rigid. From my perch in the centre of the back seat, I watched as he smoothed his hand over his thigh, his injured thigh. Shaking his head, Johnny exhaled a frustrated breath and muttered, I've been apologising ever since. Still, I would have liked to have been told about this when it happened. Well, now you know, he bit out. It was an accident. I didn't mean for it to happen. And I don't go round clocking girls over the head for shits and giggles. Don't get so defensive, Johnny, she replied, tone softening. No one's accusing you of doing it on purpose, love. Yeah, fucking right, he muttered. Just drop it, Ma. He sounded agitated. No, it was more than that. He sounded like he was in pain, which he more than likely was. My memories of our conversation in his car floated into my mind in glorious coloured detail. It's not healing fast enough. It's a fucking mess. I'm sore. Don't tell anyone. Concern sparked to life inside of me, and I wondered if his mother knew how much pain he was in. I doubted it. Based on my limited interaction with the woman, she didn't strike me as the type of person who would knowingly allow her son to put himself in harm's way. You're going the wrong way, Johnny stated when Mrs. Kavanagh took a left turn at the intersection instead of hitting straight onto the motorway. Shannon lives in Ballylagan town, the Fir side. Oh, I know, love, Mrs. Kavanagh chirped. I just thought it might be a nice idea to have Shannon around for tea. Tea? I croaked out. Johnny sighed heavily. Ma! Do you drink tea, Shannon, love? Mrs. Kavanagh asked. Yes? Ma! Johnny hissed in a low tone. What are you doing? The girls are at the groomers in town and need to be collected at 7, Mrs. Kavanagh explained. It's almost 5 now. It doesn't make sense to drive all the way into Ballylagan with Shannon only to drive all the way back again for the dogs. Then pick them up now, he hissed, tensing. I can't, Mrs. Kavanagh replied breezily. I've left my purse at home. Ma, no, Johnny said in a warning tone as he slowly shook his head. She wants to go home. Shannon doesn't mind if we pop home for an hour before dropping her home, Mrs. Kavanagh replied. You didn't even ask her, Johnny bit out. Shannon, Mrs. Kavanagh called back to me. Do you mind, love? Say no, Shannon. Tell her that you do mind. If he finds out, he'll kill you. You know this is wrong. This boy is not safe for you. I don't mind, I strangled out, torn by the fear inside of my heart and the burning curiosity in my body. It's okay by me. See now, his mother quipped, patting Johnny's cheek. Shannon doesn't mind, love. Johnny turned back and gave me an apologetic look. I didn't know what to say or do, so I just shrugged and smiled weakly back at him. He stared at me for a long beat before exhaling a sharp breath and turning back to face the windscreen. Oh God. Oh Lord. Oh sweet merciful baby Jesus. Breathe, Shannon. Just breathe. I remained quiet, watching Johnny and his mother interact and speaking only when I was asked a direct question. It was awkward, uncomfortable, and I was achingly aware of his presence the entire time, my body on high alert. For what, I had no clue. But every time I was in close proximities with them, I found it hard to breathe. After a few minutes of travelling up a narrow secondary road, we pulled up outside the familiar black iron gates. Mrs. Kavanagh rolled down her window, stretched her arm out and keyed the code into the pad. And just like when I came here with Joey a little over a week ago,
the huge gate swung inwards. Concentrating on my breathing, I tried not to focus on how beautiful his home was and how inferior I felt to be, once again, about to enter it. "Now," Mrs. Kavanagh announced, parking up outside what looked to be an 8-foot-tall door. "Bring your friend inside, love, and get her something warm and dry to change into." She cut the engine and unbuckled her seatbelt. "I must make a quick call to work, and then I'll make you both something to eat." "Ma," Johnny began to say, but Mrs. Kavanagh climbed out of the car and hurried over to unlock the front door. Stunned, I could do nothing but watch as Mrs. Kavanagh disappeared into the house, leaving us alone in her Range Rover. "I am so fucking sorry about this," Johnny announced, distracting me from my inner turmoil. He twisted around in his seat to face me. "I have no bleeding clue what she's thinking." "It's okay," I replied, clasping my hands together tightly. "Your mam is really nice." "She's something all right," Johnny muttered under his breath as he stared over his shoulder towards the house. "What about your ma?" My brows shot up. "What about her?" "Do you need to be at home?" he asked, cringing a little in obvious discomfort. "Helping her out or anything?" "She's at work," I replied quietly. "Shit, yeah, you said that already," he muttered, running a hand through his drenched hair. "Are you okay?" I nodded. "And you already said that too," he muttered with a shake of his head. "Shite. You told me not to talk about it." "I know," I whispered. "It's done," he promised. "I won't bring it up again." I smiled weakly. "Thank you." He looked at me for a long moment, as if he was trying to figure something out in his head before exhaling a heavy sigh. "Right, we better go in." "I don't have to," I quickly offered, feeling awkward and unsure. "I can wait out here if you prefer." "What? No." He climbed out and opened my door. "I don't want that." "Are you sure?" I whispered, feeling my heart race unsteadily in my chest. Johnny nodded, but he looked as uncertain as I felt. "I want you to come in, Shannon." "You do?" "I do." Inhaling a deep, steadying breath, I climbed out of the car and stared up at his face, feeling very small and very lost. I needed him to take the lead here. This was unfamiliar territory for me. I didn't know how to approach this. "Come on," Johnny finally said, thankfully taking control of the strange situation we had found ourselves in, as he took a hold of my elbow and led us out of the rain. When we stepped into the house, Johnny released my elbow and closed the door behind us. Meanwhile, I stood in the enormous entrance hall and tried my best not to stare at the antique hall table lining the wall, or the expensive-looking coat rack just inside the door. And I definitely tried not to gape at the huge grandfather clock ticking loudly, or the countless paintings lining the immaculate ivory walls. When Johnny kicked off his shoes, I automatically copied him, not wanting to traipse mud on the perfectly polished black and white patterned tiles. I'd stood in this very hall a little over a week ago, but I'd been too nervous to take in my surroundings. I was still nervous, maybe even more nervous. But it was different today. There was no Joey or Gibbsy to distract me. It was just me and Johnny. And his mother. Oh God.
Chapter 43. Meddling Mothers. Johnny. There was something very wrong with me. Running around in the rain for 20 minutes, in the pouring rain, for a shoe, was a good indication that this girl was making me lose my mind. The minute I saw Shannon darting around the PE hall, a monstrous swell of protectiveness surged up inside my body at the sight of her trying to protect herself from being trampled on, and I knew that my problem was bigger than I'd realised. I'd had the craziest urge to stalk onto the court and tell her classmates to back the fuck off from her. All last week, I'd been behaving like the deranged stalker, watching out for her at the halls, and growing increasingly agitated when she didn't show. I put out the feelers in hopes of squashing any shite that might be going down without my knowledge, making it clear that anyone who fucked with her fucked with me. Thank Christ she came back to school today, because I had plans on driving over there this evening if she hadn't. Every minute of every day since her brother took her away from me had been plagued with concern. I didn't know why I was behaving this way. I only knew that something inside of me demanded I protect her. I had no goddamn clue what that something was or why I was feeling it, but it was strong. I could practically taste it. I had no idea how to handle her mother's miscarriage. No goddamn clue of how to comfort her without coming on too strong. I seemed to have a habit of doing that when it came to this girl. I knew I needed to step the fuck back, but I couldn't. My reaction to her only intensified when I watched her walking away in the rain, all small and uncertain, and I jumped right in and bulldozed. She clearly didn't want me to drop her home, and I insisted anyway. I did more than insist. I physically put her in the back of my mother's Range Rover, too aggravated and flustered by my feelings to take a step back and listen. Yeah, that was a stupid move. I shouldn't have put my hands on her. Helpful or not, it wasn't the right way to go with this girl. The worst part was knowing that if my mother hadn't shown up when she did, there was a very big chance I would have kissed her. I wanted to. Badly. And that was beyond terrifying. Worse again was the fact my meddling mother had fucked me over and brought Shannon to the house. Left her purse at home, my arse. The woman had a credit card in her back pocket at all times. She did this on purpose. I knew it. Ma'am knew it. The only one that didn't know it, thank God, was Shannon. Now she's here, standing in my house, looking up at me with those big lonesome eyes, waiting for me to do something. And I was completely fucking thrown off kilter. Do you want to go up to my room? I asked, because, quite frankly, what the fuck else was I supposed to do with her? Take her into the kitchen and let Ma'am fire 50 questions at her? Hell no. If she was here, then she was here with me. She was mine. I didn't want to share. Okay, she replied nervously, though it sounded more like a question. If you want me to. Jesus. She needed to stop asking me what I wanted her to do. If she kept that up, I might be stupid enough to tell her the truth. And then we were both screwed. Decided it was safer to not answer that. I simply gestured to the staircase and began to walk, only making it to the third step when I realised she wasn't following me. When I turned back, I found Shannon standing exactly where I left her, watching me with a nervous expression. She had her arms wrapped protectively round herself, with her long brown hair drenched from the rain and sticking in the wet clumps to her face. In my whole life, I'd never seen anything so beautiful. Jesus. How was I supposed to handle this? How was I supposed to handle her? Johnny, I heard Mum call from down the hall. Did you get Shannon something to change into? The poor girl's like a drowned rat from the rain. I'm okay, Johnny. Shannon hurried to tell me. Honestly, I am. I eyed her with unease. She was shivering like crazy, and there was a small puddle forming around her from the water dripping from her clothes. Christ. Come on, it's okay, I coaxed, retracting my steps. I'll look after you. Then I took her hand in mine and led her up the staircase, knowing this was a terrible fucking idea, but resigned to doing it anyway. I was completely fucked.
Chapter 44. So, this is my room, again. Shannon. Johnny Kavanagh was holding my hand. He was holding my hand and taking me upstairs. Again. To his bedroom, again. where he slept, on his bed. Probably with very little clothes on. Oh, God. Unlike the last time I took this trip with Johnny, he walked at my pace, giving me a chance to take in the absolute wonder that was his home. I mean, it was hard to put into words how stunning it was. Unlike the huge modern kitchen he'd taken me into last week, this wing of the house was traditional and almost regal. The entire upstairs landing was made up of stained hardwood flooring and gorgeous patterned wallpaper that was so clean and shiny that it looked like silk. For all I knew about fabric and designs, it could have been. This entire house and the boy holding my hand reeked of money. Lots and lots of money. It was terrifying. The floor creaked a little beneath our feet as we walked down the right wing of the house, passing no less than 5 other doors until we reached the door I knew was his. Johnny pushed the door inwards and walked us into his room, still holding my hand, still making my heart leap around violently. Depressingly, he released my hand a few moments later, and the lack of contact made me feel oddly bereft. "So, this is my room," he said with a smirk, waving a hand round the still messy room. "Again." "And it's still a nice room?" I offered with a shy smile. He grinned. "I'm not the best housekeeper." "I can tell." Feeling achingly uncomfortable at just standing in the middle of his room, I walked over to the pile of DVDs next to his television, hoping I knew one of the titles so I could spark up some conversation instead of just standing here like a dummy. My face burned with heat when I read the title on the DVD box on top of the pile. Pussy Pleasure XXX. "Fuck," Johnny muttered when he noticed where I was looking. He hurried over and tossed the porno behind the TV. "That's, Breaking off, he exhaled a heavy sigh and scrubbed his face with his hand. "Sorry about that. Don't bring girls up here." He frowned for a moment before adding, "Except you." Squirming uncomfortably, I replied, "Don't worry about it." "So," he mused. "So," I whispered. "This is pretty fucking strange," Johnny muttered. "Yep," I agreed as a small smile crept across my face. Johnny noticed my smile and grinned back at me. "Bet you didn't plan on spending your evening stuck here, huh?" "I really don't mind," I told him, and surprisingly, I meant it. Being here delayed going home to another night of drama, and being here with Johnny was kind of terrifying. I wanted to be here with him. I wanted him, period. "So," Johnny said again, shifting restlessly as he smoothed a hand down his thigh. "What do you want to do?" "I don't mind," I replied. "I'll do whatever you want to do." "Fuck." Johnny clenched his eyes shut and groaned. "Oh God, are you okay?" I hurried to ask, well aware he was in pain. "All good," he assured me in a tight tone. "Are you sure?" I asked, uncertain again. His blue eyes were wild and full of uncertainty when he said, "I'm kind of out of my comfort zone here, Shannon." "Do you want me to go?" He shook his head. "Are you sure?" He nodded slowly. "I want you to stay." "Okay," I breathed. Inhaling a steadying breath, I wrapped my arms around my middle and walked over to his enormous desk where mountains of school books lay unopened. "You're a good student?" I asked, casting a glance over my shoulder. "I'm decent," Johnny replied, trailing after me. "No copy of Chicken Licken?" Johnny laughed loudly. "No." Coming to stand behind me, he chuckled. "Definitely no Chicken Licken." With my face on fire, I kept my attention on his desk, skimming my finger over the test papers and books as my gaze wandered to the corkboard above the desk. "Whoa, you've met a lot of famous people," I whispered, gaze flicking from photo to photo of Johnny with a range of different celebrities and athletes. "Which one of these guys is your hero?" I presumed one of them was. He was a teenage boy. They all had heroes. Johnny reached round me and pulled one of the photos off the board. The tack holding it dropped onto his desk. "See this one?" he asked as he stood behind me with his arms stretched around my body so I could see. "Breathe, Shannon. Just breathe." Forcing myself to concentrate on his question, and not the way my body was reacting to his close proximity, I stared down at the picture in his hands. "I see," I whispered, gazing down at the one photograph that didn't seem to have a celebrity in it. I immediately recognized the stunning blonde laying on the picnic blanket on the grass as a younger version of Mrs. Kavanagh. She had huge sunglasses covering her eyes, and a big white floppy hat perched on her head as she beamed up at a man. The man in question, beautiful man who looked just like an older version of Johnny, was standing over her, and on his shoulders sat a small, dark-haired boy of no more than 5 or 6. The little boy was dressed in a light blue and white striped jersey and white shorts. His hair was cocking up in 40 different directions, and he was holding a rugby ball proudly above his head and grinning this huge, double-dimpled, toothless smile. "This is my favourite picture," Johnny said, stirring me from my thoughts. He tapped the photo. "And he's my hero." "Your dad?" I whispered, eyes glued to the photo. "That's you with your mum and dad?" "Yeah," Johnny replied, "in all our glory." "And it's your favourite photo because it's of you and your parents?" Johnny shrugged, and the movement caused his hard chest to brush against my back. "That's partly why it's my favourite." I shivered involuntarily. "What's the other part?" I whispered. "Because it's real." "Real?" "Innocent, good, pure. Before the limelight," he explained, "when all that mattered to me was a ball and my folks." "Oh," I breathed, staring down at what looked like the happiest little boy in the world. "Well, you were a gorgeous child." "Was," Johnny quipped. "As in, I'm not any more." No, I mean, yes, of course, I didn't, you have all your teeth now," I spluttered, feeling flustered and foolish for voicing my thoughts aloud. Johnny chuckled at my response. "I'm only messing with you, Shannon." Embarrassed, I set the picture down on the desk and stepped around him, needing to put some space between us. I couldn't think when I was this close to him. "You played GTA?" I asked then, eyeing the PlayStation box on the floor with excitement. "Yeah." Johnny eyed me curiously. "Do you?" I nodded. "I'm awesome." He cocked a brow. "Is that so?" "Uh-huh. I was terrible at most things in life, but I kicked ass at GTA. Joey has Vice City and San Andreas, and I've cleared both games." His brows shot up. "In a week." His mouth fell open. "No." "Oh, yeah," I nodded, smiling proudly. "I'm the best." Johnny tilted his head to one side, giving me a curious smile. "Do you want to play a game?" I smirked. "If you want." He grinned. "You think you're that good?" "I know I am," I replied, and for once in my life I had the confidence to say that. It didn't say much about me as a person when all I excelled at in life was kicking ass on GTA, but it was better than nothing. "Well, little girl, you'd better put your money where your mouth is," Johnny shot back with a smirk, "because I'm the best." I snorted. "It's on, little boy." Johnny shook his head, clearly amused with my smack talk, and then hurried over to set up the game. "No memory cards," he called over his shoulder. "Start from scratch, and the person who completes the most missions before dying is the winner. And girls first." "That'll be me," I replied, accepting the controller he held out to me. "Because you're a girl?" "Because I'm the best." "Do you, Johnny scratched his head and gestured to his bed. "Do you want to do this here?" "On your bed?" I squeaked. He shrugged, looking as uncertain as I felt. "Or the beanbags, if you prefer." Yeah, okay," I replied. I walked over to the leather beanbags laying side by side, only to hesitate and swing back to look at him. "If you want me to Sit your ass down, little Lynch, so I can beat you, Johnny interrupted me, tone laced with amusement. I sank onto one of the bags and gave him my best "you're going down" expression. You should get comfy, I noted when he sprawled into the beanbag next to mine. You're going to be watching for a while. Clicking into the game, I thumbed on my controller, attention riveted to his massive television screen, and muttered, "A long while." "No cheats," Johnny barked an hour later. "That's fucking cheating." "No, it's not," I laughed as I keyed in another cheat code to load my guy up to life. "You never said anything about cheat codes." "Yeah, I fucking did," Johnny huffed from beside me. "No memory cards. Start from scratch, and the person who completes the most missions before dying is the winner." I mimicked his voice. "You never said anything about cheat codes." "You're dangerous," Johnny grumbled, "and sneaky." "I'm the best," I cackled as I cleared another mission. "I did try to warn you." "Yeah, well, I didn't expect you to be the Bill fucking Gates of Grand Theft Auto, did I?" I laughed loudly, feeling completely at ease with him in this moment. "Because I am a girl." "Because I thought you were sweet," Johnny shot back, and I didn't have to look to know he was pouting. He'd been pouting for almost an hour. I snickered to myself. "Now I know better," Johnny huffed. "You're a little demon." Biting down on my lip to stop myself from laughing at his tantrum, I concentrated even harder on evading the cops hunting me down. "How are you doing this?" Johnny demanded then, clearly outraged. Springing forward, he waved his hand at the screen. "You have 5 fucking stars, 5, and you're still not dead." Pausing the game, I turned and gave him my full attention. "Are you a sore loser, mister? I'm a big rugby star." Johnny's face turned a hilarious shade of red. "Don't you like it when a girl beats you?" I continued to tease, using the same smack-talk taunts that drove Joey berserk when we played together. "Can't you take your beating like a man?" "You are so lucky you're a girl right now," Johnny told me, lips twitching. "Why?" I snickered. "Do you prefer losing to boys?" "Give me that fucking controller," Johnny growled and then pounced on me. "The power's gone to your head." "No!" I laughed, twisting onto my side to protect the controller. "I'm not finished. Ah!" "Give it to me," Johnny laughed as he tried to slip his hand under my arm. "Never!" I declared through fits of laughter. "It's mine. Stop, please. Ah! I'm ticklish." "Now, Shannon, love, I'm so sorry about that. My work call took longer than expected," Mrs. Kavanagh announced as she pottered into Johnny's room without knocking, causing me to spring out of the beanbag and Johnny to groan in despair. "Go into the bathroom and change out of those wet clothes," Mrs. Kavanagh instructed as she placed a pile of folded clothes on the foot of his bed. "I'll put your uniform in the dryer and it'll be ready before you go." "No, no," I hurried to say, wielding the PlayStation controller in front of me like it could somehow ward off her kindness. "I'm fine as I am. Thank you." "Nonsense, love," Mrs. Kavanagh said with a dismissive wave. "You can't be sitting round in wet clothes. You'll catch your death." "Ma," Johnny said with a pained sigh. He climbed to his feet and exhaled a frustrated breath. "Leave her alone, will you?" "Don't be so rude, Johnny," Mrs. Kavanagh warned. "Show the poor girl to the bathroom and bring me down her clothes to dry." "I really am fine," I choked out, eyeing Johnny pleadingly. "I'm drying off." I wasn't. I was damp and cold, but I'd been having so much fun that I completely forgot about my drenched uniform. I had quite literally forgot about my problems, my wet clothes, my parents, my everything for the past hour. The moment my brain registered the damp seeping into my bones, I inwardly shivered. Damn it. "She just told you she was fine, Ma," Johnny groaned, staring at his mother in horror. "Leave it alone, please." Ignoring her son's protests, she turned to face me, smiling. "A nice hot shower will warm you up, love." "What?" I croaked out.
I can't shower in your house. Again. Why were people always telling me to shower in this boy's house? God! Of course you can, she replied with the warmest smile I'd ever seen. Ma, can you just go? Johnny bit out. Now. We were in the middle of something here. She gave him a hard stare. In the middle of what? I waved the controller at her. I beat him at PlayStation. No, Johnny corrected. She didn't beat me at anything. Johnny paused to glare at me. You haven't won yet. And then turned back to his mother and added, she just pushed the bar out. To space, I mumbled under my breath. I heard that. He shot back, smirking. Mrs. Kavanagh looked between us, then beamed. He's a terrible loser, isn't he? I am fucking not. I know, I giggled. His father's the same. Mrs. Kavanagh added, you should see him if he loses in court. No speaking for hours. Ma! Johnny snapped. Can you just leave us be, please? I will, she replied, once that poor girl has had a warm shower and some dry clothes on her. She doesn't want to. Do you know what, Shannon, love? She added, once again ignoring her son. I might have something in my office to fit you. She eyed me up and down and tapped her lip before saying, You're a UK size 6? Startled, I just stood there while Mrs. Kavanagh circled me, brows set in concentration. Ma, Johnny bit out. Back off. No, no, Mrs. Kavanagh mused, ignoring her son. Frowning, she stepped closer and pulled at the hem of my skirt and pursed her lips. You're a small 4. Her eyes trailed over me. With the most amazing bone structure. Shannon, love, it's a pity you're not taller. You'd make the most beautiful Jesus Christ, Ma! Johnny barked, running an exasperated hand through his hair. She's not a bleeding doll. His mother's eyes widened in excitement when she said, Would you like to come see if we can find something for you to wear in my— No, she fucking wouldn't! Johnny interrupted as he intercepted his mother and walked to the door. She's not a project, Ma, or a bleeding clothes hanger. Fine, Mrs. Kavanagh huffed. Thank you, Johnny growled. Turning to her son, she whispered, Door open, Jonathan, and gave him a hard look before walking out of his room, humming softly to herself. Johnny watched her walk down the hall and out of sight before flinging the door shut and twisting the lock. Exhaling heavily, he turned to look at me. Again, I am so fucking sorry about her. Johnny shrugged helplessly. I don't know what's wrong with that woman today. It's okay, I hurried to soothe him. She's very friendly. Yeah, he muttered. Just be glad she didn't drag you into that clothes room. Shuddering, he added, You'd never get out of there. Really? Oh, yeah, he muttered. Oh, sorry again about the whole her sizing you up thing, he said, looking mortified. She wanted a girl. They were told they were having a daughter, actually. Grinning sheepishly, he added, She got me instead. A 6'3" rugby-playing son, I mused, smiling back at him. I can see why you might have thrown her. Yeah. He chuckled and then pinched his nose in an act of embarrassment. She and my dad wanted a bunch of kids, but it didn't work out that way for them. He scrunched his nose up then, obviously thinking about something personal. Took them a bunch of attempts at IVF or some shite like that. He shrugged and gestured to himself. This is what their money got them. You, I offered with a smile. He grinned wolfishly. Lucky them, huh? Yes, lucky them. She's away for work most of the time, he continued to say. She actually flies back out to London in the morning for a few weeks, but when she's home she likes to be involved in my life. It's nice, I told him. You're lucky to have a mother like her. Yeah, he shot back sarcastically. Sure I am. He was. Johnny didn't realize it, but in the space of an hour or two his mother had taken more of an interest in me than my own mother had in months. Maybe even years. Listen, you better just take a shower and give me your clothes, Johnny said with a sigh.
Otherwise she's going to come back and keep nagging on about pneumonia and all that shite.
Was he serious? Was I actually supposed to take a shower in this house again?
I am serious, Johnny muttered, reading my thoughts. And I am sorry.
Oh. Blushing, I knotted my hands in front of myself and shrugged uncertainly. Okay. He stared at me for the longest moment before shaking his head.
Come here.
Come where?
Here,
he instructed, gesturing for me to follow him into his ensuite bathroom. Like a baby foal, I hurried after him, all shaky-legged and clumsy. Hovering in the doorway of his luxurious bathroom, I watched as he reached over the tub and turned on the shower.
You, said you had a problem with it last time,
he mumbled with a shrug. Did I?
Yeah,
he replied, shifting uncomfortably.
You were mumbling in your sleep about your shower scalding you.
I turned beetroot red. Oh God, I'm so sorry, I choked out, feeling nervous again.
Stop,
he warned with a smile.
It was cute.
Cute? I squeezed out, practically hyperventilating.
Yeah, I'll put some clothes out for you again.
Johnny's cheeks turned a flush shade of pink as he stepped around me and hurried back into his room.
Same as last time.
Where will I put my clothes?
Just throw them out to me when you're naked. When you're ready,
he muttered gruffly.
I'll put them in the dryer,
he added before closing the door and leaving me alone in his bathroom. Trembling, I sank down on the closed toilet lid and exhaled a ragged breath. Oh, God.
Chapter 45. I'm a virgin. Johnny, I was in so much fucking trouble. For once, my problems had nothing to do with my adductor, and everything to do with a girl naked in my bathroom. What the hell was that about? I hissed when I found my mother in the kitchen. Hello, love, my mother replied as she continued to chop carrots, clearly oblivious to my outrage. Hello? I balked. Is that all you gotta say? Setting her knife down on the chopping board, she turned and faced me. That girl is fragile, Johnny. Ma'am nibbled on her lip, brows furrowed in concern. There's something about her that makes me want to wrap my arms round her and cuddle the sadness out of her eyes. Yeah, I know the feeling. I know that feeling very fucking well. So you forced her to come over here? I hissed. Tell me how that's a good idea. Oh, God. Ma'am strangled. I haven't upset her, have I? No, she's okay, I bit out. But I'm not. I was far from okay. The word was a blip on my radar. Well, what's wrong, baby? What's wrong? I practically spat. Ma, you just snookered me. What were you thinking bringing her here? You were enjoying yourself up there, Ma'am said with a smile. She was beating you at the PlayStation, huh? Yeah, she was. Shannon was kicking my ass at GTA and ruining other parts of my anatomy. I'd no clue how I ended up getting my ass handed to me by a pint-sized girl, but that's what happened. Watching her completely dominate my PlayStation was so fucking hot. Seriously, her skills with a controller and her ability to kick my ass like she did only made her infinitely sexier. She was fucking perfect. I was so caught up in her that I could have sat there all night just being with her. And then my ma had to go wreck it and make everything all awkward and strained again. Jesus. She was naked in my room. Naked. I couldn't handle that. Not when all I wanted to do was be naked right with her. I was only 17. This was a temptation I doubt any man twice my age could resist. I shook my head and expelled a frustrated breath. Why, Ma? Why in God's name will you do this to me? And this? I held up Shannon's jumper and shook it around. Why would you make her shower here? Did you have a shower? She's currently in my shower. Oh, that's good. Good? What are you trying to do to me, Ma? I demanded. Why would you do this? She was wet, Mam defended. And so are you, she added with a concerned look. Go change your clothes before you catch pneumonia. I will, I growled, when you tell me why you screwed me over. I didn't screw you over, Johnny, Mam replied. Don't be overdramatic. You knew I had a PT session I had to go to this evening. Since I've been banned from the pitch, Jason, my personal trainer, wanted my ass in the pool every evening for the rest of the week. And now I was trying to figure out how to get myself out of a situation that had only one appalling result. Shannon naked on my bed, with me naked on top of her, preferably in her. My fucked up dick held out. Stop it, asshole. Stop those thoughts. You knew I needed you to take me because I don't have my bleeding car, I hissed, frustrated. And now I have a naked girl in my room, Ma. A naked fucking girl, and I'm holding her bleeding clothes. Stalking towards her, I dumped Shannon's wet uniform on the counter and glared at her. What kind of mother does that to her son? Well, you're down here with me, Mam replied, calmly, patting my cheek. So I raised you well. Ma, I growled. I thought you could do with a rest. She huffed. You look so tired, sweetheart. Oh, give me strength. And you're having so much fun, she added, with a rueful smile. I haven't seen you relax like that in years. True. But not the point. And my car? I demanded. What am I supposed to do without my car? Your father's picking it up on his way home this evening, she replied, having a bleeding answer for everything. There's been some hiccup with the case, so he'll be home tonight, and he'll take me to the airport in the morning. She checked her watch and sighed happily. He should be home any minute. Dad left Dublin over 3 hours ago. Normally, when my mother pushed my buttons, my father would soothe things over. Not this time. No. Because as delighted as I was to hear my dad would be home for the night, Mam had gone way too far this time. She had meddled in something I didn't want anyone meddling in. She meddled with Shannon. Why did you do this? I repeated. Because I think you two were doing a line together on the sly, Mam said with a smirk. You look so cute together. Doing a line? I gasped at my mother. What are you talking about? You know I don't take drugs. I'm tested all the fucking time. No, love, Mam chuckled. Doing a line together as in secretly seeing each other. Shrugging, she added. I was trying to let you know that I was okay with you having a girlfriend, and I was trying to make Shannon feel welcome. God, this woman. Well, I can assure you that I'm not doing lines of anything, cocaine or girls, I snapped. We are just friends. She's a lovely girl, Johnny, Mam offered. Seems very fond of you. She turned to look at me and said, You do a lot worse than a nice girl like her. Yeah, well, I don't see her like that. Lie, barefaced lie. She's just a friend. More lies. That's it, Ma. Do you honestly think you can sell me that shite, Johnny Kavanagh? Mam shot back, lips twitching. I'm your mother. I brought you into this world, and I know every single time you tell me a lie. I'm not lying. I lied. You're lying to me right now. I am fucking not. It's okay if you do, love, Mam said in a reassuring tone. We're friends, I bit out. That's it. But you like her? Mam asked, after a long pause of silence. I turned to look at her. What? Shannon? Mam filled in, tone gentle and coaxing. You like her? I shook my head and exhaled heavily, making no move to respond. This conversation was beyond disturbing. Just tread carefully and exercise patience. She's younger than you, and as I'm sure you're more than well aware, you need to move at her pace. Ma, please. I leaned my head back and sighed. Just give it a rest. All I'm trying to say is be careful, Mam replied. Do not break her, Johnny. She cupped my cheek and smiled sadly. Not when she already seems fractured. Don't worry, I muttered. I have no intention of going there with her. Going there with her? Mam questioned. Where's there? A relationship, I bit out. Feelings and shite. Oh, there. Mam was quiet for a long moment before saying, Are you sure you're not already there, love? Christ, I hope not. For both our sakes. She's 15 years old, I decided to throw out there, unwilling to let go of my annoyance at her meddling. You get that, don't you? Mam's eyes widened. I thought she was 16. No, Ma, she's 15, I hissed. No, Johnny, Mam replied, brows furrowed. I'm pretty sure she's 16. My mouth fell open. Shit. She was right. Damn it. That's worse again, I barked, flustered. There's a naked 16-year-old girl in your 17-year-old son's bedroom right now. One you put there, I might add. Johnny, love, you need to relax. And how do you suppose I do that? I demanded. When you put a naked teenage girl in my bedroom? Oh, love, Mam muttered, worrying her lip. I think it's time we had the chat. A chat? I gasped at her. We are chatting. We're having a very important fucking chat, Ma, about the lack of boundaries in this family, about you needing to respect my boundaries. About you and Shannon. About me and Shannon. About your feelings. I gasped at her. My feelings? Your intentions, love, Mam replied. My intentions? The fuck? I know it's early stages, and what I'm about to talk to you about is a long way off for you both, but it's important that you know about it. I eyed her wearily. About what? About sex, love. My mouth fell open. Why are you not hearing me? Why isn't anyone hearing me anymore? I know your father spoke to you a few years ago about the birds and the bees. She placed a hand on my shoulder and steered me over to the island, obviously not fucking hearing anything. But considering the latest development, I think it might be a good idea for us to talk about it. So we're all clear of how important it is to take things slowly. Latest development? I sank onto a stool and gaped at her. I'm not having any bleeding developments. We don't need to talk about anything. Even still, shrugging, Mam sat down on the stool beside me and patted my thigh. It would do no harm to refresh your memory. I sincerely fucking hope you're joking, Ma. I strangled out. Maybe we should call Shannon down so I can talk to you both about this. Don't you bleeding dare. I strangled out. You leave her alone. You've traumatized her enough. Okay then, she replied. I'll talk to you about this. Please don't. Sex is a beautiful thing, love, Mam said in that motherly tone that corny made me want to stab pencils in my ears. When it's between two people who love and are committed to each other. I held up my hand. We're just friends. Uh-huh, Mam quipped, with a disbelieving smile. That's what they all say. That's the bleeding truth, I snapped. That's all we are. Jesus, even your mother can see through you. It's completely natural to want to experience pleasure with both partners, Mam continued to say, ignoring my pleas. When you're both old enough to fully understand the act of love. Jesus Christ, I groaned. Please stop. But I know how these things can go. Not everyone waits, no matter how important it is to wait. She paused to glare knowingly at me. When it happens, which I hope is a long, long time from now, then it is necessary to use a condom, she pressed. Do you know how to roll one on properly, love? Did your father explain how it works? You need to make sure the shaft of your private part is... I can't hear this, I groaned in despair. Seriously, Ma? Sex in real life is nothing like what happens in those blue movies Jared gives you, Mam continued. It's important to know that a woman has needs. In real life, girls don't all scream and carry on like porn stars. You need to respect a girl's body at all times. Please. I pressed my fists into my eye sockets so hard I was seeing stars. Just stop. I'm trying to help you, love, so you know what to expect. I know what to expect, Ma, I groaned, while I contemplated on bathing in bleach. I'm not a bleeding kid. My mother's head snapped towards me, eyes wide. So you're not a... No, Ma. I dropped my head in my hands and fought back the urge to fucking cry. I'm not a virgin. Oh, dear. Okay. That's okay, love. That's perfectly fine. She rambled, toned forced. I just presumed that since you've never brought a girl home before now, or talked about girlfriends, that you weren't pursuing any love partners. Keep talking, and I'm going to jump out a window, I warned her. I'm not messing around. I will go upstairs and hurl myself off the fucking roof. I know it's uncomfortable, but you can talk about these kinds of things to me, son, Mam urged. I was a teenager once upon a time too, you know, she added, reaching over to pat my shoulder. I understand all the urges your body is going through, and the female perspective can be helpful. How is any of this helpful? I choked out, horrified. I thought you loved me. Mam laughed softly. Of course I love you. Then why are you doing this to me? I choked out. Why are you meddling in my life? Because I'm not blind, Jonathan, Mam replied, full naming me to let me know how serious she was about this. I see the way you look at Shannon, and the way she looks at you. We're just friends, I bit out. You're in love. My jaw fell open. We are bleeding, nah. The look my mother gave me was one of disbelief. Are you taking things at her pace? I'm serious, Ma, I snapped. We're just friends. I haven't touched her. Mam visibly sagged in relief. Oh, so you didn't, let's call it the deed with Shannon. Jesus Christ, Ma, I barked, interrupting her before she caused permanent trauma to my brain. Oh, that's good, my mother breathed. You're a good boy. A good boy? Was I a bleeding dog? There was nothing good about what I wanted to do to Shannon Lynch. Thanks for automatically assuming that I was a bastard, though, Ma, I snarked. I really appreciate the lack of faith that my own mother has in my moral compass. Well, you dropped the bomb that you're not a virgin on me the same day you bring your girlfriend home, Mam huffed. The first girl I've ever seen you with, may I add. What am I supposed to think? I was trying to prepare you for the future. First, For the last bleeding time, Shannon is not my girlfriend, I snapped, flustered. Second, I haven't been a virgin since first year. And third, I can roll a condom on in the dark with one hand tied behind my bleeding back, so I don't need the sex talk or tips or any of that shite. Ma'am gasped in horror, and I mentally kicked the shite out of myself. I'm lying, I coddled her. I am a virgin. First year, she sobbed. First year? No. I hurried to assure her. I'm a virgin, ma. I am. No, she wept, shaking her head. You're not? What the fuck was I supposed to do now? Christ, where was my dad when I needed him? You were only 14 in first year, she continued to wail. 13, I muttered under my breath as I held her to my chest and patted her back. Holy Mary, Mother of God, she sobbed, harder, clearly, hearing me. Shit, balls. I am a virgin, I continued to say over and over, while my mother cried into my school jumper. I'm saving myself in marriage, ma. It's the rugby, she sobbed, fisting my jumper. I blame the bleeding rugby for this. For what? For you losing your innocence, ma hissed. She looked up at me, and she burst into another bout of tears. Those boys you play with, they're too old for you and obviously lured you astray. No, ma. My dick led me astray when puberty kicked in. And she's in your bedroom, ma wailed, dropping her head against my chest again. Oh, dear God. Because you brought her here, ma, not me, I replied, as I continued to rub her back. Let's say, for argument's sake, that I was with Shannon, which I am not, I quickly clarified. But if I was, and you were worried about me getting up to no good, then why in the hell would you bring her over here? Because I was still under the impression that you were a virgin when I brought you over here, wasn't I? Ma'am huffed, slapping my chest. I thought you were having your first crush. I thought I was catching you in time. Fair point. Ma, I'm almost 18. I tried to comfort her by saying, you were married to Dad by the time you were 18. That's different, she sobbed. How? Because you're my baby. Ma'am sniffled. Oh, God, my baby is sexually active. No, I'm not, I coaxed, hugging her. I promise, I'm not having sex. Right now. I'm not, ma. Are you at least being safe? She choked out, looking up at me with big, tear-filled brown eyes. I'm playing bleeding PlayStation with the gourd, I strangled out. Shouldn't that tell you how safe I'm being? That's true, ma'am nodded and sniffled. I sighed. Thank you. So I don't have to worry, do I? She added. Being safe? She sniffled. Using, oh dear God, condoms? No, ma. You don't have to worry because I'm not having sex. I stuck to the story by saying, and pulled her back to my chest. So, just relax. How the hell did I get myself into this situation? What was my life coming to? In the space of one day, I'd upset no less than 3 females. The one that created me by telling her that I was no longer innocent. The one that used me by telling her via text message to fuck off. And the one that blew my fucking mind. Jesus Christ. My dick had a lot to answer to. To be fair, I didn't think I actually upset Shannon today. But it was still early. And I was running on some serious shitty luck. So my chances of making it out of this glorified play date without fucking up was slim. Ma, I said, after a solid 10 minutes of her sniffling on my chest. I'm going to have to go back up to Shannon now. Okay, love, she sniffled. You won't do anything? No, ma, I coaxed, freeing myself from her hold and standing up. I won't lay a finger on her because we're just friends, and I am a virgin. I know you're not, she croaked out, but I'm trusting you to do the right thing. You can trust me because nothing is happening between us, I repeated for the millionth time. But I need to take a shower because I'm fucking soaked, so I'm going to use your bathroom, okay? I moved for the door, only to turn back and say, call me when it's time to pick up the demented dogs. About that, ma'am sniffled. You lied, didn't you? I gave her an accusing glare. You didn't have to pick Bonnie and Cupcake up at all tonight, did you? Of course, she lied. One look at her sheepish expression, it was plain to see. You meddler, I accused. You sexer, ma'am shot back in a tone as equally accusing. For fuck's sake. I wasn't going to win here. Holding my hands up in defeat, I hurried out of the kitchen before she drowned me in a fresh batch of tears.
Chapter 46. The Consequences of Kissing Boys in Bedrooms. Shannon. Just like the last time I showered in Johnny's glorious bathroom, I took a crazy amount of time. I couldn't help myself. I blamed the jets, and his body wash, and the smell of him. God, I was losing my mind. When I finally climbed out of the tub, I wrapped myself in one of the huge, fluffy white towels hanging on his rack and sighed when the luxurious fabric grazed my skin. Johnny would never understand how lucky he was to grow up in a home like this, with parents like this, and towels this soft. For a long time, I just stood there in the middle of his bathroom, listening to absolutely nothing. No screaming voices, no stomping footsteps, no rattling door handles, no feelings of impending doom. Just peace. When the cold finally got the better of me, I dried myself off and slipped my bra back on. Wearing a bra was a waste of time considering I didn't have much to conceal, and what I did have were perky and stayed up on their own. They certainly didn't match up to the breasts those models on his bedroom wall displayed proudly. However, 10 seconds into wearing my bra, I was quickly yanking it back off with a shudder. It was soaked right through along with my underwear. I spent an inordinate amount of time folding my underwear into the tiniest ball I could before wrapping my bra around them. Embarrassed that I didn't have my school bag to tuck them inside of, I stood like a fool in the middle of his bathroom, panicking. Logic told me I was being silly, but the thought of Johnny seeing my underwear made me feel a little faintish. Giving up, I decided to tuck them in my balled-up school tights before wrapping myself in a towel and heading back to his room. This time, when I stepped out of the bathroom, I was prepared for Suki and found her snoozing on the bed. I was not, however, prepared for the sight of Johnny's naked ass. He was standing in front of his chest of drawers with his back to me, a towel on the floor at his feet, and was in the process of pulling a pair of boxers up his thighs. God, he even had muscles on his ass. How was that even possible? And then Johnny glanced over his shoulder and caught me red-handed. Like what you see, he teased, arching his brow. Oh, God, I squeaked, and then tore my gaze away from his round, tight ass. I'm so sorry. Spinning around, I bit down on my lip and forced back a moan. I didn't expect anyone to be in here. It's fine, Shannon. He laughed. Don't worry about it. Let me die. Dear God, open the ground and let me fall right through. Shaking my head, I tightened my grip on my towel. I had a shower in my parents' ensuite, Johnny explained. I was just coming to grab some clothes. Oh. I blew out a ragged breath and shifted from foot to foot. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's okay, Shannon, Johnny said in a gentle tone. Everything's fine. I know that," I blurted out, panicked. He chuckled softly. "Then why are you still facing the wall?" Damn it! Inhaling a steadying breath, I swung around and faced him. My gaze automatically swept over him, and my heart rate spiked. For once, Johnny's face wasn't the reason for my rapid pulse. Nope. That was down to the rest of him. The almost naked rest of him. He was wearing a pair of tight, white boxer shorts, and that was it. No shirt, no pants, no jumper, no socks. Just a pair of Calvin Kleins that hung low on his V-indented hips, identical to the pair that I had worn of his last week. The pair I had been sleeping in for nights. God, I was pathetic. Everything I had imagined from the moment I laid eyes on him was right in front of me. And with this unobstructed view came the realization that both my imagination and my visual memory sucked. I already knew he had a nice body. I remembered his chest from that day, or at least I thought I had. Apparently not, because, Holy Mary, Mother of God, up close, he was something else. His chest was bare, and his pectorals were toned. His stomach was ripped. I mean, he was seriously ripped. Not like the six-pack my brother sported, or any of the lads I'd seen swapping jerseys after Joey's matches. His entire body was a solid mass of hardcore chiseled muscle. I held my breath as I allowed my eyes to wander over him, absorbing the sight of rippled abs, sun-kissed, golden skin, the dark trail of hair under his navel, and that amazing way he smelled. Like soap and grass and Johnny. It wasn't fair to give this much beauty to one person. They could have spread it out across the entire school and he'd still be perfect. "What happened here?" Johnny asked then, distracting me from my ogling, as he stalked over to where I was standing and stroked his thumb across my cheek. Confused and frazzled, I let out a shaky breath and looked up at him. "Huh?" "You have a red mark," Johnny mumbled, frowning down at me. "I didn't notice it earlier." My brows rose up. "I do?" He nodded, blue eyes locked on mine. "Yes, Shannon, you do." Slipping around him, I padded into the bathroom to check in the mirror. Sure enough, my right cheek was red and blotchy where the rest of me was milk bottle pale. That would be my father's backhand, I thought to myself. "Well?" Johnny asked, leaning in the doorway. I leaned forward, stretching over the sink to get a better look in the mirror. Johnny walked over to where I was standing, and then he proceeded to hover behind me, his bare chest rubbing against my back as he stared at my reflection in the mirror, face set in a deep frown. I didn't think he realized he was doing it, brushing his body against mine. His focus had moved from my cheek to my neck. His expression was dark, face turning a dark shade of purple. "What the fuck is this?" he hissed. I followed his gaze to the faint purplish fingerprints lining my neck. Awareness dawned on me. My dad. Last night. Oh, God. "I don't know," I replied, feigning confusion, deciding it was safer to stick to the original story. If I backpedaled now, Johnny would smell a rat. "You don't know?" he asked, quietly, eyes locked on mine in the mirror. Shaking my head, I let my shoulders fall. "No idea." "Is someone hurting you, Shannon?" he asked in a deathly quiet voice. "No one is hurting me, Johnny," I whispered, eyes glued to his in the mirror. My heart was racing so hard I feared it might burst. It was a terrible concoction of fear, uncertainty, and lust all rolled into one complicated ball of emotions in the pit of my stomach. Reaching up with one hand, Johnny cupped my chin and used his free hand to gently sweep my hair off my neck. He didn't ask permission if he could touch me. He just did it. Then his fingers were tracing the fingerprints left by my father, his feather-light touch making my entire body tremble. Someone touched you, Johnny whispered in my ear, placing his fingers on the marks. I want to know who. The air escaped from my lungs in an audible gasp. Unable to stop myself, I sagged against his chest, eyes glued to our reflection in the mirror as he stared right back at me, blue eyes scorching holes in my soul, waiting for an explanation I could never give him. Tell me who put their hands on you, he coaxed, as he stood behind me, my face in his hand and his fingers on my throat, and I'll make it better. Think, Shannon, think. Well? Hurry the hell up. Shannon. I got smashed up in PE, was all I came up with. Johnny didn't respond. He just continued to stare at my neck with a dark expression. Panicking, I hurried to add the lies. It was my fault. I got in the way of the boys during soccer, and four of them ended up crashing into me. Slipping around Johnny, I walked back into his bedroom, putting some space between us. I ended up on the bottom of a pile-up. Happened just before you came in. Shaking my head, I forced a small laugh. It was total carnage. Johnny hovered in the bathroom doorway, expression tight, eyes sharp and intelligent. So, one of the lads in your class's hand just so happened to land on your neck? He asked, tone laced with disbelief. His fingers just so happened to squeeze your throat? This one's nobody's fool, I thought to myself. Lie better, Shannon. It didn't feel like that at the time. I gave him a weak shrug and sat down on the edge of his bed. But I guess that's what happened. You guess? He repeated, folding his arms across his chest. The movement caused his huge biceps to bulge. He was seriously huge. It was incredibly intimidating, but I knew he wouldn't hurt me. It was one of the few things in my life that I was absolutely certain of. This boy would never put his hands on me in anger. Inhaling a steadying breath, I added, Maybe he caught me when he was trying to stand up. Maybe, Johnny mused, nodding in agreement. I sagged in relief. Or maybe it was those Legos again. My heart sank. Was it? Johnny demanded. Did you fall over the same Legos getting those fingerprints on your throat that you did when you busted up your face on your birthday? Johnny, and how about the bruise on the back of your neck the time before that? Or the red marks on your face the time before that again? Or the bruises on your thighs and your arms and the rest of you? He glared at me. Was that those pesky Legos too? Do you think my uniform's ready yet? I changed the subject by asking. I should probably get home. Yeah, I needed to get out of here. And fast. No, don't do that. Johnny called me right out on my diversion. Don't try and brush me off, he growled. I want to know what happened to you, Shannon. I want to go home. Sniffling, I quickly wiped my face with the back of my hand. Now, please. He ran a hand through his damp hair and sighed. Christ, Shannon, don't cry. He unfolded his arms and moved towards me, but I shook my head and held a hand up to warn him off. Johnny stopped short and ran a hand through his hair. I can help you, he pleaded. Let me help you. Then help me by getting my clothes, I sniffled. That's the only help I need from you. Exhaling a pained groan, Johnny closed the space between us and crouched in front of me. I want to help you. He placed his hands on my outer thighs and looked up at me, blue eyes wide and sincere. He squeezed my thighs gently. All you have to do is tell me what's happening, okay? Reaching up, he tucked a wet strand of hair behind my ear. Just tell me who's hurting you, and I'll make it go away. You can't help me. No one can. I took that beating for talking to you, for taking a fucking picture with you, and you are the last person who can help me. I'm okay, Johnny, I croaked out, feeling the tears pooling my eyes. You don't need to help me. You're lying to me, He growled, looking furious. "You're fucking lying to me, and I can't stand it." "Please take me home," I strangled out, jerking away from him. "Just take me home, and you won't have to stand me." Johnny groaned. "Shannon, come on. Don't twist my words. You know that's not what I meant." "I want to go home, Johnny," I choked out. "If you don't want to take me, then I'll call Joey to come pick me up." "Okay." Johnny sighed in resignation. "Fine." Releasing me, he stood up and held his hands up. "I'll get your clothes and take you home." Exhaling a shaky breath, I nodded. "Thank you." He watched me for a long moment before shaking his head in resignation. "I'll be right back, okay?" Nodding, I watched him walk out of the room, waiting until he was gone before slumping down on his bed. "God," I cried, furiously batting the traitorous tears away. "Get it together, Shannon." "Don't even think about telling him anything. His father's a barrister. You know what those guys are like. They'll get involved, and you'll all be split up and put into care. Like Darren." Johnny's dog shifted closer to me, distracting me from my meltdown, and plopped her head on my thigh. I sobbed, dropping my hand on her head. Suki nuzzled my hand with her snout and licked my fingers. Her affection only made me feel worse. I didn't deserve it. I had just lied to her human. "I wish I had a dog," I whispered to her, focusing all of my attention on her, desperate to block out my thoughts. "One just like you," I told her as I pulled my feet up on the bed and twisted my body to face her. "If I ever get a dog, it'll be one that looks just like you, 'cause you're so pretty. Yes, you are." She rewarded my attention by crawling onto my lap, or at least she tried to. She was a fully grown Labrador, and I probably weighed less than her. "What do you want?" I whispered, scratching her neck with both hands. "Huh?" Tickling her ears, I pressed a kiss to her nose. "You want me to give you love?" Her tail wagged like crazy, and she smothered me with wet dog kisses all over my face. It was a welcome distraction, and I choked out a laugh to her enthusiasm. "Good girl," I cooed, falling into a playful game of wrestling with her. "That's right. You're the best girl, you are." Encouraged by my response, Suki clambered onto me, pushing her whole weight down on my chest and causing me to flop back on the pillows. "What?" I giggled through my tears as I ruffled her ears. "You like me?" She groaned deeper in her throat, her approval obvious as she stretched out on top of me and nuzzled my face with her wet nose. "Thank you," I praised when she slapped her paw on my shoulder. "You're such a mannerly girl giving me the paw." "Your uniform's still damp, but I brought it up anyway." Startled by Johnny's voice, I tried to sit up, but I couldn't because Suki was still in full force play mode. "Suki, down!" Johnny ordered in a tight tone of voice, eyes glued to mine. Obedient, Suki immediately climbed off me and clumsily jumped off the bed, her paws slip-sliding on the wooden floor. "Out!" Johnny commanded as he held his door open, still watching me. Suki padded out of the room, and he quickly shut the door, expression thunderous. "God." "I'm sorry," I croaked out, pulling myself up on my elbows. "I was just, playing with your dog." "Don't be sorry," Johnny replied in a tight voice as he walked over to the bed, dropped my uniform down, and then sank down on the edge. Keeping his back to me, Johnny leant forward, his muscles flexing beneath his golden skin, rested his elbows on his thighs, and inhaled what sounded like several calming breaths. And then he did something I knew I would lose countless years of sleep over. Turned back around to face me, grabbed both sides of my towel, and pushed them together. To cover me, I realized, because I had obviously been flashing him, because, let's face it, that was exactly the kind of luck I had. "I'm so sorry," I choked out, mortified. It's okay, he told me in a gravelly tone of voice. Did you see my... He nodded. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. Stop saying sorry, he replied, voice strained. There's nothing to be sorry for. I'm sorry you had to see that, I strangled out. Johnny shook his head and turned his back to me again. Don't apologize to me for seeing you, he groaned, dropping his head in his hands. Fuck! My heart was racing so hard in my chest in this moment that I found myself breathing faster, exhaling in short, puffy breaths. What was I supposed to do? Run? Leave? Hide? Throw myself at him? I didn't know. I had no idea what to do. I only knew that my body was rooted to his mattress, eyes glued to his muscular back. I'm going to take you home now, Johnny finally stated quietly, head still in his hands. Yeah, okay, I whispered as the sound of my pulse hammered in my ears. That's what I'm going to do, he added, though I wasn't sure if he was talking to me or himself. I'll take you home, he repeated, but made no move to stand up. Several seconds passed where he remained completely motionless. Unable to bear the tension building inside of his bedroom, I reached out and touched his shoulder blade. Johnny? A small tremor rolled through his huge frame, and then he turned around to face me. I can't be alone with you like this, he whispered, eyes locked on mine. He exhaled a ragged breath. Not here. Not when you look like that. His eyes were heated and full of uncertainty and roaming wildly over my body. His chest was rising and falling at a rapid pace, mirroring my own. I looked into his eyes, feeling my heart squeeze so tight it was hard to breathe. In one stare, I felt like I'd collided with him. It was instant and shocking. My feelings exploded inside of me, absorbing the boy and all he was, like a sponge that was desperate for water. I was desperate for him. All of him. Every piece and part. Raging hormones, encouraged by my frazzled emotions, overrode my common sense right then, causing me to do something completely out of character. Releasing an unsteady breath, I reached up, grabbed Johnny's neck, and pulled his face down to mine. And then I kissed him. I had no clue what to do next, my bravery deserting me in my moment of need, as I knelt on his bed and held his face in my hands. Johnny's eyes were wide open and locked on mine, clearly stunned, as I pressed my lips to his. But he wasn't kissing me back. In fact, I was fairly sure he wasn't breathing. My actions had turned him to stone in my hands. My eyes were wide and bulging in my head as I broke the kiss and stared in horror right back at him. I'm so sorry, I blurted out, mortified. It's okay, he told me, breathing hard. No, I shook my head furiously. No, it's not okay. Shannon, it's okay. Oh my God, what did I do? Shannon, Johnny coaxed, tone firmer now. Stop. It's okay. It's not okay, I strangled out as I scrambled off the bed and backed up, hitting his chest out drawers in the process. Oh God! Staggering backwards, I shook my head and held a hand out to warn him off when he took a step towards me. I'm really sorry. Shannon, it's okay, Johnny said as he held his hands up. Just stop moving around for a second and talk to me, will you? I didn't stop moving, and I didn't stop to talk, because I couldn't. I was in full force panic mode, and for once my flight instinct had kicked in. I need to go, I announced, mortified. No, you don't, he replied calmly. We can talk about this. No, shaking my head, I slipped around Johnny and snatched my clothes off the bed. I need to leave, I added before bolting into the bathroom and locking myself inside. Shannon, come on,
Johnny called out, knocking on the door. "Open the door." Speechless, I staggered over to the toilet, pushed the lid down, and collapsed on top. "Oh, God," I breathed as I dropped my head in my hands. What the hell did I just do? Not only did I flash Johnny Kavanagh, but I went one further and kissed him. My first kiss. The first time I ever put my lips on a boy, and he didn't reciprocate. Oh my God. What the hell was I thinking? Why was I feeling like my heart was shattering into a million pieces? And most importantly, how was I going to get out of this bathroom? Because there was no way I could face Johnny now. In fact, I was fairly sure I could never face him again.